Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Belle Jordan? My voice echoed with a crack in it. I stood from my desk by the window, which overlooked the Capitol building, as the door opened. Perhaps it was orders from my old military base, or I was still in this habit, but I straightened my spine. "Yeah, who's this?" Again, a boy's voice squeaked. "I'm from FTL. I have a letter to deliver." Civilians didn't stand at attention for delivery people. I forced myself to sit and fixed my long brown braid behind my head. "Come in." A boy, no more than 18 years old, in a bright yellow shirt appeared. The tension in my spine dissipated as the messenger held out a package and an electronic box. "I need you to sign here." I scribbled my name and then stared at the letter. It was white, and the calligraphy was tasteful. The date December 23rd echoed in my brain. Someone knew I worked late. It might be some new lobbyist business party that doubled as training for the just-out-of-the-military group I was hired with. It was not like I had any more friends who would send me wedding invitations. I shook the letter. It certainly looked like an invitation. I glanced at my desk and pushed the contract with the U.S. Marines and Century Arms to the side as I opened the white linen envelope. A moment later, white confetti in the shape of butterflies spilled onto my mahogany desk. I unfolded the crisp linen invitation from wrapping paper and read, "Victoria Morgan and Colt Collins cordially invite you to their Christmas Eve wedding in Miami." Again. This was the second invitation, not that I had responded to the first. I covered my lips and sat. I'd never go to this. My heart beat a mile a minute. My ex-fiancé and the mother of his child were not exactly my favorite people. I dropped the invitation, but then noticed a second sheet of paper in the envelope. I tucked the paper in to hide it and picked up the contract. I needed to finish and get my work in the mail and over to the Pentagon. I picked up my pen, signed the last of the pages, and dropped the papers in the to-be-copied stack for my secretary in the morning. I had earned another bonus. The night sky still had the whiteness of this morning's snow flurry. The postcards of Washington, D.C. at Christmas could be snapped from my office. Not that I'd ever care. It was time to go home. I sighed. No one else was still here on the floor. As I stood, I peeked at the second piece of paper that had come with the invitation. I blinked. It was Colt's handwriting. My heart had a pang. My father had loved the idea of me and Colt. So had my stepmother. They had said they finally had a daughter because I intended to get married and wear a white dress. Clothes did not make me feminine. I closed my eyes and hoped the zap in my heartbeat stopped. They had never been proud of me, ever, and they certainly weren't now. My father had said he couldn't wait to dance with his daughter at her wedding. A piece of my hair fell in front of my eyes. As I gazed at the letter, I tucked the wayward strand behind my ear. "Belle, please come to the wedding. We were always friends first. You saved my life in the desert and kept me alive. Victoria wants you here too. We both want you to be happy. We included an airplane ticket. Please come. Colt." I rubbed my throat and then dropped the letter. There was no way I'd go. This was insane. Ex-fiancés did not go to the new fiancé's wedding. Victoria and I hardly even knew each other. All I knew about Colt's new bride was that Colt had thought the other woman dead the entire time he had dated her. I fumbled through my desk and found my pocketbook. At the door, I wrapped myself in my scarf, warm woolen jacket, and thick hat. 4 years of dating one guy had left me utterly alone this winter. I closed my office door, strode through the empty office with gray cubicles, and locked the department front door. I'd return in 8 short hours. Christmas Eve was for other people who cared. On the empty street, the brightest light on the horizon was still the Capitol building. I wrapped my scarf tighter and quickened my steps to get to my apartment faster. The cold air numbed my nose, but I trekked forward. I'd be home soon. People's cheers from the local bars I passed were loud with "Merry Christmas." I hugged my waist and rushed. Then my new stepmother's smiling face flashed on my caller ID. I answered. "Hello? Darling, your father and I are heading out for the holidays on that Mediterranean cruise we told you about earlier this year. He's very sorry to miss you for the holidays again." I remember? Of course. My stepmother had never asked. Why don't you drop everything and join us when we book the cruise? Not that I'd go. I straightened my shoulders. Have fun with my dad. Sophie's perky voice echoed through the phone. What will you do this holiday? Find a way to not think about Colt anymore. I would never say that, and instead I rolled my eyes. I was the one who'd paid my father's debts so my stepmother could spend his retirement earnings. Work, it's what I enjoy. My stepmother's voice, which had once soothed me, said, Baby, there is more to life than work. We hoped one day you'd learn to relax and enjoy the small moments. Clearly, they lived on another planet. I pressed my lips together. It's okay, Sophie. Have fun with Dad. Sophie mumbled something else, but my phone began to ding with multiple text messages. I hung up on my stepmother and read my texts. Saw you pass. Come into Andrew's pub. Belle, we want to see you. None of the former crew of my favorite Marines were in the service anymore. They all planned to fly out tomorrow for Colt's wedding. I gazed up at my dark window. All that waited for me at home was the internet and some movie I picked out. I pursed my lips. Perhaps one drink with my old crew wouldn't be the end of the world. I'd tell everyone to have a good time. I clutched my phone in my hand and decided to pop in without a message. A rock version of Silent Night that someone must have attempted during karaoke clung in the air. Someone's feet stomped from the stage as I walked past. Then I saw Emily Fletcher, my perky best friend, as she sat with 3 other former Marines. All 4 of them had flights in the morning to Miami. All of them were off to wish Colt well. Someone order me a Guinness. Em sucked in her breath. Belle, we thought you were avoiding us. Next time I'd start slower, and I'd never again date a guy I needed to fix. I never should have asked Colt out years ago. I sat on the bar stool and faked a smile. How could I ignore the text that offered to buy me a free beer? The intake of breath rang in my ears. Then Em said, Come with us to Miami. No. I lifted my head and waved at the bartender. I don't do Christmas. I ordered the drink and turned to my friends. I'll be fine here. You'll be alone. Another voice piped in from behind Emily's. Belle, you were both our friends. James Harrington handed the bartender money as he slipped the beer in front of me. I licked my lips. We're both still your friends. It's just that he's marrying someone else. Belle, we all knew he loved and lost his Victoria, James said. He called out her name countless times in the sandbox. My entire body froze. It was true. At night when Colt slept, he had called out for Victoria. He had never said my name. I had lived with that for years and had only thought I helped his broken heart. Perhaps it was time to be an adult. If I wanted to be sure that I could live without Colt, then I should see this through to the end. A plan came to me. The plane ticket for the wedding was in my pocketbook. Miami was warm, sunny, and perhaps with friends nearby, I could be a better person. I chugged my beer. You, Em, and the others will have my back if I go with you? Of course. James patted me on the back and took the seat next to me. I lifted my glass as I sucked in my breath. Even if I break down into tears and need someone to get me a tissue? You never cry, Belle. You're still a Marine and wouldn't break down like that. I stopped and stared at myself in the mirror behind the bar. My frizzy brown hair and plain Jane face would make someone like Colt choose someone else. Perhaps my stepmother was right that I was too masculine. I hid my chin, which trembled with another gulp. I'd never wanted to be a pretty face with nothing in between my ears. I swallowed. I will try not to cry. I don't hate him. And I don't want anyone who doesn't love me back. I should go to this wedding and make my peace. This is last minute. Are you sure? I took a deep breath and gulped my beer. Maybe it will be healthy for me. Cleansing almost, so I can let go. Now my glass was empty. If I intended to catch the 8 in the morning flight, I needed to pack my bags. Em placed her hand on my shoulder as she stood from her bar stool. What aren't you telling me, Belle? I'm going home to pack. My flight is early. You had already had a ticket. Yeah, I'll see everyone later. I hugged all my friends and then rushed from the building. A few minutes later, I climbed the steps to my apartment and realized I still didn't have any pictures on the wall. Anyone who came here would assume I was a drifter or newly out of the Marines. In reality, I just hadn't had the time or motivation to shop. Home and decorating could wait. I went to my closet and tugged out my folded duffel. Then I froze and stared through the park and back toward the Capitol building. It illuminated my bedroom and I didn't need to turn on the lights. Change needed to happen. I hugged my stomach and shook on my feet. I loved Colt. He loved Victoria. Please make the pain stop, okay? I don't want to become numb and feel sad. Why wasn't I enough? What did I do to make you hate me this much? I always tried to do the right thing, so why punish me? Praying wasn't my thing. Action was, and my father always said, God helps those who help themselves. If I let Colt go, then I'd be open to whatever or whoever was next. Or I'd get a cat from the shelter. I blinked, wiped my eyes, and picked up my bag. A second later, I grabbed my hairbrush and accessories. Then I went to my nightstand and took my mother's picture, which had been thrown down but was otherwise intact. I had never gone anywhere without my mother and wouldn't start now. Finally, I went to the closet and picked up my small supply of civilian summer outfits. Now I was packed. I rifled through the pocketbook but couldn't find that invitation. Somewhere I must have lost it. I shrugged. At least I had the plane ticket. Done. I stormed to the door. God, you and I both know that I will never be the bride or girlish, but please help me stay strong. I have to be happy for everyone else. Dawn peeked through the air. I hadn't slept at all. Perhaps on the plane, I'd close my eyes and not have a rush of heart palpitations every few minutes. I unlocked the front door and my nerves stood on edge. Nothing stirred outside. I rubbed my temples and told myself I'd be fine. I'd never be sweet or the kind or the girl that a guy threw everything away for. I straightened my spine. I took care of myself. I was always fine with anything that was thrown in my way. I used a phone app and called a car to pick me up. As I turned off the lights, I continued my conversation with God. I'm too closed off to ever truly fall in love. We both know that. I locked the door behind me and ran down the stairs as fast as I could. Miami was warm, and the wedding invitation for tomorrow meant I'd be too busy to worry about myself or feel sorry that I was no longer the bride. I pocketed my phone. Everything was perfect. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. The Miami skyline outlined the back of my mansion as the waters of the Intracoastal Waterway lapped against my yacht. Tonight I wouldn't be able to enjoy my privacy. The tropical breeze brushed against my suit as I locked my front door. I slipped into the back seat of my personal town car, complete with my driver in the front seat. I checked my phone and work emails. Outside, we passed other neighbors on Star Island. The white lights that flashed at the bottom of the palm trees next door to my home never indicated Christmas to me. I could have been anywhere in the world right now, and ensured I successfully moved Morgan Enterprises to the top of the next big field, but my family reminded me to stay here. John, my brother, chose to live in a more residential area, and his party meant people had more places to park without the valet service. A few minutes later, I knocked on John's door and held a gift basket in my hand. No one should ask me what it was because I had no idea. My secretary had told me, but I forgot. Since my siblings, John and Victoria, had returned to my life, my heart seemed to have begun beating again. I'd do what was best for them. Vicky opened the door and hugged me. We're happy you're here. Thanks. Victoria, my baby sister, was getting married on Christmas Eve. I'd give her away. I swallowed. Vicky practically glowed with happiness. My arms wrapped around her and squeezed. I'm glad I made it home early. Beijing was not where I wanted to be, though it was successful. Where's John? Our brother's house overlooked Biscayne Bay. The white lights of Christmas stuff hung everywhere, and John had a large Christmas tree flown into his house for the occasion. At least he hadn't done the cheap pink flamingo lawn ornament with the red hats. His Grammy Award-winning neighbor next to his own house on Star Island didn't have the same elegant taste. Guests were both inside and outside the well-secured mansion. Vicky pointed toward the backyard with more strings of white lights that reflected against the darkened blue waters of the evening bay. She led me to the bar and said, "Our brother is off scaring Colt in some effort to stop the wedding if he doesn't behave." My eyebrows shifted up. "Sounds fun. I should go join them." She shook her head. "Peter, be nice. You're my oldest brother and giving me away in a few days. If you don't agree, I will haunt you for eternity and beyond for ruining my happy ever after." I massaged her back. "Vicky, we all actually like Colt. We're saving him from a life with you." She pinched me and I laughed. Then I hugged her. Vicky was the best part of our family growing up. Her supposed death had widened the huge hole in my heart that had started breaking long ago. Our mother had ditched us practically the day Vicky was about to turn 1 and John had been 2. I had spent my childhood protecting Vicky and John from our father and wondering how our mother walked away. I petted her hair until she swatted my hand away. "Don't go ruining my new style for our rehearsal dinner." The warmth without the humidity made Miami in December one of the best places to spend winter. The party was full of people who laughed and drank. Most of the people in the room had business dealings and contracts with me. The rest were people who one day would. I pressed my lips together. "Is Jennifer here?" Vicky crossed her arms. "Not yet. She is invited. Don't break her and Rafe up because you're lonely, big brother. There is more to life than sex." The friends with benefits relationship I shared with Jennifer for the years my sister had been supposedly dead had helped remind me of Vicky. Jennifer never had my sister's good heart, but she had been a link to memories of when my sister had been happy. A picture of Jennifer formed in my mind. Our breakup, at Jennifer's insistence, had been one of the highlights of this year. I shook my head. "I won't, and I'm not lonely." Vicky shook her head no. John and Colt chose that moment to join us near the patio door. John slapped me on the back and laughed. Then Vicky said, "You live in Dad's mausoleum on Star Island and work in that office of yours far too late." I was in Beijing, taking care of business. My brother and sister clearly had both decided to interfere with my life and intentions for the future. I stood straighter. I had forgotten what families were supposed to be like until they had barged back into my life. I sipped my drink. And unlike you two, I don't have a fiancé or wife. I get to go home with any single lady I want. Colt wrapped his arms around Victoria. "Life is better with someone, Peter. A good woman would do wonders for you." My sister glowed with happiness. Marriage was not in my life plan. My own mother hadn't wanted me anymore, so why would I take in any woman? I'd stockpile as much of the Morgan finances as I could and leave it to my nieces and nephews. A wife would be a weight my heart didn't need. I pressed my lips together and hoped this didn't make me like our father. I shook my head. There are more than one someones out there. John crossed his arms and had the same expression Vicky had a moment ago. My brother is incapable of dating only one woman for long. We all know that. Women were all disappointments, and they left. Our father had taunted me the day our mother walked out the door as he said, "Women are play toys for men like us." I had seen her walk out the front door from the marble staircase that she had passed on her way out. We had stared at each other on her journey, and even then our mother hadn't stayed to protect us. She hadn't even said goodbye, and her brown eyes still haunted me. The door chimed. Alice held John's baby as she opened the door. My brother's face warmed from one glance at his wife and son. Alice had been involved in our family all our lives as Vicky's best friend, and she'd had a lifelong crush on John until he had finally been smart enough to marry her. No girl like that existed for me. Not that I wanted one. A second later, Alice walked into the front room with Jennifer and Rafe. Alice, John's wife, radiated almost like my sister. Neither one of my siblings remembered Mom. That had probably helped them to be open to marriage. My brown eyes glanced at Jennifer as her new old boyfriend's arm held hers. Rafe was a good officer, an old high school friend of sorts, and I respected him. I turned to John and said, "I am fully capable of dating one woman." "Whoa, I clearly missed something," Colt quickly said. "But I'd put money on that." My muscles tightened. I straightened my spine and said, "What's the bet?" John clapped me on my shoulder again. "You have to date someone we choose for a month." My eyes widened. "You choose?" John then stood across from me and met my stare. It has to be a challenge for you. We don't want you tolerating some girl who sees dollar signs for a month. A girl that money doesn't impress doesn't exist. Everyone had a price, even if they didn't know what it was. I imagined some religious girl set to be a nun as the choice in question. I massaged my shaved chin. Okay, if I agree to this, what do I get? John and Colt shared a look with Vicky. My sister held her fiancé's hand as John said, 10% of my small stake in the company. You get even more majority ownership without question on the board. Colt nodded and added, I'll throw in something. We'll increase production on my farm by at least 25%, and you'll get that as part of the already existing contract with no extra clauses. They were both serious about this. I licked my lips. And if I lose? John then glanced at Vicky. You give 10% of your ownership to Victoria. Dad screwed her in the will and wasn't giving her money all her life. She has millions instead of billions. You can correct that. I assumed our father had thought Vicky dead, but he might not have. Mitch Morgan had played his family and kept close tabs on all of us until he died. I widened my stance. The corporations are mine. Without question. John took a step forward. I squared my shoulders, ready for battle. Then Colt said, Is it a bet? My brother's small stake in the company meant no one might question or undermine my orders. I swallowed and stared at Vicky. I'd take care of my sister no matter what. This bet was easy. No woman on earth existed that didn't have certain expectations and a playbook. All I had to do was figure out the woman's desires and then ensure she had everything. My thoughts made me predatory, as Vicky would say, but it was just how I saw things. I shrugged, like nothing mattered. Name the girl. John dropped his arms to his side. Oh, it's on. Vicky's head went back and forth between John and Colt. I will pick someone I'd like for a sister-in-law. I swayed on my feet. You're in on this too? She nodded. Now I am. Peter, don't turn out like Dad. I want you to be happy. Her blonde hair and blue eyes warmed my heart. Vicky deserved everything she ever wanted. I smiled at her. I am. She batted her eyes. Fulfilled is a better word. You deserve to be in love. The doorbell rang again. John joined his wife near the door and answered it together. A tall, thin, brown-haired, brown-eyed woman stood in the door. Colt stood straighter, and as a result, I did too. In her simple black dress and white, dewy skin, she seemed the opposite of everyone here from Miami. The woman wore no makeup and stood tall. Her hands were clenched at her side, and there was something different about her. I licked my lips. No one else here looked like her. Vicky hit her fiancé's stomach and said, Belle? She's perfect. I nodded. John then returned to our group with the woman in question. Colt, Vicky, your friend Belle Jordan is here. The air around me smelled like apples. John pointed to Belle and Colt nodded. Vicky hugged the woman like they were old friends. Belle's grimace read like she didn't agree. My shoulders tensed. Whoever this Belle was, she was new. I had never met her, though she knew Colt. And something inside me burst as I stared at her profile. She pushed a piece of hair behind her ear and stepped out of the hug. Her shoulder had a thin, old scar like she'd been cut, and she didn't try to hide it. I fingered my chin. Every other woman in the party would have demanded plastic surgery to remove something like that. I then couldn't stop myself, and I asked, What happened to your shoulder? Belle fiddled with her hair again. I pulled Colt here out of a minefield he found himself in. The razor fence got me. Colt nodded. I'd not be alive if not for you. Vicky then smiled brighter. I'm forever in your debt. Belle, we're so happy you came. I watched the exchange and understood. Belle was Colt's old fiancé. As I saw Belle's grimace and how she held herself stiff and unmoving, she confirmed who she was. How she held her arms around her waist, but still gave off a sense of strength took my breath away. John poked my side. We all agree. Belle is the bet. My stomach clenched as I stared at this tall, thin woman. I'd never be able to give any woman the man my sister married tomorrow. Now, more than ever, I'd have to win. I turned away from gawking. All women had their price. I'd figure out hers. Fast. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, my entire body stayed tense as I wandered through the mansion. On the wall hung original paintings I had seen at museums. I hugged my stomach again. No wonder Colt chose Victoria. The Morgans had serious money. I had bare walls, half-dead plants, and 2 bedrooms. The balcony overlooking the bay was reminiscent of Venice. In class and upbringing, I'd never have a shot at true love. I rubbed the goosebumps on my arms as I sighed and gazed at a Monet. I'd seen it at the Smithsonian with a borrowed sign. They must have borrowed from the Morgans. In Miami, and in the House of Morgan, the warm sunshine of the day ensured the evenings were pleasant and warm. Every Morgan must have enjoyed extravagance and money provided without once struggling. Next to the Monet was a Van Gogh. I leaned closer to inspect. They must be the originals. The Morgans owned a chunk of the world's economy, and this luxury must be why Victoria thought it was fine to lie to everyone about dying. I would never be so reckless. I took care of myself and my family with hard work and determination. Colt stepped away from his gorgeous blue-eyed bride to come over. I averted my gaze from the Van Gogh to the next painting. I wasn't sure of the painter as the signature was illegible, but it seemed familiar. I straightened my shoulders. As I smelled Colt's cologne in the air, no pang in my heart came. I still stiffened like I was about to go into battle as he nodded and stood beside me. "We're glad you're here." My muscles jumped out of my skin. Glad I could be here. "Belle, I truly hope you can be happy." His big eyes held something unsaid. Whatever it wasn't my problem. Not anymore. If he didn't want me here, then he shouldn't have sent 2 invitations. I polished a speck of dirt off my wrist. "Great, I hope the same thing. Your Victoria is waiting for you over there." "I love her. She loves me. You are so great. I'm sure you'll be next to fall in love and find happiness." No chance of that happening to me. I couldn't have swallowed if I tried at the moment. There was a pain in my throat. I nodded, though the cords in my neck were tight. "Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. You should go now." "I will. If you ever need me, I'm still your friend." I winced. In the desert, he was one of the few people I knew without a doubt had my back. I shivered and held a whimper in my voice. "We were always that, weren't we?" "Yes, and I hope we still can be." "I'm here. The rest we'll see." As soon as I could, I slipped out of the gallery hall and onto the patio. People in colorful dresses milled outside as they sipped colorful drinks. I held my hand up and bit one of my nails. A beer would suit me fine. Heat washed through me. Then, with a tremble, it slowed. The dark-haired, brown-eyed, muscular man in a suit who had stood next to Colt in the room now walked over and slipped out the door. I clenched my hands at my side as he came and stood next to me. He licked his lips. "Would you like a drink?" My shoulders went up like they'd serve as a shield. "How do I know it's not drugged?" "Yes, this is Florida, but drugs aren't my scene." He swallowed. "You were hugging my sister, Vicky. I'll introduce myself. I'm Peter Morgan, and you are?" "You're the Peter Morgan?" The Morgan family was old money, and his name appeared in Fortune 500 regularly. His political candidates, with the sizable donations he offered, could outweigh any organized lobby effort. My boss had set a clear rule to avoid the corporations that might interfere with our agenda. Morgan Enterprises was on the list. Despite the tension running through my muscles, I gripped my hands together and stood still. "Your company is in contract negotiations with Century Arms to help supply the army?" He scratched his chin. "I think so. But that's a very small part of my business." "And your name is?" A man like this one could have anyone he wanted. The smell of oak trees washed through me. I lifted my chin. "Belle Jordan. I work in contracts for Century Arms." His mouth opened. "So you are the Belle Jordan once engaged to Colt Collins?" My lips pursed. "The same. Can I get you the drink now?" "I suppose. I usually get the lady her drink." Welcome to the 21st century. Billionaire playboys shouldn't smell like oak trees. He inched closer to me and more goosebumps spread and were probably on every inch of my skin now. Tell you what, why don't we go together to the bar and watch the drink get poured? Safe. As we strolled, I winked. Don't trust a woman then. I understand. You should protect your virtue at all costs. A smile grew on his face. I'm surprised you're here for the wedding. Men like this did not talk to girls like me. I swallowed as we stopped near bar stools. You and me both. I'll have a dirty martini, I told the bartender. Peter nodded. Make that 2 then. I thought rich men like yourself drink whiskey, neat, or cognac. I can live dangerously. Drinks were ordered, and I turned toward Peter. He was so close he might touch my bare arms at any moment. That's good for you. I prefer a more sedate life these days. I'm sure my interests are too simple for you. Interesting. You want simple. Fire grew inside me as he asked, Let's do that. Do you like what you do? Perhaps I hadn't just said Century Arms or that I ensured the military had the best options available in weapons. My mind swirled. I didn't have to say anything. He would have no idea what I did. I pressed my lips together. I like ensuring I have a roof over my head, that my father can take cruises whenever he wishes now, and that I have a semblance of security. He tilted his head closer. I pay people to handle security for me, but I'm surprised Century Arms affords you all that. I stood still, unsure if I wanted to leave. A warm breeze brushed against my spine. I am good at what I do, and I like to do things for myself. The bartender offered us both our drinks. His gaze narrowed. Are you always this dry? There it was, right on schedule. Men who had everything were usually the worst lots to speak to. Yes, I'm quite boring. You should leave now and save yourself the trouble of talking to me. I'm quite sure someone here will find you interesting, like that dark-haired beauty who keeps staring. He didn't blink in the direction I pointed. His entire focus was on me. I could hardly breathe as he said, I meant dry as in funny and interesting. Funny wasn't a word that was usually linked to me. His hands went into his pockets. I glanced at his face and saw the dimples appear. Ah, well then, next time be clear. Boom, you don't hold back punches. Go away was on the tip of my tongue, but I bit my lip closed. My skin zapped near him. I rubbed my neck. No, I don't like to waste my time or anyone else's. You're not a waste of time. He must be kidding. His soft voice was sexy. I wouldn't be charmed. I rolled my eyes. Sure thing, Romeo. A waiter walked past us with a tray full of champagne. He picked 2 glasses up and handed one to me. I took a deep breath and accepted the glass. The air around me at the moment was magnetic. I couldn't walk away from him right now. This is a lot of alcohol. Drunk women don't interest me, but I'm sure you can choose what you want. I took the champagne as both our martinis were untouched. It seemed a waste, but I held my tongue. As the waiter left, Peter clinked our glasses together. Cheers. Was this because we had spoken for more than a minute? I had never spoken to a man that made my stomach get butterflies. I sipped my glass. To what? To our new friendship. I stepped away. Peter Morgan and the entire Morgan family would never be my friends. But being near Peter caused adrenaline to pump through my veins. I'd have to call Emily and find out what was taking her friends so long to arrive. I needed backup, but right now I shook my head. We have a friendship? This fast? I'm flattered. Belle Jordan, I'd prefer to keep you on the friend list. I'd hate to have you as an enemy. Enemies were almost easier to handle than my attraction with the head of the Morgan family. I sipped my drink again. I don't do friendships much with strange men I meet at parties who I'll never see again. He brushed his arm against me. Take a chance. I'll get us out of this party early and we can go get dinner. The door would be lovely. Colt kissed his new bride's cheek and the woman's smile grew. Her lips tingled near Peter. If I left with him, I'd be in worse trouble. I gulped my drink. Okay, I came to make an appearance. If you can get us out in 5 minutes, I'm in for dinner. Consider it done. That was the opposite of what I had intended to say. Peter walked away to go speak to Colt. I squared my shoulders and sipped my drink. None of these people knew me. I was safe in a crowd. I swallowed. Alone with a man like Peter, I might act out of character. A woman with long black hair and a body meant for a supermodel almost knocked the almost empty drink out of my hand. She flipped her messy mop of a hair away from the glamazon. The woman pouted and then glared. Watch where you are going. I clutched my drink stem. You ran into me. She'd have definitely been the poster child for the in crowd of high school. The woman posed with one leg out to her side like a ballerina about to take off. Are you going home with Peter Morgan? No. Sex was not on the agenda, but this stranger had no business in my life. I finished my drink with my last gulp. I pressed my lips together and intended not to say a word, but women like the one whose eyes made me feel judged rubbed me the wrong way. Jealous, it's not you? A wide, knowing smile flashed. This woman knew Peter well. I hugged my stomach as the woman retorted, I can take that train ride away from you with a snap of my fingers and we both know it. Peter put his arm around Colt's shoulder in the other room. I turned and glanced at the gorgeous woman that stood in front of me. It was silly that someone with his dark eyes, money, and strong shoulders saw me as anything remotely interesting. This woman had no right to judge, though. Are you here to threaten me to stay away from him? Her bright red lips pouted as her fake chest popped out. No, he is no longer mine. I am here to give you a warning. He will sleep with you and never call again. On that, we both had the same belief, though I had no idea why Peter Morgan had spent more than a minute with me. I gazed at him as he now laughed at something Colt said. Their arms touched like they were friends. I then rolled my eyes at this olive-skinned woman. I'll keep that in mind. Besides, he's not your type. The reasons didn't have to insult me. I pressed my lips together. What is my type? Someone you can boss around. You've too much iron in how you stand. My fingers clenched. The nights in Miami were hot, humid, and heavy, but clearly the air took away people's brains. And who are you to know anything about me? I'm Jennifer Gonzalez. I'm Victoria's best friend. That did not compute. My one evening with Victoria in the past, and Colt's years of speaking of her, made Victoria seem angelic. Peter was the clear agenda here. I placed my glass on the table beside me. I tapped my shoe against the floor and then snapped my finger. I can't imagine anyone like you with Colt. He's always preferred Victoria, even his children. Is that why you are going home with Peter? Is he yours then? No. Then we're done talking. I want to tell you, boundaries exist for a reason. This woman was clearly not happy and had butted into my choices long enough. At least my body temperature cooled off. I shook my head. This conversation is over. Victoria came barreling toward us and stepped in front of Jennifer. She then wrapped her arms around her and said, Belle, I wanted to say thank you for coming. Jennifer's face contorted. I stared at Vicky and smiled. This was all too much. I told them both. I'm tired. Vicky scratched her head. Really? Peter said you're both off to get dinner. My voice squeaked. Heat spiked inside me. He did? Jennifer threw her arms to her side and sashayed to another dark-haired man. Both Vicky and I stared at her in silence for a full minute. Victoria then stepped in front of me. Yeah, my brother and Jennifer were a thing, and I don't know if she's let go. Don't let whatever happened interfere with my brother. I'm hoping you both hit it off. At least his sister hadn't approved of whatever happened with Jennifer. My estimation increased of the woman I was supposed to despise on principle. Tingles grew all over my body. Again. There was no way the American royalty type mixed with my blood. Victoria was likely saying that to cover how she ruined her almost happy marriage to her old partner. Instead, I pointed toward the patio and Jennifer. Ignore her. She said she was your friend and that I should stay away from your brother. Do you think the same? My opinion on my brother's life doesn't matter. Victoria crossed her arms and then nodded. Though Jennifer and Peter are like oil and water, don't take whatever she said to heart. If Peter had chosen the gorgeous model type, then there was zero way I should spend time with him. Instead, I simply said, "If you say so." Peter was close. I could feel his presence as my heart sped faster. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, I grabbed my jacket and fixed my tie in the mirror next to my brother. Belle's face now had a flush on it, and it wasn't because of anything I had said. My sister wouldn't have upset her. I rubbed my chin as I slipped outside. I'd find out what happened. 1 month with someone like Belle would be interesting. I nodded at the men, who parted from me as I walked toward Belle. The white Christmas lights that surrounded the tropical garden made my brother's backyard seem more intimate. I immediately offered Belle my arm. She stared at me with her crystal clear brown eyes and then gazed at my arm. She lifted her chin and stepped away. The denial stung. My sister Vicky hugged me. "See you both tomorrow at the rehearsal dinner. I'm so excited." Belle gulped her drink and lowered her gaze. Every small movement she made snapped in my brain. My attention to her details shocked me. I followed her gaze across the patio that stopped at Jennifer. She still shined in a way that caught my attention for a second. Then I blinked. Something must have happened while I was in the other room. I pressed my lips together and wondered if Belle was jealous. I hugged my sister and said, "Call me if you need anything." Belle's eyes grew bigger the moment I touched her shoulder. My sister winked at me. "I need you to be happy. Don't worry about me. Today is about you." Belle stared at us both like she'd never seen anything like us. She avoided the silent intimacy, and her wide eyes were like a kaleidoscope. I'd not lose, especially if being near Belle ensured the wedding happened without any incidents. My stomach hardened. "You're my brother. Don't worry." I placed my hand on her back as I told my sister, "Night, Vicky." Belle picked up her pocketbook and waved. "Yes, good night. See you tomorrow." My arm brushed against hers. Every cell in my hand that touched her ached to do it again. As we made our way across the floor, people stopped and stared. Belle's walk became stiffer halfway to the door. She must be self-conscious that people were wondering who she was. I pressed my lips together and hoped if we talked, she'd be distracted. All her attention should be on me. I kept my voice low as I said, "I know Florida will never be a white Christmas." "No joke," Belle whispered in return. The moment we reached the door, Colt interrupted and hugged Belle. "Again, I'm happy you're here. You should think about staying for the week. New Year's here is fun, and Peter can show you around." "Yeah, right. We'll see." Belle sounded half-hearted. I'd have to talk to her. Colt slapped my shoulder. I swallowed my retort. Tomorrow, Colt would become my brother-in-law. Belle stared straight at Colt and not at me. It seemed her eyes moistened. I straightened my spine and pressed my hand on Belle's wrist. "It's time we said goodbye." Colt must have seen my sister behind us as he smiled right through me. Belle winced at how Colt winked and sent an air kiss outside. I paused. A woman in love with my future brother-in-law could cause my sister issues. Belle whispered, "Let's go now." Opening the door. My muscles tightened and my stomach had a slight burn that grew. I'd find out Belle's desires and change things. As I held the door for her, we stepped outside into the warm evening sky. I closed the door behind us as she said, "For the record, you cheated to get us out early." I lifted one eyebrow. "I did?" She licked her lips. "Yeah, you told everyone we're off to dinner." Her eyes sparkled like diamonds. The burn inside my stomach lightened to a sensation more like bubbles. I didn't recognize the feeling. "We are." I never said tell anyone. I stroked my chin and then came close to her ear to whisper, "You didn't set rules not to. If you're going to call something fair or cheating, then we'll need those." She turned and walked backwards through the front lawn and then gazed at me with her huge brown eyes. Do you follow rules? Inside the house behind them, the music changed to a soft samba. My arms wanted to touch her skin and find out if she was silky and sweet, but if I reached out, I'd dance with her. Then she'd tell me no. It was how she stood with her legs slightly apart. My normal wouldn't work with her. I wondered what it would take for her to say yes. I licked my lips. Rules? I'm okay. When they suit me. You expect them to be followed, I'm sure. She rolled her eyes. So, let's change the topic. Where are we going? I'll follow in my rental. At least she was a woman that kept her word. She hadn't made an excuse to skip on dinner, though she made me feel like I had asked for a new kind of trouble. I placed my hand on her side and inched her to our left. My people will move your car. The limo is over here. Of course you ride in a limo, probably every day. She sucked in her breath as people snapped pictures of her. Through clenched teeth, she asked, "Who just did that?" I leaned closer. "The press. It's best if we go fast. I promise nothing will happen to the vehicle here. As it's your brother's house, and I'm here for your sister's wedding, I'll trust you with the car. But make no mistake, I'm going to my hotel room alone after this dinner. If that's what you want." She squared her shoulders and scooted inside the limo. I stayed close to ensure no one came near her. It's definitely what I want. I'm not attracted to you in the least. You hardly know me to make that claim. As I sat beside her and my driver closed the door, she asked me, "Now at the party, why did you come talk to me?" "You're beautiful." No one challenged me. I sat more comfortably in my seat and stared at her. She pushed a wayward strand of hair behind her ear. She had glowing white skin, which wasn't bronzed from the never-ending sunlight. She almost sparkled with how new she was to this climate. Again, she rolled her eyes. "No, Jennifer is beautiful. I was a soldier. Beauty to me is vanity. Perhaps that's what makes you breathtaking." Most women I knew would have just said thanks. I stroked my chin and my already growing shadow of a beard. "You are real and interesting and open with who you are. The opposite of Jennifer." She sat straight and tall. "Interesting that you noticed that about me. It makes me wonder what your friends are like." "I don't have friends." She was full of opinions. I leaned forward and let my hands fold in front of me. The only people I know with character seem to be my family and their spouses. Friends tell a lot about a person. A half smile formed near her cheeks and the outline of a dimple appeared. "So I guess you have horrible taste." Her face brightened. I winked. "Perhaps I was waiting for you." She leaned forward to stare into my eyes. "You are a relentless flirt." Gumption wasn't something most women in my life ever had. Again, the smell of apples hit me, and I realized the obvious. I blinked. No one's accused me of that. "To your face, anyway." She sat. "Where are we eating dinner?" Part of me wanted to say Venice just to see what she'd say. Right now, I had the sense she'd jump from the car at first opportunity if I did. Perhaps next time. I licked my lips and hoped she accepted the challenge. "On my yacht." "Wow, expectations are high on your part." She crossed her arms. "You pulling out all the stops for tonight?" A rattled bell might be interesting to see. I lifted my brows. "No, not really. Would you like me to?" I could call for the jet. "I'm here for a wedding tomorrow. Sorry." She shook her head and then sat stiffly in her seat. Then she glanced out the window as the limo drove over the bridge that connected Miami to the beaches. "And this is strange night." "How?" "I'm not someone who flirts or has fun. It's never been in the cards for me. Forlorn women weren't my usual skill set." I leaned forward again. Belle's armor had to have a chip in it somewhere. "Why don't you have fun?" "Oh." She lowered her gaze. "I do, but it's not the kind you are clearly used to. What matters is who people are on the inside. I'm good at sizing up people. It's part of my job." Perhaps she moped because Colt had chosen my sister instead of this Belle. I swallowed and hoped this wasn't jealousy. "I'm curious what you think of my sister. You must hate her for marrying Colt." I suppose I should. She leaned closer, and again her fearlessness unmanned me. No one stared at me like she did. She swallowed. But I don't. No one is that much of a saint. I'm not that. Colt thought she was dead when he was with me. In the years he spent with me, he only ever said how he wished he had time with Victoria to talk about their daughter. He was a good father. It was part of the charm he had. You want the instant family then? Assumptions are usually wrong. I'm sure he told you we fought about him moving to DC and leaving his family farm. He'd never go. My sister could live anywhere in the world, and she chose Homestead, Colt, and her family. He left me because he wanted to stay there, or so he said. True. Colt must have been conflicted. I clenched teeth created a pain in my jaw. I parted my lips, and the taste of apples tickled my throat. I reached out and brushed my hand against hers. Her skin was silky soft, and it wasn't likely layered on lotion. Sparks surged in my cells. I realized she did that to me. I leaned closer. So you accepted someone who could never love you as his first and only. Wait, what? That's not fair. She took her hand away from my reach. Again, my fingers ached to hold her more. She played with a strand of her hair and said, "No one is perfect, and Colt was someone I could depend on." I narrowed my gaze. Is that what you seek? Dependability? She flinched like had I caught her. Then she squared her shoulders. Yeah, someone real and not all glitter. Men don't glitter. A metaphor and men can absolutely appear to be great, but turn out to be nothing but an illusion. You have the appearance of a dream guy, but we both know you're not the forever type. I don't promise what I cannot give, but I live for the moment. The moonlit sky illuminated her face. The brightness in her gaze told me she spoke from her heart. Most people were not expressive, and no woman ever spoke to me like she did. It was almost refreshing. And take whatever you want. Don't judge me because I have access to anything I might ever want. She lifted her chin. No, you don't. Everything about Belle was different. The gleam in her eye was refreshing. I tapped my knee. I don't? She shrugged. You'll never have me. Good answer. Not that I'd give her credit. A woman like Belle would hold nothing back, and she'd likely spend her life disapproving of my choices. I sunk into the cushions behind me. You scare me, Belle. If I did have you, you'd be the type that stays forever. She puckered her lips like she'd say, so I'm right as always. That makes us opposite then. Perhaps that's what's interesting about you then. No, you're wondering why I don't want to be here, and you're fascinated for the evening. She leaned closer, and our arms brushed. My shirt blocked my skin from experiencing that shock to my skin. The hair on my arms stood straighter as she said, but tomorrow, we'll never see each other again, and we clearly don't have wedding bells in our future, so I'm safe to talk to. Most of your judgments about me is harsh. Tonight's score had Belle in the clear lead. I had no idea how to melt her ice with anything but honesty. You're right on one thing. Marriage is not in the cards for me. Ever. Her eyebrows raised. Don't you want a family? My own was punishment enough. Why would I want to subject a child to that kind of pain? That had flown out of my mouth. I bit my tongue, but then she smiled. Family isn't always painful. It's just hard to figure out if someone is good for your life or not when lust clouds the judgment. Your last girlfriend was gorgeous. Beauty is part of the requisite in business deals. I covered my lips and leaned closer. So what on earth was beautiful in me that made you talk? My mouth watered and I wished to taste. I met her gaze. You're an optimist and tell what you see. True. She winked. I guess I am honest. Her innocence didn't make sense. Everything in my head conflicted as my stomach tightened. I don't know. You surprised me. I thought you would be a jealous, bitter woman I'd have to keep from the wedding. Guess I shocked you. Her gaze snapped at me as her lips parted. Is that why you wanted to go out to dinner with me? Why not? If I let her believe that I'd get out of this, she'd never trust me. I lowered my hand to my knee. opened my mouth. But then the truth spilled out. I wanted to find out if you were as real as you seemed. Still. Her soft sigh with the moonlight behind her made Belle a siren call. I held my pant leg in a slight bunch. I find it hard to believe. The limo stopped at the dock. My yacht gleamed from cleanliness in front of us. We're here. Are you game to get out and find out? She threw open the door. I jumped to follow her as the driver barely had time to open his own door. I shared a look with my driver and said fast, "We'll be a few hours." She was already halfway down the docks. I hadn't run after a woman, ever. There was a first time for everything as I exerted myself and joined her. Then I point toward my yacht. She followed my finger and nodded. "Do you have champagne on this boat of yours?" "Break it open then and let's continue." "Continue what?" "Celebrating marriage of your sister and my ex. Let's toast to this Christmas and how, at least for tonight, two opposites might become friends." "Friends? Well, I'll take that as a beginning. Friends is all you'll ever get." Belle was unlike anyone I'd ever met. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Tonight I pretended I was someone else. Peter Morgan walked beside me down the dock. The salt mixed with his scent and my lips begged for a taste. He would be sweeter than ice cream. I swallowed and glanced away from him. None of this made any sense as part of my life. My shoulders tightened as we inched closer to the USS Destiny. The fantasy nonsense would never be my life. Without waiting for his hand, I hopped onto his yacht, which could compete in a boat show as the most ostentatious one that existed. I then turned around to see if he took the rail or followed me. I pressed my lips together. His strong muscles against my skin would crush me in a good way. He jumped and landed next to me. My heart pounded. The rich man now in front of me was some illusion. I sniffed the air and the smell of oak struck me. The smell tickled my nose, reminding me of a home I'd never had. I massaged my neck and went toward the aft. He went toward what must be the ship's command. I crossed my arms. The waters were still and warm here. None of this required me to figure anything out or do anything. I hugged my stomach. The motors under my feet buzzed as they flipped on. Peter stepped outside and joined me. His massive wall of muscles made no sense for someone like him. Rich men were supposed to get fat and not make my body experience shots of electrical surges. He pointed to the deck chairs. I ticked my head and saw no reason to disagree with him and headed toward the chairs. As he neared me, goosebumps spread again. It seemed to be my usual reaction as I ached to touch him. The moon was high in the sky now. I licked my lips as the salt air moistened my face. My mouth quivered for a kiss as he came to stand beside me. Neither of us said anything. I massaged my arms to stop the goosebumps. Nothing worked. The warmth I felt tonight seemed to fuel an internal fire. Something surged in the air around me. Then a servant came and placed a tray, a bottle of champagne, and 2 flutes on the table between the chairs. I sighed and turned to the moon. This might be the universe laughing at me for praying earlier. I'd not be desperate and let moments where I wanted to beg for his attention play out. I'd stamped out my attraction to him. Tomorrow would be easier. This one night might stay lodged in my dreams. I stared into Peter's brown eyes. The chocolate-colored hues were like a mask, and I had no idea what he felt inside. My skin tingled. I'd never be this close to someone like him ever again. I traced my neckline and leaned closer to him. What's it like growing up as one of America's oldest dynasties? Did your dad keep you locked in your room to ensure that you knew how to keep the books? As if he were mimicking me, he rubbed his neck and nodded. Yeah. What? I blinked. Sorry. I lowered my hand to my side. I'd been rude and hadn't meant anything by it. The vision of a young boy locked in his room with a book and a pencil wafted through me. I fixed my hair behind my ear. I was being sarcastic. It's a bad habit. You hit a direct target. He shrugged and placed his hands in his pocket. I was being honest. Dad quizzed me on how to read balance sheets and ensured I had a plan to earn $1 million before I was 10 that he executed to prove my successes or failures of mind. The daily updates as I stood next to his desk made my knees knock. My father had made me feel that way once when I brought a D home on my report card and then said I'd fix it with the teacher. The lecture of responsibility had hit me hard in the gut. I reached for the flute of champagne and sipped like it gave me space. Wow, that sucks. My lemonade stand taught me the value of $1, but it wasn't something held over my head. He massaged his temples and closed his eyes. I tilted my head to ask what he thought. Then he picked up his glass and did the same. The lemonade stand is a way of ensuring poor people stay poor. At least that's what dear old Dad said. How? It teaches hard work under the sun and not using your brains, at least in my father's estimation. It keeps poor people attached to a nickel or a dime. He clinked his glass with mine. The vibration echoed in my heart. I don't think I'd like him. Many would agree. Others still fear him, even after his death. He sipped his drink and stared at the dark waters and the fading shoreline. And most people say I'm just like him. If he believed that, then I should let that echo in my heart serve as a reminder to not fantasize with Peter Morgan. My fingers ached to reach out and hug him. I held still. Instead, I sipped my drink and stared at his stiff body posture. Are you? He gulped his drink. Maybe. Whatever it was that bothered him must be big. I sipped my drink and stepped close. Our arms briefly brushed against each other and his masculine scent invaded the taste of champagne. You don't want to answer yes or no. I can't judge as I didn't know your father. To refill our glasses, he stepped away for a moment and traded with the waiter. You call things like you see them and don't hold back. I stilled. Is that a statement or a question? He stared at my glass until I sipped. I followed his silent command. Perhaps both. I don't know anything about you, Belle. My name sounded like someone else's on his lips. I flinched at the thought and squared my shoulders. What's to know? I was in the Marines. I was once engaged to Colt, who will be your brother-in-law tomorrow. And now I'm here to cheer for their every happiness. Are you applying for sainthood after all, then? No. And I don't deserve angel wings either, so don't get the wrong ideas. He stared at me as I gulped my drink. He then asked, "Why are you here?" For me? My shoulders tensed. I needed to get closure. He stepped closer, and all I could see was his muscles. Unlike the men in the military, though, Peter chose to stay in perfect shape. Instead, this muscular man pressed against me slightly, and I had a tremble rush through me. You're holding back. Sanity was important to keep. I ticked my head. True, but we're not close enough to share secrets, are we? We could be. I'll think about it. And to answer your earlier question, I prefer to always tell the truth, no matter how it slices things between people. He massaged his neck again and stared hard at me. How are you going to marry Colt? I have known the country farm boy all my life, and I can't imagine someone as laid back and easygoing as him with someone so full of depth and opinions. Are you calling Colt country? I always did. I shook my head. Your sister is marrying him. His eyes were like a microscope that peered through me. I stepped away from him to breathe as he said, Vicky's a sweetheart who follows her heart. You seem to hide from yours, though you share your strong opinions about life. Actions define a person far more than wishes. I gulped my drink and then held out the stem. Another glass, please. Your technique to seduce every female on the planet needs work. Unexpected. He poured and then opened the tray to offer me a piece of fruit. I just took the champagne and sipped. He placed the tray on the table and gave me a half smile. Is that what I'm to do now with you? No, but you weren't supposed to be interesting in return. I stared at the ocean again. The waters were black at night, but something splashed in the distance. I tried to see, but couldn't make it out. However, I think I'm right, Mr. Morgan. Aren't women just accessories in your life? He stepped in front of me and his shoulders tenses. What is that assumption based on? And don't call me Mr. Morgan again. I'm not my father. Okay, no worries on your name. I pointed as I spoke. But my assumptions are based on all of this. The yacht, the $1,000,000 smile, the ease at which you swooped me here. I was curious how a woman gets swept off her feet, so I followed. He reached for my pointing finger and guided my arm back to my side. Can your feet get swept, or are you always looking for a way to stay firmly planted on the ground? My feet ached to move, but I held my jittery body together. I don't know. I've never been asked. I find that hard to believe. I always get in my own way, Peter. I don't want to spend my life frivolously doing whatever pops in my head next. His eyes widened as he stared at me. So you are serious all the time and never venture into the unknown? No, I'm here, aren't I? I glanced at his shiny black shoes. So I'm the fun. Let's not go that far. Flames grew inside me. You said you'd never see me again once morning came. Yeah, you're not the type to call and check on me later type. I tried to water that thought and told myself Valentino or whoever the latest designer was must have made them custom ordered for him. Guess we'll see. My face was hot as I glanced into his brown eyes. Tonight I was supposed to blend into a crowd, wish Colt well, and drink beer with friends. You intended to hide. Not exactly. I don't see you as someone who hides from anything. That's probably true. He shook his head. Belle Jordan, you need to experience more of life and indulge in champagne. Oh, good. Flirting again. I placed my hand on my hip and shrugged. I'm game for now. Suggestions on how to indulge in this fantasy life? He stood in front of me again. My heartbeat grew erratic as he then whispered in my ear. First, let the wonder of the moment into your heart. I sucked on my bottom lip. What? You asked for a suggestion. He stepped and sipped his drink. I did the same, but once my glass was empty, he placed both of the stems on the table. Do you even have a heart that you recognize, Peter? Most people would say no. He returned to stand in front of me. I'm the biggest jerk around most of the time, but even I let myself feel. You seem closed. I don't have time for frivolous men. And I don't have time for every woman on the planet. Life is about moderation. My suggestion is to close your eyes, feel your heartbeat, and then, when you count to 10, do something completely unexpected. My skin was electric as I inhaled. I won't kiss you. His eyes widened as I closed my eyes. I didn't ask you to. Okay. My cheeks prickled like I'd grow a blush. My thermostat lowered fast. There was a chill in the air. He then reached for my chin. If we are to kiss, you'll have to tell me to do it. Absolutely not. I pushed his hand away, though my skin ached for more of him. Won't happen. He shrugged but stayed so close that the breeze dissipated as my temperature climbed again. I hope it will. Now close your eyes. I followed orders for a moment, though my shoulders stayed tight. This is a stupid idea. My eyes widened and I shook my head. No comments to stop yourself. Do it, soldier. I inhaled and oak mixed with the salt water as I closed my eyes again. I licked my lips. Yes, sir. This time I swayed with the boat but didn't open my eyes. My mind raced. This was a stupid idea, but I held together. He whispered again. Feel your heartbeat. There were 2 heartbeats, one in my chest. The other was definitely his. My pulse grew faster. I feel yours too. You're right with me and beating at the same time. His breaths were heavy. Should I step away? My toes curled as my lips tingled for a kiss. I sighed and didn't move. No. Now do something unexpected that will make you smile. His warm breaths mixed with mine in the small space between us. My lips quirked and puckered to beg for that kiss. Then I stepped on his toes. I swallowed hard. With an intake of breath, I reached out for his hand and spun myself around. I laughed and twirled again in a dance. A moment later, he wrapped his arms around my waist and led me in a ballroom dance. Clearly, he'd had lessons. I held on to him and followed his steps, but my head spun as I did. No other man ever tried to dance with me. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. The next morning, birds chirped outside my window. They echoed in my brain as if they were drilling holes in my head. I swallowed and tried to ignore how my body swayed. I rubbed my temples and winced at my morning breath. The bed rocked. I'd never drink that much champagne, and I never would ever again. I sat straight and stared out the windows around me and into the beautiful blue ocean. No buildings were anywhere. The ship gently swayed in calm waters. I turned around in my bunk and saw I was alone. My clothes were all still on, though my bra pressed into my breasts like the metal was tangled. The last thing I remembered was Peter holding me in his strong arms. He must not have taken me home. Not that I told him my hotel. I massaged my temples as my bed bobbed with the current. Peter Morgan had us sailing someplace last night. I had no idea where we might be now. I stood and turned around to stare out the huge windows. The Miami skyline or any land was missing. As I stood, my stomach churned as I stumbled. I held onto the wall and made my way toward the bathroom. I flipped on the light, and it burned my eyes. My head throbbed. I held onto the sink and let the wave that gently passed under the ship calm me. I glanced toward the sink again. A supply of small bottles and a new toothbrush were lined up to help me clean up. A few minutes later, something splashed in the water. My head throbbed less, though my stomach begged for something to eat. The engines weren't on. I crossed my arms and stepped out into the blazing sun. There was no shade anywhere. The brightness again almost blinded me, but I covered my face and saluted the ocean. Clearly, the ocean won against me today. Another splash echoed from the water. I covered my forehead so I might see what was in the water as I gazed. Then a pair of dolphins bobbed their heads next to the ship. I fell to my knees and reached out like I might pet them. The two passed gracefully and sang. My fingers ached to feel what a dolphin must be like, but nothing brushed against me. I closed my fingers, but then a strong pair of hands caught my wrist and yanked. I tugged out of his strong grip but failed. So I yelled, "Hey!" Peter's brown hair and eyes came out of the water. My mouth fell open as I stared at his chiseled, naked chest. His white teeth shone as he lightly pulled on my wrist. "Come swim." I pressed my lips together. I shook my head. "Are you mad?" "I don't have a suit." His wet fingers held onto my wrist as my heartbeat grew faster. "When's the last time dolphins came this close to you?" "Never." I gulped. His brown eyes were as mesmerizing as the dolphins that circled him. This wasn't fair. I licked my lips. "But I'm in my fancy dress." He tilted his head to the dolphins. "I'll buy you another. Come in before you miss this." This was one of those moments I'd never forget. My skin was electric. This was a dream. I swallowed and jumped into the ocean. Peter's arms found my waist and tugged me toward the surface. My bra needed to go anyway. Once it was thrown on the deck, I splashed and laughed. Then I peered at the ocean waiting, but nothing was there. I spit out the water in my mouth and intended to speak, but then something smooth brushed against my leg. I covered my lips, unable to breathe a word. Peter took my hand, and I saw even more of his strong muscles. I licked my salty lips, but then swallowed the water. I coughed as a dolphin's smooth, slippery skin bopped next to me. My free hand reached out and petted its long nose. It let me and didn't move for a moment. The dolphin's nose brushed past my lips as it dove beside me. A giggle escaped me. Then Peter's arms grabbed mine and he motioned for us to swim. The smell of oak was still present, so it wasn't any fancy aftershave that made me wish for things I shouldn't. The breaststroke came back to me, and I followed. The dolphins circled us once more and then swam too fast away from us. We swam for a moment in silence. Peter's hand on mine sent a tremble through me and knocked away my senses. If he held me close or tried to kiss me, I'd let him. My lips puckered, though the salt water inched into my throat and made me cough. Peter pointed us to the ship and we swam on our own beside each other. As we floated, I didn't see a cloud in the sky. This was all like a dream. Once we made it to the ship, he let me take the ladder first. As I latched onto the metal bars, I told myself to wake up. Then I climbed onto the deck. Peter's shadow covered mine. I squeezed my ruined black dress against the side of the ship to let the ocean have some of its water back. Peter's arms brushed against mine as he joined me. He made his way right toward the deck chair that held enough towels for both of us. He handed me one and wrapped me in another. His wall of muscles that surrounded me sent my body temperature climbing. Then he wrapped himself in a towel and said, "Let's get you inside. You're already sunburned. I'll scrounge up some clothes for you to wear." His tan was perfect. I held my question of whether his color went under his suit. Instead, I massaged my neck and followed. He pointed to a room. "I'll have clothes sent to your room. Meet me in 5 minutes on the second floor for breakfast?" I nodded. What else might I say? Then I retraced my steps and returned. It was on the tip of my tongue to ask why he had women's clothes, but I hadn't. I washed off in the bathroom. When I came out, I found a pair of men's shorts with an elastic waist and a t-shirt. I dropped my clothes in a pile on the floor as I changed. 5 minutes later, I walked into a room a floor above mine and entered a sitting area that displayed a tray of breakfast pastries and coffee. I dried my hands on the towel and then sat. Peter had waited for me without touching any dish, and he stood until I sat. As I lowered myself, he handed me a napkin and retook his seat. "Does this happen to you all the time?" "You mean the dolphins?" "Yes, they're my personal pets." He poured us both coffees as the engines purred on underneath our feet. "You're joking." "Yeah." He handed me the cup. "I don't know if beautiful creatures like them should be locked up, and besides, I don't want an aquarium. They would require a lot of fish on a daily basis, not the best pets. Perhaps you should get a dog." My fingers ached to touch him. I lowered my gaze. "And does swimming count as something unexpected?" No time for the care of any dogs, and my maid would not like the extra work, I'm sure. He added cream to his coffee. His chin bobbed as if he gave my words deep thought. "As for swimming, I'll give that a yes." A slow smile built on my face. I wasn't always so hard, you know. Most people would find my kind of fun rather boring. If boring is the worst they say about you, then it's not that bad. What do people say about you? Much worse. How his eyes widened made my stomach do a flip. Then he said, "Drink your coffee." "What do they say?" "I don't care what others say or think, but I've been a selfish jerk for years that never needed anyone." "You tell yourself you're a jerk, but don't see how nice you truly are." I squeezed my hair again and licked my lips. He was hard on himself. "And your siblings clearly love you." He shook his head. "I don't deserve it." I placed the coffee on the table and rubbed his knee. "Why?" He ran his hand through his hair. "They left. I protected them from our father, but I did whatever he wanted. I was Mitch Morgan's heir and entitled to everything." "Did you act like your father?" "I hope not, but he trained me. They didn't have to take the same lessons over and over again. They didn't watch our mom walk out the door. And when they were big enough, they ran away. Do you know what it's like to be so spoiled and know you are being spoiled because you're the heir? It's like a poison that runs through the veins. Don't torture yourself. My own father needed me to ensure that his retirement went well, but he had saved for years. He enjoyed himself now, and the weight on my shoulders wasn't like Peter's. My legs parted as I leaned closer to him. You did what you could to help those you loved and didn't push them away. You don't know what you're talking about. You spoke more about caring about your family than you did about being selfish. You really are optimistic. Let me ask you another question. So when you were talking about me doing the unexpected, you were discussing yourself too? No, I can do whatever I want, whenever I want. Or do you now act out to spite your father? His eyes widened again. Smart and inquisitive, the colors in his eyes that swam and fueled my fantasy of this moment didn't matter. I slumped in my chair and picked up my coffee to break the spell I was in. Besides all your money and power, you're scared. Me? He raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? You don't let people in. Your guard might be stronger than my own. The dolphin swim must have really loosened my brain. Mine too. Not that I'd say that. I held my breath and tried to rein in my inhibitions. I glanced out the window, but the distraction didn't work. I was still in this room with him, and it felt cozy and warm. I sighed. Tell you what, I don't want to go to your sister's wedding alone to sit with my friends and feel sorry for myself. I have this idea. I'm listening? Good. I probably blushed as I said, I'd like for us to stay at each other's side for the day. If you can trust me a little, then I can trust you. Like a date? My heartbeat was so rapid in my chest now. Yeah, I guess. His hands brushed my knee and my hair rose on my skin from the electrical shock. Why can you trust me? You can say no. I won't. I just want to know why you trust me of all people. I sipped my coffee, though the caffeine made my heart slight worse. I held the handle tighter. You let me sleep off the obviously too much champagne. He picked up a croissant from the tray of food and placed it in front of me. Of course I did. I don't need to rape or pillage to get what I want. No, women lined up at his door for one night. I read the newspapers that lined the food aisle. You were a gentleman, and even more important to me is that you told me about yourself. I'm willing to try and trust you for one night. His chin jetted out as he held his cup in his hands. I'm looking forward to our date then, but I'll hold out for that kiss of yours. What? He winked at me again. I promised you'd ask me. I'll be your date tonight, but I'm telling you my hope. At the end of it, I hope I get to taste you. My cup jittered. I grabbed the bottom of the cup so I'd not spill. Don't hold out for that. I can't help it. You fascinate me. We had a date of sorts. I'd have someone to sit with tonight. And with the cameras in my face, there was no way I'd break down. I added butter to my croissant. So are we going to float in the ocean all day, or at some point do we head back to Miami? The Bahamas have some nice shopping. I didn't pack my passport. His dimples showed. He stood and strode across the room. That's disappointing. Hold on. I'll call my captain. I shook my head. You're sweet. As I waited, I nibbled on my croissant. I swallowed. The bread was soft and dewy and freshly made. I swallowed the whole thing and I wiped my mouth as he returned to his seat. Done. I canceled our private beach villa morning. We'll head back to Miami now. As my date tonight, there are expectations. Will you allow my handlers to ensure everything is picture perfect for tonight? My eyebrows shot up. Handlers? They keep my name clean in the press. I want to avoid negative publicity as much as possible. One of the reasons I wanted to go with him was to seem unaffected. I'd never cry about my own silly heart if I was surrounded. I gulped my coffee. Okay. Again, he had those sexy dimples. Rich men shouldn't be granted good looks. It was a double whammy. I held out my cup, and the blasted man had manners enough to refill it as he asked, "The Biltmore will know the Morgan Enterprise people." I'm not staying there. Why not? It's where we put up all the out-of-town guests. I didn't know I was coming. What hotel are you staying at? My hands shook as I held the saucer. I tried to hide it and gazed out the window again. The extended stay. The glass reflected the frown on his face and read his opinion perfectly. I'll change your hotel. You should be with the rest of the wedding guests. My hotel suited my needs. I was perfectly fine, but my voice sounded like a chipmunk as I asked, "What?" I can't have my date return to someplace unacceptable. My mother already disappeared. My sister faked her death. The last thing I need is more women who up and disappear. So jot down your room number and I'll have my people move you. All that information overload meant I didn't register anything about his mother or sister. It was all a blur, though I tried to see through it. You can't buy me, Peter. We all have our price tags on what we'll compromise on. The rest of the day isn't about buying favors for you. This is about ensuring everyone at my sister's wedding is taken care of. I'm still the selfish jerk I always was. Don't forget that part. I placed my coffee on the table and scratched my head. I don't understand. You will. See you tonight. Except the dress for the one I ruined on you and the rest of the stuff you need to be my date. I can get my own dress. You and I don't live in the same worlds. Don't think of anything as more than armor to protect yourself, like the uniform you must have worn in the Marines. I do go to parties in DC with senators and representatives a lot. Those people all servicemen like me, Belle. Let my staff do its job so you're comfortable with the cameras. Okay, I guess. I feigned interest in my nails and wrote my hotel information on a slip of paper, though I couldn't stop my question. Are you sure you're real? Don't worry. There is always a catch with me. And for you, it's a kiss. He sipped his coffee and bit into the croissant like he hadn't said something monumental. I picked up my cup and accepted that near Peter Morgan, my heart beat faster, but it wasn't fear. I sipped my cup. We've had progress, you and I. We have? Sure. I'm not anxious near you anymore, so that's good, but I also don't promise anything else. He brushed the outline of his morning beard that he hadn't shaved yet. Belle, there is something fascinating about you. You keep using that word when you talk about me. I crossed my arms. I should have been clearer. Either way, though, that kiss probably won't happen. We'll see. Probably means I still have a chance. Don't get your hopes up. I learned hope from you. He didn't say anything else, and my heart raced with the truth. He might be right. For a moment, I hoped he'd rip off my shirt and kiss me hard, right now. I sipped my coffee. This fantasy about Peter was new. I had never expected to become attracted to him, but there was no way I'd let fantasy interfere with cold, hard reality. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. As the yacht docked, I held out my hand to shake, but Peter reached in for a hug. My body tingled, and I couldn't figure out what to do. I hadn't hugged him. Instead, I patted his back, but I didn't quite know how far to reach across him to give him a hug. My heartbeat grew erratic. Finally, I settled on keeping my arms from touching him, and the unsteadiness made me lightheaded. In the end, I pressed my arm behind his shoulders. As he let go, I prayed my face didn't show a huge blush. Most of his women probably knew how to hug. I brushed my hair behind my ear as he said, "See you tonight. I'll pick you up from your hotel." Yeah, there is a problem. My entire body was hot and steamy, and it had nothing to do with the temperature outside. I fanned myself and licked my lips. I don't know where I'm going. He squeezed my hand. Let my limo driver take you. I took care of all the details. Of course you did. It sounds like a master plan that you have in your playbook. Believe me, Belle, with you, the playbook is being completely rewritten. I sat there, unsure how to respond. It might be surly if I took it all back now. He winked. I told you what I want from you. I gritted my teeth and tried not to imagine what his kiss would taste like. Somehow, I think there is more to your interest in me, but I don't want to know what it is. We all have imaginations. I sniffed the air as the scent of oak washed through me, and then I swallowed. What are your plans for the day without me then? I have to go to work, but then I'll get ready at home. I'll be at your hotel at 8 o'clock. I'll meet you downstairs then. This was the worst idea of my life. My friends would see me sitting with one of the richest men in the world and think I had gone off the deep end. My pulse grew fast, though I rolled my shoulders and neck. I don't know anything about you. This might not be a good idea. You know enough, probably more than most people on their first date. He patted my arm. So live a little, Belle Jordan. I'll figure you out, Peter. Not much to analyze. My mouth grew moist like I'd ask for a kiss. I hugged my stomach and glanced at the limo door. You could probably have anyone that crosses your path. We don't make sense. He tried to meet my gaze, but I avoided him. Have faith. Faith and I aren't exactly on the best terms. Let go of being so defensive then. Tingles grew all over me as I stood near him. I'd beg for that kiss right now if I thought I'd never see him again. This was so out of my element, and I clenched my hands. One dolphin swim didn't change the facts about me or him. I stiffened my body and nodded. See you tonight, with or without my armor. I'll decide that later. Belle, you are fascinating. I can't wait to see you tonight. Find another word to describe me then. I can't live up to fascinating forever. He saw that I was settled in a limo, and then he went to another one. He hadn't even made a call. His people took care of every detail of his life. In a daze, I settled into the seat and closed my eyes. This was something I never could have imagined. The white buildings and the smell of the ocean was everywhere. Time must have sped past me. I licked my lips, and the next thing I realized, I was at the door of a fancy hotel. Parrots squawked and repeated words in the trees. This Christmas was so strange. I stepped outside into the bright summer day, though there were pine decorations splattered in corners. The tropical climate with the lined palm trees did not give me the holiday feel, even if they were wrapped with lights. I crossed my arms to get my bearings as the limo driver said, "The front desk will have your key, miss." I should give the driver a tip. I dropped my hands and opened my pocketbook to hand him a few dollars. Luckily, I had some cash on hand. I reached to give it to him. "Okay, here, take this." He waved his arms in front of him. "I get paid more than enough. I'll be here in case you need to go anywhere." Every cell in my body was awake and scratchy. I swallowed the urge to argue. Why? Mr. Morgan pays me to drive his guests. Of course he does. I shook my head. Peter was one of the richest men in the world. Even I knew that about him. I coughed, but instead of saying this was a stupid idea, I nodded and said, "Thanks. This was entirely too much." I walked inside, and the light piano music that wafted in the airy lobby with thick red carpets gave a sense that I had been transported to someplace meant for extraordinary people. I clutched my well-used, slightly shredding pocketbook. The vaulted ceilings and bright sunlight were not made for ordinary people like me. I blinked and saw a mahogany front desk. My shoulders slumped, though I marched over to it. "I'm Belle Jordan." The clerk in a red suit nodded. "May I see your identification?" Of course. At least procedures never changed. This made him almost normal. I handed him my license. The clerk studied it, typed, and then handed me an electric card. "Staff will see you shortly, ma'am." Staff? Peter had said handlers. I'd said yes because of some strange spell I was under that had started with that unexpected swim. My simple shorts and t-shirt seemed too casual for this place, but my black dress and the plastic bag had obvious signs of water damage. My hair was extra frizzy from the ocean. I grimaced. "Thanks. What is the daily rate I'll be paying while I'm here?" "Your bill is provided for." Once again, Peter. "Thanks, but I'll pay for myself when I check out." "Ma'am?" I could walk out on principle. He had said he took care of the guests, which must mean he paid for every out-of-town guest. It might be a Morgan thing. The last wedding I had been in, I had paid for my own bridesmaid dress. This might be how the 1%ers lived, though. I hugged my waist. Perhaps asking him to be my date tonight had been a huge mistake. This was too rich. I wiggled my nose. "At what cost?" "Would you like a copy of the bill at checkout?" "Yes, we'll go from there." The price of how much I'd owe him for eternity. If my never-used credit card wasn't enough, perhaps I could set up a payment plan. Besides, how would I explain this room to my friends? "Very good. Anything else, ma'am?" Perhaps directions on how to get my soul back. "No, thank you." I squared my posture and marched with the electric key in hand. As I read my room number, I proceeded to the elevator. As I stared at the buttons, I realized I was on the top floor. The penthouse was always the most expensive. This was far above the wedding guest offer. I pressed the button and rested my head on the wall. More piano music played as the elevator climbed. My heart seemed to double in beats with every floor. I held my wrists as the ride finally ended and the doors opened. The floor seemed ordinary, though there was only one door in the small hallway. I took one ginger step. A moment later, I exited the elevator and my phone rang. Emily's number flashed, and I answered it. You didn't even want to come to this wedding, Em said. I remember. You skipped out on the party. I did. And in 24 hours, you, my best friend, become an international woman of mystery in all the newspapers. What? Why did you ruin your dress? I picked up the bottom of the dress in the bag. It was still slightly wet and smelled now. How did you know? I opened the door and held my breath as my friend said, It's in my newsfeed, and what people have asked me. You were apparently seen wearing Peter Morgan's clothes as you left his yacht. He took me to dinner, and I fell in the ocean. An unlikely story. Yet the truth. I don't even believe you. You're always steady and strong, and if I don't buy that, no one else would. I gazed at a 2-floor suite with ceilings that appeared to have been hand-painted. I went to one side and saw a balcony and a full view of all of whatever part of Miami I was in. I exhaled and ran to the other side of the suite. Yep, there was a second balcony. The spacious living room could have been made for the President of the United States. I mumbled to my friend, It's not important. Em's voice was perky. You're a disaster out for fun. You did look like you fell into the ocean. Did he fish you out or send a servant? He was in the ocean already. The dolphin had seemed a private moment. I licked my salty lips. We went swimming. In your dress? Yeah, in my dress. I didn't have a swimsuit, and he asked me. There was a baby grand piano near the dining room table. I fell onto the couch and covered my eyes. This is too much. The dress didn't cost nearly this much. What happened? What's too much? I had landed in Oz. As I peeked through my fingers toward a closet, I gasped. Peter said he'd take care of getting me a new dress. There are designer clothing boxes everywhere in my room. I couldn't tell Em about this room too. I'd pinch her. What? Instead, my friend sounded wistful as she said, Where are these jewels? We're the same size. Before you send any back, save me one. No, I wouldn't. I'd tell her to run. I stiffened in my seat and prepped for it. Not jewels, dresses. I got it the first time. I'm sure there is an extra one for me then. Why are you stressing over clothes? I'm not. It's just strange. I agreed to be Peter Morgan's date to this wedding. OMG. The Mr. Peter Morgan? I can't believe you went out with him of all people. He's the heir to the American dynasty who owns more money than the United States Treasury. You have nothing in common. You're not out for his money and don't fit into that lifestyle at all. He can keep his money as far as I'm concerned. Perhaps asking him to stand beside me was slightly too much. I had come here for closure. Not to date, though Em's statement about me churned in my gut. I pushed my hair behind my ear. Now that sounds like you. You're going on a date with Mr. Monopoly. Not exactly. A chuckle escaped my lips. The image didn't fit. He doesn't wear a top hat. You should ask him too on this big date tonight. Is he hot like he seems in his business profile? I leaned my head on the back of the couch. Peter's dimples replayed in my mind along with his warm chocolate eyes. He's a womanizing charmer. He gets any woman he wants. Including you? Maybe. A kiss might not be enough, but then it usually was. I shook my head. No, I'm just saying he's gorgeous, sexy, and charming. He's everything I will never want. Sounds like every girl's living nightmare, all right. So you are going out with him? Why? The sarcasm wasn't lost on me, but I had no answer. I didn't want to be alone tonight, so I asked him. That hadn't sounded so pathetic. I closed my eyes. You never ask out a man. You never wanted to date again, and now here you are out with the brother of the woman who stole your fiancé? Now that was an angle I should have thought of on my own. I opened my eyes as I said, Where are you and the others, Em? We're on some tour. I am clearly not paying attention to the guide. Wish I was closer so I could come find you. We're at the same hotel now, I think. Are you staying at the Biltmore with the other wedding guests? Perfect. He hooked you up with a room so you have your friends. The penthouse wasn't so I'd be with friends. This is far nicer than my last-minute plans. You deserve the best. Colt and that wedding disaster hurt you. You're beautiful both on the inside and out. My heart warmed my chest again. You're just saying that because I'm your friend. I want you to have fun. Don't put your heart on the line to be destroyed again. Just relax and enjoy your date. I pressed my lips together. What do you mean? You love deeply and never let go. Colt's ex came back from the dead. Don't let that one thing ruin your future. And if you do let Peter into your bed, remember who and what he is. Try to keep that heart of yours out of it. Heat now expanded into all my limbs. M was truly my best friend, though sex with Peter Morgan wasn't something I could discuss. My face prickled from that thought. Who is he really, though? There is something else going on. I don't know. You met him. You're going out with him tonight. For one moment, he had me believing in the impossible. A cold shower would cure me. I did. He's guarded. One woman already wants to scratch my eyes out, but I think he's nice. Ignore the jealous girl. He's nice? It wasn't hard to believe. Yeah. You're a goner already. No, this was bad enough. I don't love easily. No, but you do love hard. Try to keep everything simple with this guy. He's not normal. Mr. Monopoly isn't someone you can take home to meet your dad. Your dad likes simple answers and wants you to date a mechanic. Truer words weren't spoken. See you soon, Em. Bye. I marched up the circular stairs and went toward a bedroom. I found my original suitcase and opened it. I placed my mother's picture on the nightstand as I always did, though I wasn't sure I'd stay. A knock on the door reverberated in the air. Peter leaning against the door right now would be all I needed to pass out on the floor. I clutched the handle, then opened it to 3 women. As I pressed my lips together, all 3 charged at me. One held a tape measure and one went for my hair as the others studied me. My legs were restless as tingles grew in my chest. One of the women said, "You'll need to wash so we can prepare you." No one prepared me, except me. My insides practically quivered as I tore myself away from them. "Who are you?" The same one said, "Hair, makeup, and clothes. We're here to ensure you are ready for tonight." Did hair, makeup, and clothes use that as their names? Peter shouldn't pay for all this. I wrung my hands. I can't do my own hair? Not like Nancy can. Nancy must be the one that had tugged at my hair a minute ago. The one that spoke must be clothes as she held the tape measure and said, "Did you pick your dress for tonight? Or was there a different designer you'd prefer we get for you? I need to ensure it's a perfect fit in every way." The boxes were lined up in the front hall. Perhaps I'd only have to spend some of my savings and might return the others. I let out a breath, though I was still a little dizzy. I've not looked. Clothes shook her head. I've hung everything in your closet. Of course she had. I rested my arms on the table beside me and gazed toward the floor. My mind is a whirlwind. Do you need us to bring in a doctor? She rushed to open the closet as she said that. Miss Clothes was too much. I held my stomach as I stood. No, I need everyone to give me a half an hour to take a shower and then come back. The 3 women nodded to each other and went to the door. Yes, miss. As soon as they left, I slammed it shut and rested on it. This dream was out of control. One night with one billionaire did not have to change everything about me. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, I sat in my office and stared at a balance sheet Jennifer had left for me to find. My fingers ran through my hair as I considered a request from a South American house for more money. The balance sheets read that this house was bought 25 years ago. The same year my mother left me. I had a tingle in my chest that this unknown expense was relevant, but my gut feeling made no sense. I tapped my hands on my desk and ignored how my gut twisted. I had never seen any Morgan Incorporated figures from this part of that country. I swallowed and wrote an email. Please send the merchandise that was held in this place to my office in Miami immediately. Whatever my father had there was so secure that it was not written on the books anywhere. I pressed my lips together and decided that the mystery would not affect my future plans for the company. I tugged at my shirt collar. Then, as I hit send, My secretary's voice rang in the air. Mr. Morgan is not to be disturbed. A disgruntled employee must be outside. I fixed my tie as I stood. I closed my laptop. I didn't remember firing anyone, but one of my managers might have. I took a sip of water as I strode out the door. My eyes widened as I stared at Belle in a pencil black skirt that clung to unknown hips in a shape most women paid for. My lips parted. Belle. She nodded her head as she had her arms crossed. Peter. I stroked my chin as I stared at her natural form. She stood with her legs parted and looked sure of herself. My muscles tightened. I had to have her. You look nice. Her voice hitched. I need to speak to you. I opened my office door wide and smiled. She reminded me of a scared animal that was on the attack at the moment, which was funny. She seemed so hard the first moment I had laid eyes on her. Of course. Please come in. She held her arms firm at her stomach as she passed first my secretary and then me without brushing against me. Is this your office? I set my jaw as she gazed out the high-rise window. Her presence alone was a challenge that I'd have to figure out. I spoke to her back as I said, Yes, this is my main office in Miami. The door clinked from the secretary's exit. Then she spun on her heels and her arms flapped to her side. The suite, the clothes, it's all too much for me. No need to be shocked. All the wedding guests are at the Biltmore. Not in a penthouse. Peter, it's entirely too much. It's not. You're my date tonight. I need to ensure you're safe. Safety doesn't include Prada. It actually does. I was in the Marines. I've led missions. I can take care of myself. I believe you. Can we call off sitting together at the wedding and go back to the friends plan? I'd prefer not to. A fluttery feeling entered my stomach as I stood near her. 'Cause if we were friends, it would be easier to tell you no. Why bother? I leaned against my desk. Belle, you know my life will be in the newspapers no matter what. Don't let trinkets stop us. Trinkets? Us? She swayed on her feet. I jumped to help her sit. She took my arm but didn't stare at me. I don't know if I can. I've never stayed in a penthouse. I'm used to camping. Enjoy the moment then. Belle, I expect the best is provided for me and I called the hotel. It's my responsibility. Enjoy the room. It's truly not a big deal. She crossed her legs and stared out the window. I'm not cut out for any of this. I smiled and scooted the chair closer to her so our knees brushed. Sure you are. Join me for lunch since you are here. Her gaze met mine. I want to return everything you bought for me. Most of the stuff wasn't even bought. They were presents from the companies that make them. Why would anyone give you women's clothes? If you wear them, it's advertising. I don't know about any of this, Peter. Her lips would taste sweet. I stared hard into her eyes. I have a business meeting with a client and his wife. If you're there, perhaps you can speak to the wife so I can get business handled. She swallowed and shook her head. Peter, I buy guns for the military. That means I test all the weapons. I am not the type of girl who entertains the wives at a dinner party. I usually begin with a question on security and end with contract terms acceptable for both the US military and Century Arms. I uncrossed my knees. The guns made her more interesting. I'd have to get my secretary to run her background. Belle, you'd be doing me a favor. I don't care what you talk about with anyone. Be yourself. That's the problem. She closed her eyes. I don't understand myself with you. I took her hands in mine and waited for her to open her gaze. You must be hungry. She didn't take her hand out of mine. She stared at my knuckles. Don't be silly. Now I had my chance. It's in your eyes. Is Belle your full name? She licked her lips. Yeah, Belle Jordan. Peter, I think we should call everything off. With a thrust of my chest, I winked. Aren't you interested in that kiss? No. She tugged her hand away and covered her mouth. I think the ocean water messed with my brain. I said there would be no kissing, and I meant it. I remember. I have to wait with you. I reached out and gently nudged her to stand and follow me. This way. She stood and took a few steps, but then pulled out of my reach. She shook her head. Peter, there has to be some other woman in your life that's more qualified. I interrupted. This isn't a job interview, Belle. It's just lunch. And dinner and swimming in the ocean with dolphins. You think too much. It's a trait we both share. She massaged the middle of her forehead. Peter wondered what she intended to do now so he could counter. Okay. Her voice grew louder as she said, It's just lunch. It's just a date. It's just hair, makeup, and clothes at the door. Peter, I work for a living and nothing is just anything. There is a reason for everything. Wow, I thought I was jaded. So? Peter, sometimes you have to let go to enjoy. I'm not good at that, I guess. I joined the Marines at age 18 and earned my degree while serving. I'm not a girly girl and have never done light chit-chat. This isn't me. I stopped and stared hard at her. My heart beat so loud in my ears. Her skin would be soft and touchable. To pretend what she said didn't dig under the skin, I leaned closer and licked my lips. Perhaps it's what makes you fascinating. You are not like the others. You used that word again. She shook her head. I guess I have. I swallowed. She pressed her lips together and I lowered my gaze to her lips. We can make this about business? If I kept this light, then she'd relax. How? I kept my hands at my sides and pretended I was my usual confident self. Perhaps I'll have you speak to my security and recommend any upgrades they might need. Her gaze shot up. I broker deals for the military, not civilians, and your company came across my desk as a cooperative effort for a military contract. You know what the best is then. Her lips would taste sweet, perhaps like red, delicious apples. Can you relax and accept? She massaged her neck. I'm all mixed up. This was it. She'd stay if she opened up a little. The flutters in my chest grew. What would help you straighten everything out without kicking me to the curb? With a half smile, she gazed into my eyes. I'd have to be comfortable near you, and I don't see that happening. Denial can be a problem. Every muscle in my body tightened, and I exhaled through my mouth. Comfortable comes from time and experience, which comes after you ask for that kiss. You don't give up. She averted her gaze and wrung her hands. And it would probably make this even worse for me. That might have pushed her too far, but I kept my chin up. I won't mention it again. You mention it all the time. She crossed her arms. And who knows, maybe you're right. My mouth moistened and my fingers ached to touch her. I brushed my hands against hers. What? She swallowed and then closed her eyes. Peter Morgan, please kiss me. A camera crew calling out, this was a setup, wouldn't have stopped me, not that anything happened. People in business suits in the lobby walked past us. I wrapped my hands in hers and led her to the empty first-floor office. Belle, come this way. She stumbled at first, but I had a grip on her. She didn't fall. I flipped on the lights and locked the door. She spun on her heels in the empty office. Where are we? I wrapped my arms around her waist and she stopped moving as heat coursed through her. Alone. I was lightheaded from the apple scent as I leaned down. Her lips parted and warmness filled me. She tasted exactly as she should. I loved apples. Belle fit perfect in my arms and I tightened my hold on her, deepening the kiss. The rest of the world faded to black. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Nothing made sense. My arms were wrapped around Peter's shoulders and I pressed my lips to his for another kiss. There was something manly and full of testosterone that made him taste far better than anyone else, including Colt. Electricity charged through my veins. He was everything a woman could ever desire in a man. A shiver rushed through me as I detangled my limbs from around his back. I sighed and swallowed. Peter, this was a mistake. He blinked, but his hands fell to his sides. A kiss? Too hot to handle kisses were not in the cards for me. I swallowed and the taste of him lingered. That was only a kiss to you? I felt fireworks and that's bad. Fireworks are bad? Yes. You're confusing. He leaned against the door. Belle, it's not bad to be attracted to each other. Every cell in my body yelled, I ought to rip my clothes off and find out what would happen next. I'd never been this carnal about any man. It wasn't like me. I averted my gaze and made my hands into fists. Not bad for you. It's a horrible idea for me. Why? The question made me glance at him. I swayed on my feet. His brown eyes were like a rich, dark chocolate that my insides quivered to taste. For one, you're Colt's brother. Yes, he'll be my brother-in-law tonight. That cannot be changed. I squared my shoulders. I fully intended to pretend Victoria and Colt never existed in my life for the next 100 years. He scratched his chin and stood straighter. I thought you forgave them. You came to this wedding for closure. I did, and then the plan was to pretend they never existed, Peter. Forgive them and forgive yourself. I had come to their wedding because the fire inside me would continue to eat at me if I stayed mad. Songs about loss and losing love were on my playlist for the next year. I had intended to have a good long wallow. Look, I'm trying, but forgiveness and seeing things thrown in my face are two different things. I hadn't moved on yet. Is there any other reason other than Victoria and Colt? Not if he continued to stare at me with those big saucer eyes. I unclenched my hands and straightened my blouse and skirt. Yes, it's more important to me that our lives don't mesh. You're a fancy dinner, and at the end of the day, I'm hot dogs, beer, and a bag of M&Ms. He tapped his finger to his lips. M&Ms? Mouth-watering, delicious kisses from that mouth of his sent a twinge down my spine. I'd not feed that craving. I fixed my hair behind my ear. The candy was created for American soldiers, so they had a sugar rush while invading Europe. I don't know anything other than war and how to prepare to fight in one. It's why I work for Century Arms. Belle, you are trembling. My legs were wobbly. This wasn't good. I widened my stance. There is more. M&Ms are one of my favorite candies. He licked his lips. And an attraction between two consenting adults means we get to live on the edge and see where the spark leads. It doesn't have to be more than that. The empty walls needed a portrait, so I could stare at it and not at him. A distraction would stop the flutters in my chest. There is something in the air that goes into my brain, and I keep seeing a flashing sign to not trust you. His cheeks blushed. I don't know what to say. Okay, I'll bend. I want to go to the wedding tonight and not let myself panic, but no more fancy gifts. He shrugged. We can have lunch? I am hungry. A whirlwind spun in my mind. I took his arm and pressed my lips together. Okay, let's go. I have luxuries at the hotel waiting for me upon my return. He unlocked the door and escorted me into the hallway. None of the business people that rushed past us noticed anything unusual. I lifted my head as we walked toward a restaurant next door. Victoria decided to open a dress shop and take over a fashion empire. Handlers for people who want her good favor send free clothes all the time. That's why you had women's clothes on speed dial. I swallowed as the staff escorted Peter to a table in the corner. But why did you tell me that now? Trust. He waited for me to sit and then sat next. Because you seem to care where the money comes from, and I don't want you to worry. The suite you're staying in is already leased to my company in case I need to fly anyone in, ever. You could have said that earlier, too. The lightheadedness I felt near Peter meant I should never drink. I gazed at the menu and not at him. Okay, so the clothes didn't cost you anything. No, I didn't spend a dime, but I want to make sure you're prepared for when people speculate about us. Would you like to look at the menu? I'd be the girl people stared at in the checkout line. A few of the faces of those celebrity photos of some of the most gorgeous people in the world also had poses of the same celebrity looking hideous. The last thing I ever wanted was to be one of them. My toes tapped on the floor. My thoughts were vain, and I intended to change this topic. I gazed up from my menu and stared at the door. I thought we were meeting someone. He reached into his back pocket and stared at his phone screen. Then he put it away and gazed into my eyes. "They aren't here." My secretary texted that they have rescheduled for coffee later. I had come to call this whole thing off with him. I half closed my menu. "So, do you want to stay?" "With you, yes." The waitress brought bread and water. I shrugged. "I'll order some sort of chicken or salmon. I need something light and not heavy if I'm to fit into something form-fitting." The waitress nodded. "I suggest the salmon, ma'am. It's wild, not farmed, and it practically falls off the fork." For this one moment, my mind cleared. I nodded. "Perfect." Peter offered the waitress a smile. I kicked the table, though he simply said, "Make that too." My cheeks pricked like I blushed as the waitress bounced away, saying, "I'll be back with your orders." Peter stared at me, and the heat in my skin grew everywhere. "So you're calm about tonight?" I gulped my entire glass of water. It didn't cool my insides. My legs were restless and almost brushed against his under the table. "I guess. Why do you want to spend all this time with me?" He broke the bread and offered me a piece. "Most people don't fascinate me." Again. What might I say that made any sense? I shook my head, but then took the bread. "Lose that word when you talk about me. I don't know what that means." He nodded. "Belle Jordan, you and I might not make sense on paper, but I don't care. Your opinion on things makes you the most unashamed and honest woman I've met in a long time." There must be a blush on my face now. I couldn't meet his gaze. "Thank you, but I'm just being myself." The waitress brought out the salmon plates and left. I dared to glance at him, and he frowned. He waited until we were alone and said, "Don't thank me." "Why not?" "There is something I should admit." I leaned against my seat. I saw how his eyebrows darted. I dropped my napkin in my lap and tilted my head. "You're a strange one. Whatever it is, just spit it out so we can keep this peace that is growing between us. You expect honesty and give it in return." A smile broke on my face, and then I covered my lips to hide it. "True. So what is it that makes you seem guilty?" "Guilty? That's not it." His gaze narrowed. "I don't know right now. You confuse me." This was perhaps the most elegant 2 dates of my life, and the pinnacle moment came tonight. I'd go through with this. Reality could wait till after the holidays. At least it's not just me then. I can toast to that. He ran his hand through his hair. "Belle, tomorrow after the wedding, there is something we have to discuss." I swallowed as tingles on my lips grew again from how he stared at me. I nodded, but then said, "The no kissing rule is back on then. There is something I have to figure out." "Deal, not unless you ask." I licked my lips, but this wasn't nearly what I wanted. Instead, I chose my fork and gritted my teeth. I used to make fun of girls who wanted all these things. Now here I am. "I'll pick you up from the hotel tonight. Will you be ready by 8? This was it. I was going. Christmas Eve for a wedding would make everything better. I blinked and let my body stilled. Then I met his gaze. Sure. My word was all I had to give. There was no going back. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The trio of hair, makeup, and clothes all rushed out of my room at 7:45. The red Valentino dress I wore might have cost more than a few months' paychecks. The Christmas-themed wedding meant I could wear this vibrant color. I had skipped the prom back in high school, so this was my big moment. I let out a giggle as I gazed out my balcony to the white lights that circled palm trees. The night air still had a tinge of warmness to it, and I stared into the distance at the waterfall and the party of people who drank on a patio with jazz music that floated to my window. Whoever those people were, they seemed to be having fun. As I made my way inside, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. I stepped closer to truly see what had happened to me. My once frizzy mop of hair was now smooth, and I almost seemed glamorous. Julia Roberts' dress in Pretty Woman seemed so old-fashioned compared to the gown Belle now modeled. The most surprising thing of all, though, was how the makeup didn't change me entirely. I saw a glimpse of myself, but all the skin flaws I sported every day were gone. I glanced at the time. Peter would be here soon. I rushed to get my phone and wish Em a Merry Christmas. I hoped she liked the selection of dresses I had sent, but I had never called to confirm. The phone rang, and a moment later, Em said, "Belle, can I keep all of these?" "Yeah, I guess." Em squealed. I sent a selfie through the phone and bit my lip. A moment later, Em said, "Oh my goodness, you will steal the bride's thunder." I backed into the wall. I should change then. "Don't you dare. She stole your fiancé and then invited you to witness it. Let him eat his heart out." I ran my hand over my hair. I didn't want to knot anything and ensured my fingers didn't mess anything up too badly. Colt loves Victoria. I don't hate people for following their hearts. Even though it ripped yours out and then sent it through a blender? I rubbed my temples and closed my eyes. Did it? If it did, how did I wind up here? You had me as your best friend for one. I covered my lips, but then whispered how I felt. True. Em, my heart is racing. Why? The concern made my heartbeat echo louder. I closed my eyes. 'Cause Peter will be here in a moment. Your big date with the billionaire who is on track to be one of the first trillionaires? My eyes widened and I couldn't even blink. What? I read a Wall Street Journal article on him today. I'll come over for a selfie with you both. Don't ignore me. I would never. My stomach nodded. And thanks for making me jitterier. Don't you dare. You look like you could handle a trillionaire tonight. A dress and a hairstyle didn't change who I was on the inside. I clenched my hands and leaned on a table. I'm a fraud. No more than any other woman there tonight, hoping to catch his attention. I pushed myself off the table and fumbled with my pocketbook. Why am I doing this? I should be at the table with you and the boys. Me and the boys will get a glimpse of you all dressed up. We're excited to see your hot date. A calmness took hold of my body. I unclenched my hands and sat on the couch. My life is so not its norm right now. I am glad you're around, even if we have missed each other. Just don't fall in love. The words fell out of my mouth without a filter. I don't have a heart, remember? If I did, I'd be devastated and not here, at this wedding. Or you like pretending you don't. I sat straight, but then a knock rang in the air. I glanced at the clock, and it read exactly 8 o'clock. I stood. Em, I have to go. I'll see you tonight. Friends were a good reality check. My knuckles cracked as I crossed the floor to the door. Perfect. I'll see you then. I ended the call and threw the phone in my pocketbook. Perhaps I shouldn't answer holding my bag, but there was no place to lay it down. I clutched it and threw open the door. Peter stood there in a gray tuxedo and held a box in his hands. My fingers itched to grab his collar and tug him into my room for a long kiss. I shook off the visual. Lightheadedness remained, though I tried to steady my feet. You look nice, Peter. He lifted the box in his hand. You need a few more things. Clearly, our thoughts didn't align, which was good. The no kissing rule had to stay for now. I licked my lips and stared at the box that obviously held jewelry. We agreed no more presents that make me uncomfortable. He opened the box and diamonds glittered brighter than the moon outside my window. Then tonight, when we're done, give them back to me. Consider this a loan. I swear you are looking for my price tag. If you are, jewels and clothes aren't it. What would be? I don't know. Opening your heart and being vulnerable. Peter followed me into the suite larger than my apartment at home. You drive a hard bargain. You have no idea. The lightness moved to my chest as I fingered the diamond necklace. It was thicker than anything I'd ever worn. Tomorrow we can have brunch? He shoved the box into my hand. I blinked. Why would you want to meet me tomorrow? You know why. That's right. You had to tell me something. Adrenaline rushed through me. Or you could skip the anticipation and anxiety and tell me now. No, tomorrow is better. Tonight's my sister's wedding. I stared at the inside cover of the box and recognized the name. Harry Winston. Fair enough, though honesty is always the best policy. Your world and mine are different. I find very few honest people in the world. I needed a mirror for the clasp. Give me a minute. As I walked away, I saw how his shoulders slumped. I fastened the earrings and attempted to clasp the necklace. The latch didn't work, and Peter's strong fingers brushed against my neck as he locked the necklace. My face had tinges of red in it from a blush, so I turned from the mirror and stared into his sexy brown eyes. The smell of oak and the tingle of his kiss earlier made every cell in my body alive. How does it look? Perfect. As I stared into his gaze, I saw a kaleidoscope of color. I turned my head toward the ground. Then Peter lifted his elbow. Give me your arm. My arm wrapped around his arm and followed him to the door. As he opened it, I swallowed. Okay, Peter, I'm scared, and I'm never scared of any situation. At some point, we're all out of our natural element. He slowed his pace. You'll be fine, though. You're a tough-as-nails Marine who saved the groom's life, remember? I wasn't wearing anything like I am tonight. Underneath, you are the same. Glad you think so. I pressed for the elevator button. This honesty I had near him was like I had no filter. I should. He was supposed to be reserved and a womanizer, yet I couldn't stop. I sighed. I don't want to make a fool of myself tonight. He led me inside the elevator as the sound of jazz music grew louder. My heart hammered with the sound of the saxophone as he said, "It's a wedding. Once we get inside, all eyes are on the bride." Good. A kiss would send me right into orbit. I pressed my lips together to not say that. You're right. And you did promise to dance with me, so that should be fun. The elevator dinged as I lifted my eyebrows. I agreed to be your date. We didn't say dancing. His wink was hypnotic. It's part of being my date. Tomorrow always comes. I'd live for today. I suppose the agreement can be amended. Always contracts and agreements with you. Let's have fun. As we crossed through the lobby and I stayed on his arm, the mouths of people around us fell open. Despite how I thought something was going on with him, I let my guard down. I turned to stare at his profile. People are staring. You're beautiful. It happens to women like you. The prettiest words. I knew better than to let fantasy mess with my reality, but I licked my lips. Hardly. Just hold my hand and let's get to the limo. He lowered his arm and took my hand. His fingers laced with mine and my heart thumped. For one night, I dropped my guard. He was right that I never let myself have fun. He said, "This way." My breath hitched as I scooted inside the limo. He slid in seamlessly after me. Peter. What? Impulses couldn't be stopped at the moment. I came closer to him as the driver took off. My hand brushed against his face as I said, "I'm going to kiss you on the cheek, but don't take it as anything more than that." My lips met his skin and melted me. With him, I felt safe and in a home I'd never had. I slumped into my seat and tried to stare out the window. His hand landed on top of mine. I stopped believing women like you existed. Like me. How? Good, honest, trustworthy types. I never met many, and the ones I do meet are usually already married. Words were not supposed to melt me. I had to remember I had no heart, so I shouldn't be like this. My knees knocked against his thigh as I stared at him. Stop hanging out with women that pretend to be anything you want. His mouth fell open. How do you know that's what happens? I'm usually called over-opinionated, or much worse when someone doesn't like my opinions, but you seem to find them interesting. Belle Jordan, you're nothing like I expected. I wasn't like myself with him. I was softer. This was strange. What did you expect of me? A jealous, woman-hating military brat who would shoot my sister on sight for what happened. I crossed my arms. You clearly don't know enough about the people who are in the military? Peter, most people there have hearts that are so big they wish to protect the rest of us. I will host a charity event in your honor for veterans on New Year's then. I dropped my arms to my side, and his hand found mine again almost immediately. Electricity ran through my veins. What? I'd like you to spend the rest of the holidays with me. I covered my lips. This was too much. Peter, I don't know what to say. Say yes. Let me think about it. The echoes of an orchestra played with my heartstrings. I stared into his brown eyes and then averted my gaze. Something tore at me to not trust him, and another part of my heart whispered to bend. My friend M and the other boys from the Marines will be here tonight. Colt's friends, I imagine. His fingers squeezed mine. I'm with you, and that's all that matters. The limo stopped near a red carpet. At least I'd blend with the floor. I licked my lips as the limo driver said, "We're here." Peter didn't open the door. He stared at my lips. I tingled and wished for another kiss. He licked his lips and then said, "Belle, you know you want to. Will you stay and spend New Year's with me?" That wasn't enough time. Why don't we get that brunch tomorrow and discuss it then? Fair enough. He opened the door and lights flashed. This was what happened to almost trillionaires, I supposed. I squared my shoulders. Let's get inside. As I latched onto his arm, people swarmed us to take photos. The lights blinded me, and I leaned on him to get away from the crowd. As the doors closed behind us, I tried to see. All I remembered from that last minute was the sense of being home in Peter's arm. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. The wedding of my ex-fiancé should never be fun. I found my seat, and 2 state senators swarmed to gather around me, and the governor introduced himself. Peter excused himself to go find his sister and walk her down the aisle. I nodded at everyone until I realized I sat in front of the former president of the United States. My job in Washington never had me in front of the important people. I held on to the pew so I'd stay on my feet. The entrance music for the bride started, and I stared at the aisle. First, Colt came out with John, Peter's brother, who stood right next to him at the front of the church. All gazes returned to the back and waited for Vicky to make her grand appearance, though she stared at Colt. My heart felt nothing. He was my friend first, and his smile said he was happy. I swallowed and stared at the bride again. Jennifer, the woman who had confronted me at the party the other night, passed me in the aisle. Our gazes met, and I assumed she knew Peter well. It was the gleam in her eye and the coldness that rushed through me that gave it away. I took a deep breath and saw the next woman walk out. John's wife, Alice, had a smile that would start the 4th of July fireworks. I hugged my stomach. I'd never been as happy as that woman was. Then the march began. My mouth fell open as I stared at how Peter walked with his sister. The blonde, blue-eyed woman's gaze stayed on Colt, but I couldn't blink at the bride for more than a second. Peter Morgan was handsome. Butterflies grew in my stomach as he passed me. This was a dream. He then took a spot on the altar next to John. The bride and groom held hands, and the priest spoke about love. My mouth watered as I stared at Peter's lips. Part of me wanted to give in and let myself see where the spark inside me would lead. I was old enough, though my mind clouded with the thought that I should hold off until he confessed whatever it was he planned to tomorrow. There was something I hadn't put my finger on yet that mattered. As I sat, I crossed my legs. The governor said, "Is it true you represent Century Arms?" "It is. I work on the Hill for them and secure the best possible weapons for our military. Not the type of girl I expect to see with Mr. Morgan. Peter's a smart man." Another reminder that we didn't match. I nodded, but then my gaze returned to Peter. He stared at me, and my entire body seemed to float in air. The priest then said, "You may now kiss the bride." I licked my own lips and stared at Peter. Tonight, I'd ask for the kiss and more. Caution was for every other day of my life. The bride and groom raced down the aisle and people clapped. I lost sight of Peter in the rush. Everyone filed out of the church, so I followed the crowd. A moment later, Jennifer stood at my side. "I see you and Peter are still talking to each other." This woman clearly had intentions. I hardened my stance. "It's not your business." Jennifer whispered in my ear, "Peter has issues being faithful. It's why I moved on." I stepped away from being that close to her. I crossed my arms and protected my personal space. So you and he are no longer together? Jennifer winked. He has money, but he has trust issues with women. You'll find out. My foot tapped and it echoed on the church floor. Thank you for your advice. Talk to you later. Jennifer invaded my personal space as she leaned closer. Don't give him your heart. He'll break it and not look back. At the party, Jennifer had been with another guy. I shook my head. I should go find my friends. It was nice talking to you again, Jennifer. Jennifer, Rafe is looking for you. Peter's arm brushed against my back, and I turned toward him. Is everything okay here? Perfect. Again, those butterflies grew inside me as I stared at his profile. He wrapped his arms around my waist and dragged me away from Jennifer. You still smell like apples. I smell like apples? I sniffed the air and didn't smell anything fruity. All I smelt was his woodsy scent. As we crossed the threshold and stood on the church steps outside in the sun, Peter dropped his hand from my waist and took my hand. Let's head to the reception. I'm looking forward to that dance. Right now, I'd agree to anything. I licked my lips. My heart echoed in my chest that I needed to seize today. Peter, whenever you feel the moment, if you feel it, that is, I would like for you to kiss me again tonight. His lips parted, and he led me back inside the church. Others filed past us, and Peter stopped to nod his head in hello. He kept the pace as best he could and said, Come this way. My cheeks tingled as we maneuvered in the mob. Yeah. He led me inside a small side door where the noise of the hallway lessened. Adrenaline pumped in my veins now, but it shifted a pang in my heart as I stared at his broad shoulders. Why do you say that when we're in a crowd? Makeup, hairspray, and every other type of female product lay around the room. My gaze narrowed. Where are we? He wrapped his arms around my sides again, and every cell in my body came alive. The bridal suite. My sister's gone now. My lips puckered, and I inhaled his manly scent. Why? His mouth was less than a fraction of an inch from mine. I wanted to kiss you in private. Something inside me burst as I kissed him. My hands wrapped around his waist, and it felt like I flew to a different planet. My heart soared. He rested his head on the top of mine and hugged me. Our heartbeats were all that I heard. The church sounded quiet and undisturbed outside the door now. Despite how I wanted to take him to my hotel and have my way with him, I sighed. Let's get going. His hand brushed against the fabric of my dress. If I had my way, he'd take the whole outfit off me, but that was silly. Now was not a good time. He licked his lips as I detangled myself. I'd like to stay here with you. You can't. Responsibilities mattered, and my brain screamed at me not to trust him. Not yet. My heart constricted and I let go. I straightened my dress and checked my hair. I'm sure you have to dance with your sister. Can I ask a personal question? He nodded and adjusted his own tuxedo. Sure. Once I settled my appearance, I took his arm. If he didn't trust women, the problem likely stemmed from his childhood. What happened to your mother? His entire body stiffened. She left us. The thunder in my heart slowed my step. I massaged his arm as I knew I found his emotional sore spot. What? We went outside again, and we were the only ones left in the church. He led me down a path. Before Vicky turned 1, Mom walked away. We never saw her again. I covered my lips. That's horrible. He shrugged. What about your parents? Are they still alive? I had figured my turn was next and that he'd want to change the topic. I started the conversation. We followed a gravel pathway that led to a patio made of stone. Servants wore white jackets and people were already on the dance floor. My dad is on a cruise with my stepmother. He patted my hand as if offering me comfort. He was sweet as he asked, "And your mother?" I brushed my hair behind my ear. She died. I'm sorry. The low softness of his voice said he meant it. I swallowed. Peter Morgan was the opposite of what he said about himself. I licked my lips. Why? I don't remember her. For a long time, it was just the two of us. We walked up a few stone steps and joined the party. A waiter offered us champagne on a platter. "It sounds like you like your father." Jennifer glared at us, and I turned my head so I wouldn't see her. The last thing I needed was doubt. I kept my hand on Peter's arm. He did his best with me. Peter walked us to a table and set the drinks on there. I let go of my glass so he could do the same with mine as he said, "My father did what was in his own best interest." My lips parted. That's horrible to say. Peter's lips curled as he stared over my head. It's true. Everyone says I'm just like him. He raised me to be. My heart echoed in my chest. I didn't know your dad. How am I supposed to see you? Self-serving, controlling, vengeful, manipulating, ruthless, and cunning. Absolutely untrue. I licked my lips. Peter Morgan, you are way too hard on yourself. He hugged my waist. His hands on mine distracted me. I like that you say that. I wrapped my arms around him and squeezed. You're a good man. One day I'll have to prove it to you. He stepped forward and I shifted away. For now, can I have that dance? I twirled out of a hug and followed him. Absolutely. The soft sounds of an orchestra played in the fading sunlight. The nighttime would be here soon. Then all that would be left was the two of us. Right now, I spun in his arms and that was all that mattered. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The stars were out in full force, along with the Christmas-themed lights on the patio. My sister's wedding went off as a success, just as a princess would have desired. I led Belle toward my table and went to find my sister at the appointed hour for our brother and sister dance. As the oldest, I'd escort her, but as I went to find Vicky, my gaze stayed on Belle. She sat still as the music played. My sister elbowed me and then took my hand. We walked together to the middle of the dance floor. People stood to take pictures as I led my sister into a waltz. She licked her lips. Do you like Belle? I tightened my frame and glanced at Belle. She spoke to the old senator. Then I gazed at my sister. Vicky, she is different. Her eyebrows lifted. How? I swallowed and the words just came out. I haven't figured out her price. She's honest, forthright, and unlike any other woman I've ever kissed. You kissed her? I jerked her in the move. I can't believe I said that. My sister pinched me. I don't care about the percent in the company and that stupid bet you made. I want you to find a girl who can make your life happy. This wasn't what we should discuss. My collar felt tight. The bet made my stomach turn as I thought about it. I am happy. She pressed on my back to ensure I didn't fall out of step. No, you are not. You can be obstinate. You spent so much time with our father, and we were all scared you'd follow his path. I was too much like my father. My stomach hardened. What did you think I'd do? She smiled at me. Ruin people's lives. Marry someone you can control. Tell your children how to live their lives. Force your will upon them, no matter how much they disagreed. Basically repeat our childhood. All the reasons anyone like Belle should not be with me. That was why I didn't sleep much. You thought that about me? Then Vicky's chin trembled, but she tightened her grip. I was afraid of that for you, but I never gave up on you. You're my brother, and you watched out for me. I didn't do enough. The music ended. I escorted her as people cheered. Then the music changed, and Colt led his mother to the dance floor. I held my sister's hand so we could watch this part of the marriage custom. I pressed my lips together. I'm sure you meant well, but right now I feel like dirt. She waved for our other brother. My cheeks felt warm as she said, Dirt doesn't feel, and you're part of my family. If Belle is as wonderful as you say, then don't let her go. Again, I glanced at my table, and 3 men who worked for me circled Belle. My muscles stiffened. Thanks. Vicky glanced in the direction I had stared. I saw clearly that she had understood as our brother approached. "John, come here." Colt was half done with his dance with his mother. "Tell Peter you want to forget about the bet so he can date Belle for real." My jaw dropped. "Tell her what?" "You can tell her that you like her." Vicky shrugged. John crossed his arms. "Wait, what?" Vicky nodded her head to get our brother to agree. "He likes her, only he's having a hard time because of the bet." She had the tactics of our father, too. I tugged on my ear and deliberately didn't glance at Belle for more than a second. Another man joined her at the table, and they all laughed at something she said. John didn't notice anything and stared at me. "Are you sure? Or if we say to forget it, will he drop her off at the airport tomorrow and never see her again?" That was an idea. I licked my lips. Belle might be better off without me, and she must have her price. I'd eventually see it. Either way, she deserved better than to be the subject of this bet nonsense. She'd hate me. My jaw was clenched, and I had a slight pain. "I'll send the papers over in the morning to give Vicky 10% of the stocks. I don't want to go near Belle again under false pretenses." Vicky's hands went to her hips. "I won't accept." "John, tell Peter to forget about the stupid bet and that he can date Belle." I tugged my sister's hands to lower her stance. She was the bride. John then nodded. "Of course. Peter, we wanted you with a good woman. We're happy for you. Bring her over to our house Christmas afternoon for lunch." Now that the bet was over, my heart lifted in my chest. I swallowed and said, "I'll ask her. And thanks." As I walked away and my sister went to dance with her new husband, I stared at Belle. I hadn't intended to take her anywhere. The men around her all cleared a path for me. Belle then grinned at me as I slumped into the seat beside her. I glanced at the other men, and they all took off. Belle's lips parted as she noticed, but then she stared at me. She tilted her head and said, "You spent a lot of time with your family. Are you okay?" The promise I had made swam in my head. I scooted my seat closer to her as I said, "What are you doing tomorrow?" "Brunch with you." She blinked but didn't move. "Plus my friend Em and I want to go shopping." I unclenched my hands and brushed my arm against hers. Electricity surged in me. "John is having a Christmas party in the afternoon. I'd like you to be my date." She covered her parted lips with her hand. "What about Em?" "Good." She must have agreed. Belle was impulsive. My heartbeat grew stronger. "Is she single?" Her gaze narrowed. "Yeah. Why?" There was nothing to worry about. I licked my lips. "There will be single men, most with wealth. I'll make sure she's introduced to everyone." She crossed her arms and brushed against me. "Em's not interested in a man for his wallet size. She's like me. Everyone has a price." The thought hit me hard and I flinched. I hadn't quite figured Belle out yet. I cupped my chin and leaned closer. The smell of apples grew and whet my appetite. "This is why I find you so attractive. You think everyone is good and kind." She dropped her hands to her side but didn't push me away. She swept a piece of hair behind her ear. "She's my friend. I know her." I shrugged and leaned away from her. "Then you'll come and let her enjoy herself. If she hates all of them, we'll send her to a dive, and she can meet poor men to her heart's content." My brother John and his wife Alice both flashed me the thumbs up sign. My skin heated as Alice said, "Bets are for children. I can't believe you'd do that, John." They began to weave through the crowd closer to us. I licked my lips. Belle might hate me if she found out, and I never should have made a bet about her price. I had to act fast. I stood and held out my hand. "Does that mean you won't dance with me again?" John and Alice were closer. My heartbeat grew erratic, but then Belle squeezed my arm as she stood. "Of course I will, but your sister is getting ready to throw the bouquet." I turned and saw my sister motioning with the bouquet. "All the single ladies, please step forward." My hands brushed against her side as she walked away. I said, "Come back soon." Belle hid her smile and walked into the crowd of women on the dance floor. My brother and his wife were close. As I turned to sit, Jennifer bumped into me. I swallowed as she whispered in my ear, "Are you enjoying your little date?" My heart skipped. Not long ago, Jennifer was all I had. Again, I glanced at Belle as she hung toward the back. She had no intention of catching the flowers. I inhaled, but her apple scent was quickly replaced with perfume. I grimaced. She's different than anyone I've ever met. Jennifer practically purred like a cat as she stepped in front of me to block my view of Belle. "Peter, I was hoping, after all the hoopla is over, that you might take me to Paris. We can get coffee in that cafe we liked." Those had been the dreams of when I hoped she loved me, but it never worked. Her hands pressed against mine, but I pulled my hand away. "Jennifer, you have a boyfriend." "He's not..." No, I didn't need to know. So I interrupted. "I am happy for you. You should go and catch the bouquet with the rest of them." Thankfully, my brother and Alice came. I instantly shook my brother's hand. "Peter, what's happening?" John asked. "Is she gone?" I mouthed to Alice. She nodded and I took a deep breath. She caught me by surprise. Alice peeked around me and smiled. Belle caught the bouquet. "What?" I turned to see Belle. She stood there with her mouth open and her skin was alabaster white. "Belle's perfect. Go, talk to you later." I walked toward Belle and then picked her up and spun her around. Belle pressed her head into my chest for a second and the smell of apples came back. Her natural beauty outshone everyone here. After everyone clapped for Belle, the music started again. Couples came forward to dance. I held out my hand and offered to dance with her. She held the bouquet in the hand she placed on my upper arm. "The rest of the night, I'm all yours, Belle. All my duties are complete." She averted her gaze and stared out at the ocean beyond the stone patio. I twirled her around, unsure what she thought. Then she said, "As you were dancing, another senator slipped me his card and told me to fit him into my schedule once Congress is back in session." She must be shy right now. I held her in the dance and spun her around. "That's great." She swallowed. "Were you talking to Jennifer?" Caught. Jennifer knew too many secrets of mine to ever ignore. I sucked in my breath at the question about my ex-girlfriend. She came over. Her big brown eyes then met mine and she never blinked. "And?" I tightened my hands in the frame of the dance. "I told her I was happy with you." With a lift of her chin, her gaze had the ability to silence a schoolboy or anyone that crossed her path. That must have gone over like a bag of rocks. "I don't understand." I twirled her again. She didn't back down from what she had to say. "Jennifer reminded me that you don't trust easy, but I think she wants you." Jennifer is the past, and that's it. Belle's brown eyes didn't blink, and that was the truth. Jennifer had never loved me. I swallowed and finished. She was in my life when I didn't want to feel anything. That emotion and I are acquainted. Her eyebrow lifted. "And now? What's different in your life?" Belle seemed like she intended to fight me if I answered wrong. I flashed her a smile. "I'm here, with you, and there is no competition." Her face softened. I swallowed. At least she didn't demand my allegiance. I might have given it to her. I almost lost my step. Then she stood on her tiptoes, tugged my shoulder closer to her, and whispered in my ear, "Take me home." I licked my lips. Belle Jordan might be the best or the worst woman in my life at the moment. Not that I had anyone else on my radar. She took my breath away. She stared at me like I was an idiot. I lingered too long. To cover, I said, "What did you have in mind?" She rubbed the base of her neck near her chest. The music stopped. "The wedding is basically over. It's time to go now." Of course. I led her off the dance floor and we walked in silence to the door. No one stopped us. As we exited through the glass doors that led to the front of the building and toward the limo, Belle squeezed my arm. "And Peter, one more thing." I slowed my pace. I swallowed. "What?" she said, almost in a whisper. "I'll want another kiss. I was jealous. Outside, people spoke on the veranda and waited in groups. I wrapped my arm around her waist to ensure she stayed near, and then said, "No one else will be in the room, mentally or physically, when I kiss you again." She winked. Deal. It might have been her wink. She was charming and forthright, and nothing about her seemed false. She was unlike any woman I'd ever met. Luckily, the bet was over now, and she would never be hurt. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The moment the limo door closed, the sound ricocheted through me. I folded my hands in my lap. I swallowed as he scooted closer to me. Silence clung in the air until the driver pressed on the gas. I tilted my head and saw how Peter stared at me. My stomach melted like butter. I held my hands firmer and asked, "Is what Jennifer said about you true?" His gaze narrowed. "What did she say about me?" No holding back. I rubbed the back of my neck. "She told me you have trust issues that keep you from committing." His eyes widened. "I don't think any woman should want to be with me long term. I'm pretty damaged." This fit with what I thought, but I held my hands firm on my lap. "How can you think that?" He nodded. "Most people want the money I can provide for them. If it's not money, it's something else. Everyone has a price." I don't believe that. My price might be that I wanted a night I'd never forget. I licked my lips. "Even if it's true, how does that make you feel?" He lowered his gaze. "I don't want to talk about me." Seduction had never been my thing, and we were in a limo. The driver had seemed nice, but he could hear me. I kept my voice soft. "I do. I'm interested in you, Peter." "Why?" He brushed his hand against mine. "'Cause I act different with you. You make me feel something, and I like it." I swallowed and tried to glance away. Then he asked, "Did you intend to marry Colt because you felt something too?" Direct hit on his part. My lips parted. I almost married Colt because I trusted him. Like you, I don't trust many people, but once people prove themselves as honorable, I open up. "How can you say that? He left you for another woman?" But I knew he loved Victoria before we ever dated. His hand went on top of mine. My heartbeat raced as he asked, "And you were okay with that?" We thought she was dead. These questions weren't going to lead me where I wanted to go. I swallowed. It wasn't wrong to want fun tonight and not have expectations. I massaged my neck and said, I thought he was grieving for someone he could never have again, and that I could help heal him. His gaze narrowed. "So you tried to fix him?" I leaned forward and then rubbed his arm that held me. "I guess. I'm clearly not in love with him, if I am here with you." His Adam's apple bobbed as he asked, "Are you sure?" My hands continued to stroke his arms. "During the ceremony, my eyes were glued on you. I don't know how much surer you want me to be. Now I've answered your questions. Can you answer mine?" His skin grew goosebumps too. I kept that to myself. His gaze lowered and he stared at my lips. "What was that?" "Take me, right here. Right now, begged to be said." I opened my mouth, but then I asked, "How does people using you for money make you feel? Does that make you trust less?" His face darkened. I swallowed. Sirius was not going to get him to go to bed with me tonight. He then massaged my knee. "We all use each other to get what we want out of life. I happen to be good at getting others to agree with whatever I want, and I get a good price. It was what my father taught me." A simple brush of his skin on mine sent me into overdrive. "Are you like Scrooge in the old story and willing to let Tiny Tim die?" "No, I don't want to be heartless and cold." He leaned closer and was only inches from my face. "All my employees are offered full health insurance, even the part-timers." Insurance had never set me on fire before. I sat back and lowered my gaze. "And your last relationship, Jennifer? What did you get from you?" It wasn't a relationship. She knew where we stood. He rubbed his chin as the limo stopped. He got out and held his hand for me to join him. I scooted out the same door and took his offer. He moved my hand to his arm as he led me inside. Plus, she was Vicky's friend. She was the only one left that knew my sister and checked on me. She was someone I understood and could be safe with. Everyone had believed Victoria dead. I inhaled, and the sweet scent made my lips water. I sighed. Where was John? No one stopped us in the lobby. We walked arm in arm. Peter said, "In the FBI. He hated me too." I tugged on my ear. This was too deep. I'd have to figure out how to ask him to kiss me again. At least I hadn't told him not to, so this time he might kiss me on his own. "We don't have to talk about family anymore. I can see it clearly hurts you. Nothing hurts me." My eyebrows lifted and a smile widened on my face. Is that a dare? His dimples grew as he pressed the elevator button. "No, you have better aim than most." I squeezed his arm. "I never stopped training, even after I left the Marines. You should give yourself credit. You clearly stay in shape, Morgan." As the elevator opened, I went inside to the sweet sound of a guitar playing a romantic medley. He followed me in and he took my hand. "Morgan? Are we using last names now, Jordan?" "It's what everyone else calls me at work." His arms leaned on both sides of the elevator around me. A hunger grew inside me. I panted and said, "Just you and Em and, well, everyone at the wedding seems to remember my name is Belle." His lips almost brushed against mine. The elevator dinged and we stopped on my floor. He lowered his arms and then massaged the back of his neck. "Why did your parents name you that?" I followed him into the small hallway outside my door. This night didn't need to end. I licked my lips. I think my mom was into Disney, or she basically knew it was French for beauty. She must have had wishes for me. He stared at me. My skin tingled with anticipation. Tonight I ignored the doubts that plagued my mind and focused on him. "You're wistful. You must have had a mother you loved. And I broke my promise to you." My eyes widened. "What promise?" He shrugged. "We weren't going to discuss family anymore, were we?" As I opened the door with my electric key, I stared into his eyes. This couldn't be the end. I swallowed. "It's okay, as long as you intended to kiss me before we depart." "You can invite me into your room, Belle?" Finally. This night was going my way. This was the night of no regrets. I pushed the door wider and pointed toward the living room. "Yes, you're right. I can. Come in for a moment." His hand brushed against mine as he did as I wanted. "You are nothing like anyone I've met." I closed and locked the door behind me. Is that a bad thing? His arms circled my waist and his body brushed against mine. Absolutely not. Can I kiss you now? I closed my eyes and puckered my lips. I'm counting on it. A fraction of a second later, his hard lips suckled on mine. My hands ran through his thick, coarse hair. He was perfect. My toes curled. As he ended the kiss, he smiled and held me tight. "You even taste like apples." That was new. No one ever said I smelled sweet like anything. "You have a strange thing about that fruit in me." His quick head nod made him adorable. "I guess I do." He then took a step, and I thought he intended to leave. I jumped forward to grab his arm. "Don't go." "Are you sure, Belle?" "Yes. No, maybe." Tonight with him didn't need to end. I needed more. I nuzzled his neck. "Please stay." He swallowed, then wrapped his arms around me. "Belle, I never want to disappoint you." I whispered. "Then we'll not think about anything else other than tonight." "We make no promises." He closed his eyes and then planted soft kisses on my nose, cheeks, and lips. "You're the type that expects far more than I can give." I'd be his. Tonight was ours. Tonight is just that and nothing more. He froze. "One question." Whatever he wanted. "Yes." Then he asked, "Will you be my New Year's date this year?" Perhaps he was under some sort of spell too. He didn't understand the one-night-only offer, but perhaps I might extend it for a vacation. I licked my lips. "Okay, I'll stay." His hands ran down my spine and every cell inside me was stimulated awake. He asked, "Is this okay?" "Yum. More. I want everything." "You're fascinating. Remember what I said about that word?" "Got it." He turned off the lights. Every part of me was alive as his hands brushed against my breasts to take my hand. I focused on our heartbeats, which were in sync. He was everything I had ever wanted. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. A fireplace crackled in my ears. I swallowed. My naked body was still warm and tangled with Peter's. This was so unlike me. I sniffed the air, and his oak scent overwhelmed me. Another snap in the air caught my attention. I lifted my head and gazed out the door. My stare stopped as I saw that Peter's big, brown eyes were wide awake. He nodded at me and said, "Merry Christmas." There was no use pretending last night hadn't happened. For the next few days, I'd live like nothing mattered. I licked my lips. He was so well built, everywhere. A prickle of my cheeks made me think I blushed again. I straightened my spine. "Merry Christmas back at you, Peter." He pointed to my nightstand. "Is this picture of your mother?" "Yes, I like to travel with her. I take her everywhere I go." "You have her face." "No, she's far prettier." "Don't put yourself down." He rolled on top of me. My body was so slick from our 5 times last night. I left my hands above my head and didn't struggle. "I have something for you." I covered my lips. A tremble inside me grew as he smiled at me. I licked my lips. There was no time for presents. "I don't have anything for you. I didn't know we'd do this." He handed me a thin, narrow box. My heart raced. What happened between us wasn't about clothes, and he hadn't had any time to buy anything. Nothing else would fit in the box, though. I bit my lip and opened the box. Wrapping paper covered something hard. I let out a breath as I stared at a picture of us dancing together last night. "How did you print this?" "I told the photographer to wrap it and deliver it your hotel. I heard the knock and you were sleeping. I hope you like it." "It's thoughtful." I dropped my hands to my side. "Peter, you didn't have to. I seriously didn't get you anything." "I can think of presents I'd like from you." He inched the sheets lower. "One more peek at your naked body would be the best present." Now wasn't the time to be shy. He'd already had his hands all over me. I held steady and nodded. Then unwrapped the sheets off me. His eyes lit up like he was a boy on Christmas morning as I brushed my fingers against his 5 o'clock shadow. I then kissed his nipples, one at a time. "You're perfect." A giggle escaped my lips as I arched to let him touch me again. "I have the same parts every woman on Earth has." He sat beside me, but our legs stayed entwined. He ran his hand through my hair. "It's the whole package, Belle. It's your sexy skin, sexy lips, the words that come out of them, and how you radiate warmth from your very soul." My heart lifted. I believed every word. "Peter, sometimes you are a poet." "Only for you." He ran his hands through my hair now. "And never tell anyone." "Fair deal." This seemed so unlike me. The lightness inside my chest sent something peaceful and wonderful throughout my entire body. I giggled. "How do I radiate anything?" His fingers brushed against my cheek. "It's because you're real." My heartbeat increased as I stared into Peter's eyes. I licked my lips and asked, "That's what drove you to me then?" He flinched. "What's that?" This wasn't a marriage proposal. My pulse quickened, but I pressed ahead with the topic. "You clearly spend all your time with fake everything. It left you vulnerable and seeking someone like me." A smile grew on his face, though he shook his head. Then his lips came closer to mine. There she is, the woman who is not afraid to be in my arms. His muscles pressed against me sent butterflies throughout my stomach still. I closed my eyes and smelled his woodsy scent. "You're impossible, Peter Morgan." His fingers brushed against my hair. "Only with you." Finally, he pressed his lips to mine and kissed me. My arms wrapped around his shoulders and I sighed. He was perfect in some ways. My toes curled until he ended the brief kiss. My entire body heated again as he then wrapped his arms around my waist to spoon with me. I ran my hands down his tight arm as I said, "Good. I'm happy it's only with me. Otherwise, your business would be terribly run." His laugh was deep and infectious. He was the perfect Christmas present. I stared out the window at the gorgeous sunrise. "Will you come to the hospital with me and then later home? To my house?" I twirled to stare into his eyes. If he was sick, then we never should have slept together. I took his hands in mine. "Why the hospital?" His fingers entwined with mine. "It's a tradition, and I'd like your help this year." Tradition? Peter spent Christmas every year in a hospital? I pressed my lips together and asked, "What are we doing there?" He ran his hands up and down my back. Tingles grew everywhere. Ensuring the families in the hospital can all afford their medical bills. Now was not the time for more sex. I sat and took the sheets with me as I smiled. "See, you are a good guy." He sat beside me and ran his hand through his hair. "No, I'm not. It's something I've always done, but it doesn't make me good. I get a tax rebate for the charity. What does your family do to celebrate today?" I squeezed his shoulders. Then I stood and stretched my arms. "Nothing now, or I wouldn't be here with you." He stood as well and grabbed his pants from the floor. "What did you do for Christmas that made you happy?" Unashamed, I picked up the remnants of my bra and underwear off the floor. The dress hung on the chair, so I hadn't ruined the most expensive outfit I'd ever touched. I smiled to myself. "After presents?" He left the room. I held my bra over my chest as I inched out of the second-floor master bedroom. Peter crossed the living room and then picked up packages. He carried a few boxes stacked on top of each other, and she slipped into the bedroom again. She made it to the adjoining bathroom as Peter returned and dropped the bags on the bed. Yes, after presents. Those were not presents for me. I knew better. I wrapped the robe around myself and came back. Then I rubbed my head and asked, "What's this?" "Answer my question." The boxes held my gaze. I sat on the bed and stared at them. Dad would make the best hot chocolate in the world. Then we'd sit by the fireplace and he would read me a book. Then we ate some store-bought meal he brought home that tried to recreate a traditional family meal that you see in the movies. Christmas night was always movie night. He covered his mouth, and I didn't understand what happened. He then said, "You'll be disappointed with what's inside these, Belle." "What is it?" He shook his head and pushed one of the boxes toward me. "You can open it. They are all for you." I swallowed, unsure what happened. Then I unwrapped the box and said, "It's clothes." He crossed his arms. "It's options to wear to the hospital." No one ever bought me options for outfits. I wasn't and never would be bought. I stood up. "We agreed, Peter. I have my own clothes." He nodded his head like he understood. "My secretary and my sister decided to send them. Don't feel obligated." "Do all your dates get this treatment?" "I don't normally take my dates to meet my family." It was Christmas, and his secretary sounded efficient. I stood and stared at him. "I feel weird. I have a full-time job, though I've not had much time to shop." He shrugged. "Then don't wear these and give them away." Perhaps I was being overly sensitive. Peter was nothing like I'd been warned. I swallowed. "It is pretty, though, and red is a Christmas color. I'll wear it. Are the other boxes your outfit choices?" "My name is here." He flipped open a box and revealed a gray business suit and a red tie. "This one is for the hospital." The dress fit perfectly. I fixed my lipstick. It must be nice to have servants that took care of everything, though technically a secretary wasn't. Without knowing even her name, the woman knew my size. At some point, it would be polite to tell her, "Thank you," as I personally hated shopping. I checked my lips in the mirror and then stared at myself. I looked pretty. I left the bathroom and saw Peter on his phone Wi-Fi, checking emails. I walked over and took his phone out of his hands. He gazed at me and I dropped it on the bed. "No working today. You're with me and you promised brunch." He offered me his arm. The second I looped my arm with his, though, he leaned over and kissed my cheeks. No one dares me, Belle, ever. Such a pity, then. As he led me past the bed, he pocketed his phone. I pressed my lips together to keep myself from laughing as I said, "Guess they left you for me as they lacked the courage." As we descended the stairs in my suite and headed toward the main room, Peter then asked, "How do you know people are generally afraid of me?" My eyes widened, but then I squeezed his arm. "It's how you talk about you being just like your father and how you describe him." He nodded as he held the door open for me. "What specifics have I said?" I checked my pocketbook for my electronic key and followed him out. "That you protected your siblings from his wrath and that he told you that your mother didn't love you." He reached over and rubbed my arm. "I didn't say that." I pressed the elevator key. My heart leapt in my chest and I refused to wonder why. I swallowed and said, "It's implied. What happened the day your mom left then if your father didn't tell you that?" The elevator dinged. Then he answered, "Vicky was about to turn 1. We had a birthday party planned." We stepped inside and the sound of light samba filled the air. I pressed his arm. "And? Did she walk out the door telling you to fend for yourself?" He stiffened and stood taller. As the elevator doors opened, we stepped into the lobby. "She didn't say anything to me. She saw me on the marble staircase as she stormed out of the living area. She had just argued with my father. I thought she'd be right back, but she never walked in the door again." Someone snapped our picture. Peter kept his arm at his side and didn't blink. He wasn't a celebrity. I crossed my arms in defense and then stared at his profile. "That doesn't make sense. How old were you?" 4, almost 5. "And you were right. My father told me not to trust any woman, including my mother, as all women have their price." He never broke our stride as he escorted me through the lobby where people were checking out and heading for a cruise. He held the door for me. His limo waited for us. The driver held open my door. I nodded as a thank you and then slid inside. Peter then joined me in the back seat. My heartbeat raced as I thought he should have someone way more elegant on his arm, but then I told myself this whole thing was temporary. I dropped my arms and let my body relax. "You do keep looking for my price, don't you?" He reached for my hand, so I dropped it in my lap for him to hold. His fingers linked with mine again, and then he kissed it. "I haven't figured you out. Thank you for helping at the hospital today. Leaving Washington and coming here had been the best idea I'd ever had. The butterflies in my stomach were still there, but at the moment, less obvious. I don't know how to prove myself. It's a hard sell. My own father is too busy for me these days." I averted my gaze. It was best to change the conversation. "What happens at the hospital?" "We visit patients, see what their needs are. Then we go to my house and have a nice, quiet dinner. You'll like Star Island." "What happened to brunch?" "Dinner is more intimate." I was promised brunch. "That was before you and I made love. Is the change of plans a problem?" "No, I guess not." Perhaps my unexpected vacation meant I could continue being someone else like I was with him. "I'd like to see your home. Is it a nice place to see the stars at night?" "You might say that. The celebrities have really turned our family homestead into something else entirely." I tugged my ear with my free hand. Now I'm intrigued. I wish I could say yes, but my friend Em made me swear I'd squeeze her in. "I'll make sure she and your friends are taken care of and get you to the hotel to meet her." Silence clung in the air. I listened to my heartbeat and swallowed. Perhaps he was right. I could pretend to be this nice, sweet Belle version of myself for a short while more. "Then let's do it. I think we did it last night, but I'll be ready for more of you this evening." "Ha, ha, Peter. Not everything relates to sex." I squeezed his hand that held mine as I shook my head. "We might again, if I'm persuaded you're not judging me." "There is something I should tell you." His gaze narrowed and I stilled. My lips parted, but my eyes didn't quite close yet. My pulse was raised and adrenaline ensured all I could see was him beside me. He lowered his head and his lips came closer to mine. I licked my lips and closed my eyes. Belle? He hesitated, though his face held a slight blush. I opened my lips. Yeah. With his lips hovering beside mine, every cell in my body was awake and alive. I knew where he was, from how the air around me practically sang with energy. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and said, I like you. Melted butter didn't feel this good. I kept my eyes closed and my lips close to his. I don't know what's going on, but this is the first Christmas I've enjoyed in a long time. I am afraid of what's happening. There was something else that he meant to say. I could see the conflict of light that displayed in his eyes. I swallowed. For now, I'd let him figure out his pace. Whatever it was that haunted him, it couldn't be worse than what his father had done to him. Then his lips brushed mine, and I lost any other thought for that moment. All I could see were stars and him. Peter Morgan was perfect. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. With Belle, the jolt through my body hadn't dissipated. I refused to say anything, but near her, I was lighthearted. The smell of apples now tempted me, and her kisses were mind-numbing. No one ever made me feel anything like this. She might even be better than that moment I knew I had won a major battle in the boardroom and the euphoria of being right. Nothing about today made sense, but for the first time I could remember, I had been afraid. What if she left when I told her about the bet? It was over now, but my stomach had a knot at the thought that she'd disapprove. The limo stopped at the hospital, and I helped her out. As she passed, calmness entered my entire body and settled in my skin. No one here would tell her. I'd find the right moment to free myself and tell her the initial truth about why I had spent the first minute with her. Everything was different now. I took her hand, held the box, and together we entered the lobby. Every year since I'd been 5, I'd accompanied my father to do this as my mother was no longer part of the family. Even after Mitch's death, this was one tradition I didn't mind. Today, I helped people. We talked to the intensive care unit, and I stopped at the first door. At the nurse's station, Jennifer Gonzalez, my ex, hovered. My pulse quickened. I turned to Belle. She hadn't seen. She didn't know my past. I swallowed. I needed to get rid of Jennifer, fast, and with luck, Belle would never find out. Adrenaline now pumped in my veins. I handed Belle the first envelope from the box and pointed her to the door. Belle, go inside and hand the woman in this room these papers. She clutched the envelope I had fished out of the box. Who is she? Jennifer waved at me from behind Belle's head. I'd spent my life protecting her. I pressed my lips together and flipped open the envelope. Then I handed the papers to Belle so she could read. My secretary wrote that her name is Mrs. Bembry. Her husband is on life support for a heart attack. She has 3 children and 2 grandchildren, with 1 more on the way. She hasn't seen them. The papers say both that her bills will be taken care of by the Morgan Foundation and that all of her family will be here tonight. Belle refolded the envelope. Jennifer lifted her head higher and caught my attention. I needed to get rid of my ex fast. Today was about Belle and that jolt I had near her. Belle waved the envelope in front of my face. Are you sure you don't want to? This sounds like a great gift. For the rest of the day, Belle would have my undivided attention. Right now, I placed my hands on her back and pointed her toward the room. No, Belle. They will more likely to accept it from you. She turned to me. Come in with me. There was nothing else I'd like to do. I then tugged my ear. I'll be right in. I just need to take care of something first. She shrugged. Clearly, she hadn't seen Jennifer as she bounced into the hospital room. Okay, hurry back. Belle's voice echoed in my ear as she said, greeted a mother. I clenched my hands and my shoes twirled toward Jennifer. Jennifer heaved her ample chest at me and I stepped away. I massaged my chin. What are you doing here? She pouted. I came to help you like I always have. Again, she stepped closer to me and I sidestepped her. Then I puffed out my chest as I'd never run from any challenge. Jennifer, you have a boyfriend. Rafe is a good guy. Her lips tisked as if I had said something distasteful. Rafe is a good guy, but he thinks I'm not over you. He's the smartest cop in Miami PD. Belle didn't need to deal with 1 minute of Jennifer and how most people placated her. I pressed my lips together. Look, I'm busy and Belle's here with me this Christmas. Jennifer flipped her hair and placed her hand on her hip. Now that Vicky's wedding is over, you don't have to entertain the jilted bride anymore just because the groom made some bet with you. Peter, we used to be good together. I opened my mouth to tell her to get off me as she placed her hand on my arm. Then Belle's voice rang in my ears. What did she say? I turned around and reached for the one woman who made my stomach flutter. Belle, you can't believe... She swatted my hand away from her. I can. I left my box of cards at the nurse's station and followed her as she ran down the hall. At the elevator bank, I found her and said, Wait, Belle, I went over to tell her to leave. She rolled her eyes and pressed the elevator button. She shifted from side to side as she avoided my gaze. Why? She's clearly here for you. This was not how I had intended to talk about the bet. I pressed my hand on her shoulder and she stopped being so jittery. I came here with you. What she said is her grasping at straws. Belle turned right into my muscles. I didn't budge. She licked her lips. What? Her blue eyes had no internal mask. I knew where I stood with her. I reached down and took her hands in mine. She wants my money, Belle. Don't let Jennifer or anyone else interfere with us. She swallowed. She's your ex. Peter, if you want to be with her? Huh? My heart beat so fast in my chest. Jennifer and I had been toxic. She'd said so herself. Besides, I was waiting for Belle and the other foot to drop. Had she not heard about the bet? I squeezed her hand. That's not it at all. You're the first woman in a long time that has challenged me. Please stay, Belle. The elevator dinged. She stayed still and stared at it. Are you sure? Her fingers laced with mine felt right. Yes. She turned to face me and her eyes were wide. There are no hard feelings, Peter. If you want to go back to her, I'll walk away. I held my breath and stared at her. Belle's openness blew every other woman out of the way. I swallowed. Absolutely not. She turned and we slowly walked hand in hand to the nurse's station. Why did your friends bet you to go out with me? Adrenaline raced. I should have told her the truth. Coming from Jennifer, it sounded worse. My heart whispered to tell the truth. I ran my hand through my hair. I don't know their intentions. The moment we spoke, I never thought about the bet or why ever again. She stared at my profile until I turned toward her. Why did you forget? She'd never believe me, but I had to somehow explain why I was drawn to her. You were too real and honest. A blush stained her cheeks. I'm not that. You don't have a price. I thought we all had one. I can't figure yours out. We turned the corner. If I didn't fix the situation, I could lose her. I didn't even look at the nurse's station. I needed her to talk. Why did you come last minute to the wedding? Belle covered her lips for a minute. Why do you ask? I was right. Something had happened. I held my breath as I said, you were so guarded at the rehearsal dinner, and I know you didn't RSVP even after Colt and Vicky sent the last-minute plane ticket. You walked in without an announcement. She pressed her lips together and avoided my gaze. So the bet was about keeping me occupied? So I didn't ruin anything for anyone? Was the plea of friendship from Colt and Vicky out of guilt? Whatever brought her here didn't matter as long as she forgave me. I pressed my lips together and kept the conversation going. Belle, I called off the bet because you fascinated me. Again with that word. She slowed down and tugged my arm. I stopped and gazed at her. She flipped a piece of hair behind her ear. Peter, perhaps it's best if we say from now on that we're friends. I massaged my scratchy chin. If I could help her, I would. It would be my way of paying her back for that stupid bet I had initially made. What? She shrugged. I came here because I wanted closure. I don't want to regret spending years of my life with a man who didn't love me. I'm worth far more. I squeezed her hand. Yes, you are. She shook her head. I should have stayed with my friends, had a few beers, and never involved myself with the Morgan family. Going to the party alone was my mistake. Don't. My heartbeat quickened. You are far more than a friend to me, and I don't want to pretend otherwise. She licked her lips. We all don't get what we want in life. We should give the patients their envelopes, and then I'll head to the hotel alone. I am sorry. She grabbed my arm as we walked. Good. Next time, don't make a bet and judge me. A second later, Jennifer walked out of a hospital room, carrying the half-empty box. Clearly, she had handed out more than a few. She returned and dropped the box onto the counter and stared right at me. Oh, look, you're back. I just finished handing out the gifts in this wing. Perhaps we can share the next hallway? Belle opened her mouth and grabbed the box off the counter. Peter, this is up to you. I lifted my chin. Jennifer didn't glance at Belle at all. I met her gaze and shook my head. Jennifer pouted. I was just helping give charity to these people, like we have done for the past few years. Belle's arms crossed. I swallowed. Jennifer, Belle and I want to do this alone. Jennifer glared at Belle. Peter, you know underneath everything. I mean well, you told me you believed in me. Belle's lips opened, but I stepped in front of her. Jennifer, don't be rude with my new girlfriend. Belle deserves your respect. Belle stilled just as Jennifer's mouth opened wide as she stared at me again. Peter. No one here knew Jennifer and mine's past. No one could. I interrupted her. My name is not an apology to Belle. Jennifer lost all the coloring in her face and her shoulders slumped. Belle, I was unforgivably rude and I interrupted more than I thought I would. I came to help, but I apologize. Belle lifted her chin. It's fine. You were illuminating. Jennifer lowered her gaze and sashayed out of the hall. Neither of us said a word until she was out of sight. Then Belle handed me the box. Peter, let's finish delivering the rest of these and then go. I followed her into the next room, carrying the box. At the door, Belle took the marked envelope. The sick little boy in the bed widened his eyes as Belle brushed her arm against his mother's shoulder. The mother turned and asked, Who are you two? Belle nodded her head. We're from the Morgan Foundation. This is for you. Please take this, and if you ever need anything, please let us know. The mother opened the envelope and had tears in her eyes. This is too much. Belle smiled. Take it. Merry Christmas. The mother stared at her son and then nodded her head. This will help us. Merry Christmas to you too. We walked out of the room together, and Belle bumped into me as we turned the corner. Then she wrapped her arms around my waist and smiled. Peter, I like your Christmas tradition. She hadn't demanded a reporter and a photographer to follow us. Belle was 100% real, and she hit something in my heart that reminded me why I liked my yearly trip here. I hugged her and whiffed her apple scent. I decided apples were now my favorite fruit. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The limo brought us over a bridge and onto an island where the streets were lined with palm trees. I gazed out the window, unsure where I was. A sign read that all the property was private except the road. I swallowed. My neighborhood in DC was exclusive, but nothing like this. We drove past the back of a mansion on the road, and then a few houses, and then another mansion. To avoid the scenery, I turned toward Peter and asked, How come the mansions are all facing away from the road? The houses are built to enjoy our views of Biscayne Bay and downtown Miami. This was larger than his brother's place where he had held the party, and far more opulent. The limo stopped on the street near the back of the house. I crossed my arms as I scooted out. The mansion was multiple floors, and I could see a chandelier inside through the window. I shook my head. If you live here, why didn't you host the rehearsal dinner? He shrugged. My sister was marrying Colt. She wanted the wedding closer to Homestead and in a place that wouldn't overwhelm half her guests. This had been a mistake. I should have gone to the hotel, not agreed to hear him out. As he held the door for me and I stepped into the white marble entranceway, I gulped. The other day, I'd have left the moment I stepped inside. Now I folded my hands together and gazed at that gorgeous golden chandelier that took center stage in the room. I understand. It's just a house, but it was built in a time when families intended to show off their homes. The Great Gatsby had nothing on Peter Morgan's home. Did you buy this yourself? No, this was my family home. I inherited. Of course it was. The carvings on the walls were hand-painted. I swallowed as I stared at the portraits on the wall and the ceramics. This was not a place for children. He didn't seem to notice that my mouth was open. You'll like the view. Perhaps we can have dinner on the patio after I show you the grounds? Sounds nice. I tried to blink. This was too much. We came here because you said you wanted to talk. He threw open the double doors of the front and let the sunshine inside. I covered my eyes and stepped forward to take his offered hand as he said, I definitely want that, but I'm hoping we can include dinner still. I suppose, but your house intimidates. He tisked as if he didn't see the connection. It's only 12 bedrooms. Dad always complained that us children made too much noise and disturbed his guests in the other wing. My apartment had 2 bedrooms, and that was enough. He then pointed toward the Miami skyline that shone over the water. I stepped closer to him and smelled his woodsy scent. I almost lost track of the conversation, but massaged my neck. He didn't bring you to meet every one of his guests and explain why he needed them entertained in his house? Of course he did. I was always delegated to be his right hand. Most of the people invited to stay with us soon lost everything as Dad targeted their financial interests. He claimed the house visits were the guests' way of making up for some slight, but no one ever smoothed things over with Mitch Morgan. So I am not the only one intimidated here. He opened another door and held it for me. I pressed my lips and followed. I stepped into the room. And you? I asked. If crossed, can you be smoothed over? In business, not likely. And in your private life? I don't have one. Now that my brother and sister are back, they expect me to be part of a family. It's strange for me. We were in a living room of sorts. My feet ached in my new heels, but I didn't say anything. I took his hand and brought myself to the couch. He followed my direction and sat. I joined him. Growing a heart is a good thing. Can I ask a question? His hand landed on my knee. Sure, what? This was it. I swallowed. What did you mean it when you called me your girlfriend? He didn't move. What? You called me your girlfriend. I turned my body to face him more. This conversation was important. We have only had 2, well, if you count today, 3 dates. Are we dating? His eyebrows lifted. Aren't we? The bet rang in my ears as important. The thought caused my body to stiffen. I'd get to that in a minute. Peter, our lives are very different. We probably won't mesh well together. His hand stayed on my knee and squeezed it. For a moment, I thought he read my mind. What bothers you? I glanced at his leg. Last night, he'd made me forget the entire universe. I crossed my arms. Colt didn't want to marry me because I didn't want to leave my job for a farm. Alice and Colt run a corporation worth $750 million. He'd need to be close. His deep voice caught my attention, and I gazed at him. My throat seemed to close on its own. I coughed out the choke his news seemed to cause. What? The farms weren't worth half that much a year ago. He shrugged. They now have access to better contracts and contacts. He didn't have to lay claim to helping Colt. I saw stars floating. You did that because of Colt and your sister? He shook his head. Alice married John first. Alice and Colt are partners, and no one in my family will ever go poor. Close to $1 billion was hardly poor. The multi-million-dollar farms Colt used to run had tripled in value in less than a year. My entire body heated, and I glanced out the window at the blue bay. You almost make dumping me sound like a good financial investment. His hand pressed against my knee. I swallowed. Belle. A loud, high-pitched voice of a woman echoed in the air and interrupted us. Mitch, where are my children? Peter's face went white. Peter and I both jumped to our feet. Peter's eyes circled and he inhaled without exhaling. Then he said, "Excuse me," and rushed out the door. Whoever was here clearly intended to argue with Peter's father. I stayed right on his heels and followed him down a hall toward the room we entered. An older woman with Peter's high cheekbones covered her lips. Her eyes misted as she stared at him. "Oh my God, Peter!" Peter crossed his arms and stared at the older woman. His face was white and his hands were clenched. "What the?" Now wasn't the time to overreact. I reached up to his shoulder and massaged his arm to get him to relax. He unclenched his hands as I asked, "What's going on? Who is she?" His fingers touched the bottom of his lips. "Belle, that's my mother. The one that left him scarred and unable to trust anyone." I licked my lips and tried to sound calming and soft. "You're what?" "I'm his mother, Isabella Morgan." His mother came closer and seemed like she wanted to hug him. He stepped away. Tears fell down the woman's face. "Peter, thank goodness you're okay. You've grown so handsome. Where are your brother and sister?" His hands clenched again. "Safe from you. How did you get in here?" She pointed toward the door. "My kidnappers delivered me. They said Mr. Morgan expected my delivery. I thought it was your father." "My father is dead." A smile grew on her face that she quickly masked. "Then it was you who freed me." I asked as I shook my head. "What?" Peter didn't move. His shoulders were tight. I glanced out the window and saw the SUVs. "Those are Morgan Enterprise cars." His mother wiped her eyes. "Yes, your father refused to let me get divorced. He had me transported to a compound in Argentina, where my only contact with other humans was my children and his staff. I was so worried about you. You left me. You certainly didn't contact us." The words had sounded etched in pain. I squeezed his arm to let him know he was fine. If my mother ever walked in the door, I'd have no idea how I'd react. His mother's face went as white as his. "I didn't. I was kidnapped right from the front door. Your father ensured I was kept under lock and key while all my needs were met, except the most important one of all. You and my other children. Please understand. I don't." He then stepped out of her arms and walked toward the window to stare at the SUVs. "If you were the merchandise I had delivered to my house, then you were living in a condition most people cannot afford." His mother shook her head. "Peter, I couldn't ever leave the villa. Your father had me. I would never have left my children. You must know that." "Why would I know that?" Peter's voice had a desperate edge that he never showed. He knew better than to show his emotions. I had no idea what to say, but this story sounded believable. Peter had told me plenty about Mitch. I swallowed and wanted to know how to help. Peter's entire body was stiff. "I saw you walk out the door." His mother's eye widened. "What?" Peter kept his head high, but his words held fury. "You and Dad fought. Then you stormed out the door and never came back." His mother took a step toward him. "I went to get air that night. I needed to pack your things to take you with me. I wanted a divorce." "I don't believe you." He avoided her touch but returned to my side. "Your father cheated on me and then refused to let me go. He was a horrible husband, and every day I prayed that you were safe." Peter's hands clenched. This was fast, but I wanted to help him. I reached out and grabbed his arm. "Peter, she's your mom. You told me yourself that your father went on to ruin everyone who ever stayed in the house with you. If she is your mom, then the worst thing he could do to her was take her children away." He shook his head as he stared at me. "Don't defend her, Belle. If she's telling the truth, then she can talk to Rafe. He's on the police." "Rafe Solis? Pilar's son? He's a cop?" His mother walked over to him and reached out. Peter flinched, but let her touch his arm. "I'll talk to him. Peter, I have always loved you. Your father wanted to cut me out of your life so he could mold you into him." His lips parted as he stared out the window. "That's exactly what he did." Tears flew down his mother's cheeks again. "Peter, No. He walked out of our arms and paced the room. His mother continued, Your father didn't have a heart, but you used to. I stood beside her and hugged my stomach. I had no idea how to help. Then his mother finished. Your girlfriend seems lovely. Tell me your name and if Peter truly cares about you. This was the second time today I had been called his girlfriend. I shook my head. We just met, Mrs. Morgan. Peter was showing me his house. You seem nice, Belle. His mother smiled, but then stopped herself. She stared at Peter as she said, Please call me Isabella. Peter, where is your father? I told you. Peter froze and stared at her from across the room. He's dead. We buried him months ago. His mother wiped her eyes and lifted her chin. He deserved to die in misery. So what took you so long to bring me home? Peter stared at me and then Isabella, his mom. I thought you left us. I didn't know anything else. When I was given an expense report, I wanted to know what merchandise Dad had hidden away. His mother stepped closer to him again. Belle wondered if she had a death wish in that moment until she said, Peter, where are John and Victoria? Peter closed his eyes and massaged his chin. Vicky's packing for her honeymoon, and John lives with his wife and child. His mother's eyes widened. They are married? With children, both of them. He turned toward a maid that stood in the next room. Caro, have my mother's things brought into the East Wing. It seems I have a guest. Yes, Mr. Morgan. Did he always assume his staff was on call without having to raise his voice? The very pretty maid helped Isabella Morgan leave the room. I pressed my lips together. His mother turned from the door and walked in front of him again. Can you call them? I want to see all my children again. Please follow, Caro, Mom. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around everything. Caro, are you a Solis as well? Yes, ma'am. My mother worked here before me. His mother turned to go, but then stared at Peter again. She steadied her shoulders. She marched toward Peter, threw her arms around him, and hugged him. He didn't hug her, but he stayed still to let her brush his hair with her fingers. Peter didn't move. He seemed stuck in that one spot. I came toward him again and took his hand and unwrapped his fingers. When I placed my hand in his, Peter rocked on his feet and then squeezed my hand. Isabella Morgan swallowed. Belle, I don't know what to do. You're doing great. She stared into his brown eyes. He seemed like a young boy who had just lost his mother. My own heart melted a little, and I'd help him. Peter, relax. I'll text Colt. You call your brother. Isabella followed the maid. Peter stared down the hall as his mother walked away. My mind is in a complete fog. I never thought my father would... Do you think he was capable? Yes. His eyes were haunted. Unshed tears gathered in my throat. There are no words. I'm sorry. Neither of us moved. Clouds formed in the distance on the water. I found my cell phone and intended to text Colt, but then I saw how Peter turned away. I answered, John and Victoria will want to meet their mother. You'll have to tell them. Maybe I should go to my hotel and let you deal with your family. No. He ran his hand through his hair and then strode to hold me tight against him. Belle, I need you to stay. If I could help him, I'd stay. Are you sure? He then reached around my waist and hugged me. Absolutely. I'm in shock. Okay, I'll get dinner ordered and set. I ended our hug, but stayed in his arms. My heart raced because he was so wound up tight. I'd have to stay calm. Just tell the staff, we can have whatever you want. Peter, be happy. Your mom is back. You thought she left you and never cared. I don't know what to think. As you said yourself, you're in shock. I need you to relax. Perhaps you should call John now. He took a deep breath. Then he picked up his phone and nodded. Yeah, I will now. The moment he held his phone to his ear, I nodded. I found my phone and intended to go find this kitchen of his. Okay, I'll be right back. Meet you in the living room we were just in. He nodded. I strolled through his huge house, but at the first door away from Peter, I ignored the grandeur and typed furiously on my phone. Colt, get Victoria over to Peter's mansion ASAP. He answered back immediately. Why? Her mother is here and asking for her. What? Her mother. Peter just had a delivery from Morgan Enterprises. Turned out Mitch Morgan kidnapped their mom. We are on our way. Don't let her leave. I'm on it. You're the best. Colt was easy. Coordinating with him felt like we were still friends. I turned the corner and saw his mother on the bottom step sitting there with her face between her legs. I sat beside her and heard the tears. Mrs. Morgan, you're crying. I placed my hand on the older woman's knee. His mother rocked on the stairwell as she said, Belle, it's nothing. Don't mind me. She was hurt and upset. Anyone in her situation would be. Be calm, Mrs. Morgan. Peter's calling John right now and Victoria will be here soon. Just give him a little space. He thought you left him. My babies, John and Victoria, they must hate me too. I folded my hands together. She had never comforted another before, and her own mother would never walk in the door unexpected. Ghosts were just imaginations of the past. I swallowed and chose my words carefully. I don't know about all that. I'm sure they must have missed you. Peter told me how he broke into pieces the day you left. His mother lifted her head up. What? I pressed my hands together. I shouldn't have said anything. I'll let Peter and you bond. Your other children will be here soon. His mother's hands shook as she reached out to touch my knee, the same way Peter had earlier today. Thank you, dear. I stood and wiped my hands on my skirt. I'm going to ensure that the chef has enough food for when the Morgans all show up. His mother hugged my waist still, but tried to smile. You're sweet and down to earth. I'm happy Peter found someone like you. I pushed a piece of my hair behind my ear. Why is that? His father would have bought him women, and no one was here to ensure Peter was taught right from wrong. Peter doesn't want to be like his father. I understand that more every time I hear what Mitch had done. You don't know nearly enough. I'm good. From the stories I had already heard about him, I didn't doubt it. I licked my lips and told my heart to stop racing. It didn't work, but I said anyway. Peter Morgan has a lot of good inside him. Perhaps that comes from you? We came from the hospital where we gave everyone a donation. Her smile could light up a room. He still does that? I used to bring him to do that as a boy. It angered his father, but I wanted him to see how others suffered and how lucky he was. There was so much to straighten out. I shouldn't get involved with the life and loves of the Morgan family. This wasn't my business. A family wasn't something I intended to involve myself with. Not after everything, and no mother should like me. I tried to stay reasonable. Just relax, Mrs. Morgan. You're home now. Again, call me Isabella. As I stood, I nodded and then walked toward the kitchen. I was absolutely sure that I didn't fit in here. I wasn't even sure where this kitchen was. I wandered down the hall and hoped to find it without getting lost. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, I washed my face. Nothing could have prepared me for today. My gut was tied up into so many knots. Today seemed like a dream. If I saw my mother again, I had no idea what I'd do. Peter, where are you? Where is she? My brother's voice boomed from the main room. My adrenaline rushed in my veins. I'd protect my siblings from my mother if I could. Not that I had any idea of how to do that at the moment. I swallowed and left the bathroom. John, hold on. I'm coming. Alice stood with her baby in her arms as John shook beside her. His tough-as-nails brother reminded me of the boy he had once been. Alice held my arm as John asked, "What did you do? How is our mother here? Where is she?" My body stayed tight and rigid. No force on earth would stop my brother. I pursed my lips. I would not prevent this, but my blood screamed that my mother had left us. I saw her leave, and I had heard how the door slammed. I pressed my hands on the table in front of me. She's in her room. I'm sure she'll be here any moment, but John, I want to talk to you. John nodded at his wife and then stepped closer. How did this happen? Through clenched teeth, I managed to explain as the door swung open. I wondered what merchandise our father had hidden away and ordered it to be delivered to my house. Mom was the package. Victoria and Colt came through the door, but Vicky's hand on her mouth said without words that she had heard me. I tilted my head and then my sister screamed, "Mom was kidnapped? Have you called the police?" We talked about calling Rafe, but she wanted to rest. I can't believe our father did this too. He's a monster. My gaze narrowed in on Colt. He better protect my sister from this in case our mother turned out to be worse than our father. Agreed, but they knew that. All I could say was, "Victoria, glad you joined us." She came next to John and the three of them formed a small circle. My gaze landed on Belle as she returned to the room. Seriously. She stayed in the background as Vicky grabbed my arm. My mind is reeling. Dad kidnapped her or she walked out the door. I saw myself sitting on the stairwell again as a little boy who wanted his mother. She slammed the door on her way out. I remember them fighting. John's hands were clenched as he said, "Our father always got his way." I glanced at both of them. They were already asleep when she had glided across the foyer and glanced at me. She saw me, I was sure. He told us she left. I saw her leave. What did she say? John crossed his arms. Both of my siblings had wide eyes. My own heartbeat grew rapid. She said she went out for air and that our father kidnapped her. Vicky's eyes misted as she slammed her hand on the table next to me. Oh my God. I don't know. My chest tightened. There was no way to stop the jitters that rocked my insides. I stilled my body so no one saw. I glanced at both of them. You both believe her. John narrowed his gaze. Peter, why wouldn't we believe this? You knew our father. I agree. Every muscle in my body wanted to hit something or someone. There was no evidence what I saw was a lie. I inhaled and said, but I heard her slam the door. I saw the look in her eye as she left. I sat on those stairs and watched her. I waited for hours for her to come home. Belle swayed but kept her distance. Vicky's face went white, but she shook her head. Peter, what did she say? I'm sure you asked already. Nothing about seeing me. I pursed my lips. Neither of them would believe me. There was no way she had been held captive all this time. She said what I told you. She went outside for air and then Dad's men took her from the backyard. John's hands clenched. Once again, our father deserved to be in jail. I met his stare and didn't blink as I said, maybe you're right. This is a disaster. Vicky stepped in between both of them. Why? This is no different. Our father stole my baby. John's hand rested on our sister's shoulder. Mitch Morgan wanted everything his way. If he didn't get it, then whoever was in his way suffered. Our mother walked in and stood beside Belle. Belle reached out and comforted her. I blinked. Here she is. You two talk to her. I need air. I strode toward the door. John called out, Where are you going? Outside. I kept my sight on the door. My heartbeat was so rapid I couldn't breathe in here. I pay the men who work for Morgan Enterprises. I should be safe enough. Vicky shouted, Could you imagine never seeing anyone you ever loved again? Dad was horrible to our mother. I rolled my eyes at my mother as she hugged John and Vicky. You two don't remember anything. I do, in living color. Belle's footsteps echoed behind me on the porch. I turned and she approached me. Peter, where are you going? I can't be here. I stopped and stared at my fingernails as the idea of sailing off on my yacht played in my head. I'm coming with you. At first, I didn't say anything, but soft footsteps followed me. I waited until she placed her hands on my shoulder. Then I turned toward her. The late afternoon sun started to set. I snorted as I stared at the water. Belle Jordan deserved someone better. I turned toward her and the setting sun almost made her glow. I swallowed. Belle. She grabbed my hands and interrupted. She had the face of an angel. You don't have to say anything. I'm here. Nothing made sense, and I stared at the door behind her. I couldn't go inside. Instead, I led her toward my closest escape. Let's go. At the dock, which wasn't that many steps from where we had been, she hedged. "Are we heading back on your yacht?" I dropped her hands. "If you want to go back..." "No, I want to go with you." She smiled at me, and a sense of calmness filled my heart. I'd like her with me right now. I helped her step onto my yacht. "Let's go." I had no idea on this trip I'd be on a ship this much. I'd have brought a bathing suit. I shrugged, and my shoulders grew less tense as I led her to the control room. "There might be something here for you. Captain, get us out of here." The captain nodded his head at us. "Aye, sir." Belle tried to say hello to the captain, but I held her hand and let her out. She followed without question, and we headed into the dining area that held a view of my house as the captain began to sail away. It had been my intention to show Belle the 10,000 square foot corner lot home with the balcony on the second floor that overlooked the bay and my swimming pools. I had imagined how I'd beg her to forgive me as she stood on one of those balconies, like Juliet in the stories. Now I stared at the mansion as we sailed away. No one inside had come out to stop us. My hand brushed against a wine bottle. Belle moved the bottle. "Peter, I don't think you should have a drink right now. Let's just go talk and eat." I studied her hand. It was clean, white, and pure. I reached out and brushed her silky fingers. I closed my eyes and let out a small sigh. I never expected any of this. I intended to spend my life alone. Bitter isn't a good option. Her fingers laced with mine and then reached up to brush my hair. "You have a strong family. You're having a hard time with all this." Her massage was like magic. My body released all of its tension, and I needed to be still. "Yes." She continued touching me. "Do you know how lucky you are?" I shook my head and opened my eyes. Belle Jordan was more gorgeous than anyone I'd ever dated. No one would want my life. She scooted her chair closer to me, and our legs brushed against each other. "Many would. Do you enjoy the blessings in your life at all?" Somehow in all this mess, I had been blessed to find her. I kept that thought to myself and took her words to mean my past. I don't know what to expect in my life anymore. "See, that's great." She dropped her gaze. "I'm the last person in the world to talk about this, but change happens to all of us. We shouldn't expect anything, but we have to accept." I reached out and squeezed her knee as I leaned closer to her. "You have friends. You have a life in DC that you fought with Colt to keep. You don't have people looking at you and expecting to see a monster." She trembled but didn't pull away. "You are not your father." I didn't move. I had no idea what to say to her. "It feels like I can't escape him, Belle." She closed her eyes. "Yet your brother and sister respect you. They love you as their brother. You go out into the world and try to do good. Peter, you're not him." I massaged her knee. Belle was so honest and heartfelt about everything in her life. She blew me away, and she was too hard on herself. I could be. Believe me, the power, the money, the connections, it's all there for me. All I have to do is snap my fingers and I can become exactly like him. "It's true. You have more than anyone." She gazed at me again, and my lips tingled as she continued to say, "But you have your own heart inside you and your soul. It's what kept you from turning into your father who, from all accounts, I'd not like." Apples were fast becoming my favorite fruit. "He'd not like you." She nodded. "I'll take that as a compliment." "I would." I smiled. She truly was different. She sat in her chair and stared at the sun that was about to disappear into the ocean. We had left the bay and also headed into the ocean. With Belle, I had peace now. She sighed as she watched the moment the sun disappeared. She truly was different from everyone. Then she turned to me and asked, "Peter, did you ever imagine your mother coming home?" "I don't want to think about that anymore." Again, my lips tingled. I'd like to kiss her again. The taste of apples would overpower me, but neither of us moved. I rubbed my chin. The truth is, until this year, I was never in my house and lived like a ghost. She leaned closer to me. "Where were you?" I lifted my eyebrows. No one had asked me that question in a way that I felt I should be honest. I had avoided Mitch Morgan. I whiffed her sweet scent. Anywhere Morgan Enterprises needed me, and I ensured I was always needed somewhere. A sigh came out of her lips. So you stopped running this year. My father died. His funeral was the best day of my life, though Victoria returning might have been your worst. I reached behind her and took the wine bottle back from where she had placed it. I was fine. She crossed her arms fast. I'm happy your family reunited. My eyebrows arched. I'm pouring us wine so we can sit here and wait for the moon. She dropped her hands back to her side. And you're changing the topic. I uncorked the bottle. No, here, with you. My heart isn't racing anymore. I handed her a glass and then poured some for her. Thank you. I fixed my own drink and then clinked my glass with hers. I should be thanking you. She sipped her drink, but her gaze stayed on me. You were running from your life. I was going to say I avoided my life too. I knew after I left the Marines I was supposed to do something with my life. Dad and my stepmom loved Colt and told me to marry him, so I broke down and thought they must be right. But I couldn't pack my bags. I knew that life on his farm wasn't the life I wanted. I sipped my glass. Calmness now radiated out of me. What do you want? She shrugged. I wish I knew. That has always been my issue. I can make up a long list of things I don't want to do, but what I want to do is a different question. Living on a farm never sat right in my gut. Belle scared herself from living. Something held her still. I sipped my drink and pressed my case. Forget work. If there was one thing you've always wanted but never done, what is it? She shook her head. Are you seeking to fulfill my wish and avoid your mother? A smile broke out on my face. She read that right. Possibly, but answer the question. So many things are racing in my mind. She massaged one of her temples as if she could stop her thoughts. Unlike yours, my mother cannot come back from the dead. True. I sipped my drink. So pick something possible. She then followed suit and sipped hers. Then she leaned closer to me and I could smell her again. I can't. 3 keep circling and no, you cannot fulfill these today. 1 is that I've always wanted to go to Paris with a man I love. I don't know what it is. Maybe all those movies I've seen with the Eiffel Tower. But I want to go there with whoever my future husband will be. Let me finish. 2 is that I do want to get married, but I want to do it because I feel the need to shout yes in my heart and not because it's expected of me. Finally, 3 is that I want to travel by donkey up a mountain. I blinked. A donkey? She gulped her glass. I didn't want to be cheesy and say I want a family. I feel like I'm asking for the moon and stars while wishing and dreaming never get you much. My entire face grew hot, and I stared out at the moon that grew higher in the sky. I'm not the guy for you then. Don't worry about it. I told you it was all nonsense. She covered her lips and shook her head as she stared at me. The second I said marriage or family, did your heart race? My collar grew tight, but I leaned closer to her. Yeah, I guess it did. Then I'll stick to the donkey answer. She sat straight in her seat. Donkeys aren't scary. Slightly smelly, though. I licked my lips. Belle, you're someone who makes me feel good about myself. I like the man I am with you. But? She sat straighter. I licked my lips. She truly was beautiful. Why is there a but? She gripped her seat. There is always a but. But... I gulped my drink. Then I reached out and took her glass. I never wanted a wife or to get married. I wanted what my father instilled in me to die out. No one else should have to question every action. What's inside you that's so bad? My face had a slight tick. That I can think like him, act like him, be like him. I could become so controlling that I lose touch and seal my fate as he did. That is impossible. She made no sense. I swallowed. How? You're too sweet to be so evil. You see the options and don't choose his path. I reached for her knee and leaned closer. It's a constant struggle. I know how to get what I want, no matter the cost. She wrapped her arms around me and I kissed her. The apples mixed with the sweet wine made her the most succulent woman on the planet. I tugged her closer. I had to have her. She set me on fire. She sighed as I stopped. Then she rested her head against mine. Wow, that was some kiss. She made me feel alive. The sparks in my soul demanded I have her again. I stayed still. Do you want me to take you home? Let's not sail for days right now. I was looking forward to your party on New Year's. She pressed her chest into mine and the sensation grew butterflies in my stomach. Right now, I want to enjoy what happens next. I wrapped my arms around her, kissed her nose, and then led her to the door. My bedroom is this way. Perfect. She was right. Right now, she was perfect and just what I needed. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. I stretched. The yacht moved with the waves, but the engines were silent. Peter's chiseled body lay beside me, and he was still and warm. I untangled my arm and stared outside. We were docked somewhere. I shook him and kissed his forehead. Peter, it's morning. He sat fast, but then grabbed my hand. He stared at the sun, like he was telling the time, and then nodded. I'll get you to the hotel and join you there this afternoon. I stared at his profile. Will you go in and see your mother? His quick intake of breath told me I had surprised him. No, I have a board meeting. The moment it's over, I'll come find you. You should make time for your mom, too. She's waited for you most of your life knowing you were with your father. He flinched, so I stretched and changed the topic. But I should go find my friends and make an appearance. They must think I ditched them. He stood and picked up his pants. You were helping me. Take Em to the spa or someplace nice. Wait for me. Yes, boss. It was a suggestion. Just don't want you thinking anymore that you'll turn evil at a drop of a dime. So you called me boss? Yep. And you didn't get mad? He cocked his head, unsure what to say. Then we both sped through getting cleaned up and dressed. As we were leaving the ship and heading toward the waiting limo, I grabbed his arm. How will you find me? He tilted his head. His eyebrows lifted as he lifted his mobile. I have a phone. Well, that might work. I swallowed and took his phone. Do you want my phone number? As I typed in my contact info, he said, Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think to ask something so basic. You have a lot on your mind. I handed him his phone and then ran my hand up to his shoulders. Okay, Peter, I'll be here for you. Find me soon. He stopped, wrapped his arms around me and kissed me hard. My lips tingled as he drew away. I licked my lips to remember the taste as he waited at the limo door for me to slide in. I followed and hopped inside. Let's get you to your friends. As soon as he entered, I remembered his earlier suggestion. He'd likely pay for the spa, and I couldn't keep accepting everything he offered. But a spa or trip somewhere did sound good. I stayed beside him and let our legs touch as I said, Peter, just think about taking it easy on yourself and forgiving your mom. He placed his hand on my knee, and my body seemed to melt as he said, If she was honest, then it's me to blame. I don't follow. I should have checked the expense report months ago and not been off ensuring the empire expanded. You didn't know. Right. I'll be back. His eyes squinted, and now I understood him. He didn't want to continue this conversation. As the limo drove through the streets, I inhaled his woodsy scent. Peter, despite all the drama, this has been the best vacation I've ever been on. He massaged my knee and turned to face me. We still have to talk about you being my girlfriend. My mouth watered for another kiss. I opened my lips and asked, Em says I don't date easy and take things seriously too often. Don't think ahead too much. Let's go away. What? I own a jet. Location doesn't matter, and I'd rather be with you. My heart swelled in my chest. The thought of seeing him all the time brightened everything around me. I nodded my head. No, we're staying here. I'll think about being your girlfriend. Good. We'll talk about this when I see you. Agreement doesn't sound like you. I lifted my gaze to him again and laughed silently to myself. You're ending the conversation here? He kissed my cheek as the limo pulled to a stop. Yeah, I have a lot to think about. See you soon. See you. My arms wrapped around him. I swallowed, but then he kissed me. I closed my eyes and was completely lost. His mouth on mine was perfection. I tasted and breathed only him. I blinked as he pulled away. I'll be back as soon as possible. No words formed on my lips. I sighed and stood next to the limo outside my hotel and watched him climb back inside. I swayed on my feet until his limo took off down the street. For once in my life, romance seemed impossibly possible. I hugged myself and then floated inside the hotel. The people in the lobby were either into their own conversations and ignored me, or they stared at me. I didn't care and walked right to the elevator bank. As I pressed the button, a familiar voice called out from the crowd. Belle stopped as Em darted through a crowd to stand beside me. There you are. Someone snapped her picture as she hugged me. Em, I am here to find you and the guys. We thought you were going to stay forever at Shea Morgan and forget about the little people. Never. Em shrugged. This hotel is nice. If I had stayed at my original hotel, the staff would have had no idea how to keep people away from me. I pressed my lips together and realized people were standing around us. It was the wedding hotel where the guests all stayed. Em smiled like she had a secret. Or it's the place where Mr. Monopoly will be seen. Peter has a name. My cheeks burned. I must have blushed. I stepped into the elevator and wiggled for her to follow. Em didn't move. Let's talk in my suite where ears aren't listening. I pressed my lips together, and then Em stepped inside. As the doors closed, Em's eyes widened. Wow, cameras are all over you now. I shook my head. I guess Peter's family drama shouldn't be in the newspaper. The lifestyle of the super rich family who has a habit of returning from the dead and stopping weddings is gossip for the rest of us. Whose wedding was stopped? Yours. Oh. My entire body grew warmer. It was time to change the topic. I took a deep breath. No, I'm okay. There was no real drama with me. Em, do you know what it's like to be swept off your feet? Truthfully, no. I thought it was some story that the movies all like to sell. The elevator dinged and we stepped off. Belle found her room key as she answered, After the Marines, I truly never thought I'd land in a place like this. I intended to throw open the door, but I dropped the key instead. I lowered my gaze to pick up the keys as my friend said, Is it a forever kind of love or just a fling? I flinched and waved the key to open the door. Why? Belle, you aren't capable of meaningless flings. It was why I voted against you and Mr. Owns All the Banks. Are there any other clothes for me to pilfer through? Not today. They both stepped inside. Belle expected her to gasp, but her friend stared at her and waited for an answer. Belle shrugged. You don't get a vote in my life, and all I know right now is that he asked me to stay for New Year's, and I intend to. Em twirled around her feet and must have stared at the room. Belle walked past and dropped her bag on the side table near the couch. Is he throwing a huge blowout, or am I interrupting some big romantic vacation with just my presence in your room? Em asked. Don't be silly. He has a meeting and I wanted to spend time with you. She took off her heels and left them on the floor. He did say you're invited to a party soon, and that he'd ensure you meet all the rich, eligible men there. What if I don't want a pretentious jerk who thinks his bank account matters? Peter's not like that. Belle smiled. Now that was her best friend. She went over and brushed her hand on her shoulder. He also said he'd have the driver take you to a bar where you can meet regular, non-rich guys. Totally up to you. Em stepped away and had her mouth wide open. You had this conversation with Peter Morgan about me? Belle nodded. Of course. You're my friend. Em went toward one of the balconies. This is a fairy tale here in Miami. I can't imagine you'd ever want to return to DC. This is like a dream. Belle then pointed to the other side. Check out both balconies, and don't forget that ceiling. It's hand-painted. Em shook her head as she glanced up. I'd want to stay here, forever. Belle rolled her shoulders. She needed to change out of these clothes and take a fast shower. She folded her hands in her lap. Life isn't a dream or a fairy tale. I'm just going to enjoy my time here. Well, I'd be sad to lose one of my best friends, especially since I thought you were going to stick it out in DC with me. We were going to end up single and adopting cats. Now it's a solo plan. You deserve more. Belle's heart constricted. I don't have a plan for my future anymore. For Colt, the choice was easy, Em. I didn't want to be here. For Mr. Monopoly, though, it seems you do. I don't have an answer yet. Em shrugged. I hope it lasts, hun. I'll round up the guys. Meet me downstairs in a half an hour. Let's go shopping. She hugged herself. Sounds perfect. As we strolled down a street named Miracle Mile, Belle held open the door for her friend. She stepped into the blast of air conditioning and released her breath. Em said, "Too bad the boys thought shopping too girly." Em, have you ever dated a guy who gave you butterflies in your stomach? She winked. I only date men who can do that. My face felt warm. I've only dated 2 men in my life. My high school boyfriend lasted into college. Then when I joined the Marines, I met Colt, and we dated until recently. Em picked up a dress and then put it down. And now you're on the cover of newspapers as the woman that might tame Mr. Monopoly. I flinched. I told you to stop calling him that. Fair enough. Though I bet your Peter would be sexy even in a top hat and carrying a cane. Maybe he would. I crossed my arms as I flitted to another dress. But Peter is not a board game. What is he then? Sweet. Em's voice became droll. This is how you are constantly in a relationship, isn't it? You always only see the good in the guy you're with. I dropped my hands to the side. Em, what are you talking about? She glanced in the mirror and not at me. All the guys we're friends with are friends because you compliment them, ask them about their families. Now you're getting one of the richest, most powerful men under your spell, and you don't even see it that way. I plopped my hands to my sides. I am just being me. Em shook her head, but then went to study the dress she held. I just hope that one day some guy who gives me those good flutters in the stomach finds me half as good as you. I placed my hand on Em's wrist. Em, you're not making any sense. She slammed the hanger back on the rack with the dress on it. Look, I truly only want you to be happy. Then one day you can teach me how you do it. A new man was something to be happy about. I licked my lips and steered my friend toward the door. Let's try to have fun. What are we shopping for? The bright sunshine never stopped here. 80-degree weather for Christmas felt strange. I motioned for them to enter a small bookstore as Em answered, something for my parents to make them less sad. Now I felt horrible. I held my breath. You didn't have to come to the wedding or stay in town. Em shook her head and stared at the touristy stuff. Mom's cancer isn't going away, and she wanted me to go. I promised her I'd be home soon. I exhaled and stepped closer to my friend to whisper, Cancer sucks. It's how my mom died when I was a kid. If I can do anything, you already do. Em kept her gaze down and didn't move. Keep her in your prayers and thoughts. I'm hoping Mom beats it. I placed my hand on Em's shoulder, but Em swatted me away. Of course, I hope your mom survives. She's lovely. She shrugged and dropped her hands to her sides. Yes, Mom's great. I held up a horribly cheesy Miami coffee mug and placed it back on the shelf. Then we better get started on our mission. What mission? I gazed at Em, who studied me. To get your mom things that will cheer her up. Mom wants me to be happy more than anything else. I lifted my head. Then be happy. She wants me to find a husband, but we both know I'm destined to be single forever. Em stepped away, almost like she was ashamed. Then she placed a silly hat on her head and modeled it. What do you think of this wolf hat? I covered my lips not to laugh. It will look fabulous in your legal career as you meet your clients. You can represent all the wolves. And no, you don't have to be single. I've not met a guy I can stand being with for more than a few months. Em tugged the hat off her head and put it down. Wolves would be nicer clients. The life of a lawyer. I turned toward the huge window and saw Peter and his strong shoulders, which had held me tight last night. The door chimed as it opened, and I fixed my hair behind my ear. There is Peter. He's early. Em's mouth dropped open. I get to meet Mr. Monopoly here? I turned to her and swallowed. Be nice. His name is Peter Morgan. A moment later, he wrapped his arms around me and I smelled his woodsy scent. A lightness entered my heart as I hugged him. Peter! Belle, you're early. He pulled away, but the flutters in my stomach remained. Then he took my hand and laced our fingers together. The meeting ending with everyone telling me yes. It makes it faster if I stare down my employees until they comply. I smiled. His brown eyes were mesmerizing. I could see how someone who didn't know him might be intimidated. Well, that is one strategy. He stared at Em's blonde hair and blue eyes. Introduce me to your friend. I opened my mouth. I had almost forgotten the world existed. I then shook my head. Peter Morgan, this is Emily Fletcher. Em, this is Peter Morgan. He held out his hand to shake hers. Nice to meet you. She shook his hand, and I felt my pulse increase. Peter kept his other hand around my waist as he said, Emily, I hope you don't mind, but I had my secretary create a calendar of options for you later today. I want to steal Belle away, but she's been worried about you. So how does jet skiing or a midnight kayak adventure or anything else sound? My lips parted. I'm going jet skiing? He handed her a folder. Anything you want. The adventure's on me. She clutched it to her chest like she would refuse to let it go. This sounds way fun, and I'm sure the guys will love spending time without me. But do you think I could talk with my friend tomorrow for a little while? Coffee or something like that? My heart fell in my chest. Of course, Em. We're always friends. Em sashayed to the door. So now that it's settled, let's get lunch so you can be whisked away on your romance, and I'll head off on my adventure. I held him still as Em went forward. I then whispered to him, Peter? He scratched his head. Yeah? I lowered my gaze. I don't want to be the girl who ditches her friend for a guy. He traced my face with his hand. You aren't. You're sweet. She's going to have fun tonight, and right now we'll get lunch together. Relax. Em didn't look back. I tried to tell my heart to stop its double take near Peter, but it was impossible. Peter's presence set me off course. Then he whispered in my ear as we strolled down the street. And we still have to talk about how you're my girlfriend in private. This was so perfect. I never thought I'd fall for Peter, but it was getting too hard to say no. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, I stared at Belle and hoped today was the start of an amazing morning as he sat across from her friend Em. Belle's natural apple smell whet my appetite, and I told the waitress who came for our order, Polo con quimbobo y platanos. Belle's eyebrows raised. What chicken meal did you just order? He leaned closer and placed his hand on her knee. He had to touch her in some small way. This is Miami. I ordered the chicken with okra and plantains. Belle then told the waitress, I'll have the same thing. Her friend read the menu again and said, I'd like a cheeseburger plate with fries. As the waitress took the menus and left, Belle said, You should try new foods, Em. Em shrugged. New Year's is coming up. I'll make a resolution to change then. Right now I need comfort. Either of you have one yet? One what? Resolutions? I nodded. Belle's friend clearly liked to lead the conversation. I'm hoping to balance my life more this year. Belle's gaze turned to the sky, as if she went into deep thought. This year was a tidal wave for me. I'd like next year to simply be more like a regular wave in the ocean. I'll make my resolutions soon. Em shook her head. Belle is always hard on herself. Don't let her pessimism stop you, Peter. Belle crossed her arms. I am hard on myself. Belle's smile lit up my heart and made me feel lighter. I massaged her knee. M's getting worried about the alligators. Stay with the tour and do what the guide says. I swallowed water as the waitress delivered the food. When she left, I said, always respect nature. M sipped her soda as she gazed at me. That goes for humans too, no? I picked up my fork and shrugged. Most especially in business, instincts go hand in hand with goals. As we all chewed our first bite, M wiped her lips and asked, so what are your intentions for my friend? I squeezed Belle's knee. Excuse me. M's gaze drifted to Belle. Do you want to marry Belle and help her raise unborn children? Belle's lips parted. She wiped her lips and shook her head. M, that's a little extreme. M played with a French fry in her hand as she turned her head back to me. No, it's not. The lawyer in me wants to protect you. Belle's face turned red as she shook her head. That's nice. M placed her hand on Belle's, but never let her gaze even blink as she stared at me. So is it? Most men and women dream about having families, raising their children, watching them grow up to be happy. Belle shouldn't be stuck with someone who doesn't want those things. I finished a bite of my food as I assessed her. Belle turned her knees closer to me as she said to her friend, I don't even know if that's in the cards for me or what I want, Em. Don't make assumptions. We all know you're worth it, Belle. My deep voice then said, your friend is right. You are worth far more than you realize. We all ate a few bites in silence. M broke the quiet. I'm just trying to protect you, and your Peter Morgan doesn't strike me as Mr. Monopoly anymore. Mr. Monopoly? I gently massaged Belle's knee under the table. I haven't been called that to my face in a while. Belle pressed her lips together. She read it in the newspaper. It was one of the more amusing names I've been called. M gulped her glass of water and then turned toward me. M lowered her gaze and said, lunch was nice. Have fun. Belle reached across the table and squeezed her friend's wrist. M nodded. Go. I'm getting a fabulous vacation out of the deal. As we walked out of the restaurant, the sun hit my skull. I hadn't walked in public like this in years. Belle laced her fingers in mine as we strolled down the street. At the corner, she whispered, you should find the time to talk to your mom. I don't want to think about that. Both of my siblings stepped out of a chauffeured town car with frowns on their faces as they approached. Vicky caught them first. Peter, there you are. I stood straighter. They had something to say, and I'd take the brunt of whatever this was now. John. Victoria, it's nice to see you. I thought you were leaving on your honeymoon, Vicky? John widened his stance. You left Mom alone in your house. I pressed my lips together and waited for the rest of it. I did. John's shoulders tightened as he crossed his arms. You don't have to be like Dad. He was a careless jerk, and leaving her alone was just cold. I gazed at Vicky. We both believed the same thing. I met John's stare, but then Belle squeezed my hand as she stepped in front of me. Wait a minute. Peter remembers his mother, and he has to come to terms with his memories and her showing up at his door. You have your mother because of Peter, so give him space so he can find his own way. Don't judge him. Belle was brave. I placed my hand on her shoulder, but I had a feeling in a real fight she'd never need backup. Vicky jumped and took John's arm to pull him back. We're sorry, Peter. John wanted to put you in Dad's place so he could yell at someone. It wasn't right. I'll get him home to his wife. The last thing I needed was distance with my siblings that had only recently come back into my life. I licked my lips. Thanks, Vicky, and go on your honeymoon. She turned her head to give me her profile. After your New Year's party, the cruise we recently booked is going to be amazing. I waited until my siblings left us alone. My hand was still on Belle's shoulder as she stood like she'd guard me. I massaged her arm to get her to turn around. She retook my hand as we took our first steps. Thank you, Belle. No one's ever even tried to stand up for me. She let out a sigh. You deserve it. No one thought that about me. As we passed a store that flashed beachwear, my heart immediately thought of my yacht and how alone I had been with her there. I stopped and held her hand until she stopped too. Belle, if I buy you a swimsuit, will you come to the yacht with me? I don't want to keep running into people. Will you find time to talk to your mother? Yes, but I can't right now. You will. A small blush appeared on her face. I'll buy my own. The store right here has bathing suits. Let's go there fast and I'll figure something out. I kept my hand on her back as we entered the store. She went right to the one-piece suits and flipped through the rack for her size. A sales clerk raced over to her. Is there any way I can help? Whatever one you like the best, please tell me your size and I'll see if we have it in the back. Belle handed her a few of her choices as she continued to browse. Thank you for holding these. You're super helpful. The sales clerk's gaze clearly recognized me as she answered, just doing my job. Belle picked out 10 and then nodded like she'd be fast. Okay, I like these. Is there a dressing room? I reached for my phone to check my messages as the clerk said, This way, mamacita. Belle's brown eyes cracked as her lips parted. I'm not a mom. I didn't even have one. She meant no harm. I stared at Belle. Her presence calmed me, and I liked that feeling. I kept my phone in my hand and didn't look at it as I stared at her. It's just an expression. She winked at me and followed the sales clerk into the dressing area. Peter, I'll be right back. I found a seat near the window, which must have been set up specifically for men to wait. The couch's cushions were sturdy as I read a few emails. My secretary needed a raise. I read another email about the financial portfolio of a mortgage lender as the doorbell chimed. I ignored the sound until Jennifer's Chanel perfume filled the air. I placed my phone down. What are you doing here? She slipped onto the couch next to me. Peter, I never dragged you into places like this. I stood. I'd not touch her ever again. Places like what? Her nose curled as she stood like she was ascending royalty. Retail stores. I widened my stance and glanced at the sales clerk near the register. Jennifer, I'm waiting for Belle. Jennifer shrugged her well-moisturized shoulder that shined. Oh, you're still with your monthly challenge. I clenched my jaw. What? She brushed against my arm like we were friends or more. At the rehearsal dinner, you and your brother weren't exactly alone when you made that bet. Peter, I am surprised at the lengths this bet has taken. I jerked my arm away from her and shook my head. Jennifer, you should go. Belle's voice echoed in the store. Peter, who are you talking to? The sales clerk's eyes were wide open as I called out, I'll be free when you come out, Belle. Don't worry. The sales clerk then rushed into the dressing room. Jennifer cackled, but kept her voice low, like we shared a secret. Lying to the new girlfriend is hardly the best way to start a relationship. Belle knew about the bet. I pocketed my cell phone and then tensed my body. Jennifer, whatever power or knowledge you think you have, let it go. Live your life. And right now, I'd suggest walking out the door and leaving us alone. Her mouth fell open like she was shocked, but I knew she mimed everything to make every moment larger than life. Peter, don't be like that. I stared at the dressing room door and nodded her. Goodbye. Her voice was sing-song as she took my arm. You used to find me interesting. Then I gazed at her like I would destroy someone across the boardroom that crossed my path. I used to think you were all that was left. She crossed her arms, clearly unable to understand I didn't want her. Excuse me. The dressing room made noises. Belle would return, and my heart would be calm again. Right now, I had a storm that raged inside my chest as I pointed to where Jennifer stood. Leave. Now. She tried to take my hand, but I pulled it out of her clutches. Okay, Peter. I'm leaving, but I want to say I will always love you. My eyes narrowed like she was about to be my prey in an attack. You never did when it mattered. She flew out the door. A moment later, Belle pressed on my shoulder, and it was like the sun that came after a hurricane as she said, Peter, who was that? I normally never answered personal questions to anyone. My dad's voice rang in my head, but then I turned and stared into her brown eyes. I took her hand and kissed it. Jennifer, today is going from bad to worse. Let's just get to the yacht. The sales clerk had wrapped the bag. Belle took her hand out of mine and flashed her debit card out like she was in a race. I stepped away and pressed a button on my phone. As she finished paying, the limo stopped in front of the store. I held the door for her and let her out. On the street, as we waited for her to scoot in, she squeezed my arm. Your phone is ringing. I held it as I joined her in the limo. Then I stared at the caller ID. It's my secretary. It must be important. She nudged me with her elbow. Answer it. I won't be a moment. You'll have my full attention. I adjusted my legs as I sat, and the limo driver took off. Then I answered. Hello? Mr. Morgan, your mother keeps calling. In all these years, I didn't know you had a mother. I need instructions on how to field these calls, sir. I closed my eyes. The last thing I needed was to deal with my mother, too. She had left the house and never returned. Right now, I reimagined the day I was a boy and sat on the steps as she stormed out the front door. I swallowed and thought if she could storm out the door, she could have taken me with her. She didn't, though. The thought haunted me, though I didn't say anything. Instead, I laced my fingers with bells and told my secretary, You've been more of a mother to me all these years. Please tell my mother that I'm busy and will call her later. Once I create a battle plan, I'll let you know. Belle mouthed to me, battle plan. I read her lips. My secretary then ended the call in her usual fashion. Very good, sir. Goodbye. As I hung up the phone, Belle reached out and placed her hand on my cheek. Battle plan. Family isn't a war zone. There is no one shooting at you. This wasn't what I wanted to talk about. Belle's gentle fingers were ladylike and was the only part of my life at the moment that offered me safe haven. I let her brush my 5 o'clock shadow as I said, It feels that way. We're here. Can we forget about the rest of the day and what life brings us and just relax? She kept her voice low as she said, Okay, one condition. Besides speaking to my mother? Yes, besides that. I'd give her anything. My heart soared. What's that? She winked and took her hand back, though she met my stare with her own. Let's talk about how you want to work out the whole girlfriend question. I want details. The limo stopped at the dock. I'd have kissed her, but I'd prefer no more interruptions. Once we were gone, we'd be alone and I could wrap my arms around her. I offered my hand as we stepped outside. Perfect, I have champagne waiting. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. As soon as the yacht took off, my shoulders dropped considerably. I seemed almost human as I filled his wine glass. This week had been out of this world, and despite my stress, I'd been nothing but a gentleman. My mind screamed to get details before my heart became his. Despite the thought, my body hummed as we sipped wine in the afternoon sunshine on his air-conditioned yacht. The wine was perfect, crisp, but sweet, like him. I glanced at him, and he let the sunshine hit his face with his eyes closed. He seemed relaxed. I scooted my chair closer to him and brushed his arm as I asked, How are you? He reached out and placed his hand on my knee again. Clearly, he was peaceful. He massaged me gently. I'm happy you're here. I sipped my wine and wondered what it would be like to make love to him in the afternoon with no one around. Both other times had been at night where we had fallen asleep. I licked my lips and studied his profile as I recharged my nerves. Peter, this whole girlfriend thing, it comes with perks? His eyebrows lifted and he turned to stare at me. His brown eyes narrowed as he leaned closer. What kind of perks do you want? I swallowed. This was it? I'd get details later and told myself it was better to not know. I let my legs run up and down his. Your undivided attention as you touch me everywhere. He took both of the wine glasses and placed them on the table beside him with the wine bottle as I stood, and then sat on his lap. Belle, I'm surprised. So that's a no? I wrapped my legs around him and felt his growing erection. This was what I wanted right now. We were utterly alone and his staff would not enter without him summoning anyone. No one could see us inside his yacht with the black windows. I leaned down and kissed the space between his ear and his neck. I guess I'll stop. He wrapped his arms around me and his hands roamed all the way to my butt. Tingles of awareness grew over me as he touched everywhere. The opposite. It's a yes. I thought I'd have to convince you. This was it. I leaned behind me and lifted my dress in the air. I threw it across the room and stayed on his lap. His eyes drank in what they saw as I unclasped my bra and threw it onto my dress. Then I leaned forward and grabbed his belt buckle. Peter, you need TLC right now. He swallowed. His erection grew, though he pressed his lips together as he said, "You don't have to." My lips curled up as I leaned just a fraction of an inch toward his mouth and whispered, "This is what I want, and you said I could have whatever I wanted." True. He closed his eyes and kissed me. He was hard, demanding, and he lifted me as he stood, carrying me across the room. I lowered my legs as he placed me on an adjacent couch. I laid on my back, though I sat to watch him strip his shirt and pants off. Then I reached down and threw my panties with my other clothes. He dropped everything in a pile and came toward me on the couch. I leaned down as his lips suckled my breast. A sigh escaped me as he stopped, but then he moved to my other breast. My hands wrapped around his naked body as my own quaked in a sea of desire. Then his lips moved upwards and he kissed me. I could taste him, and I was hot. He quickly rolled a condom, and my body was lax as I accepted his length inside me. His voice was gruff as he asked, "How about this? Do you like this?" Peter. Wow. I couldn't say anything else, panting as he pushed in and out of me. Heat built inside, and I lost the ability to think. Fireworks exploded inside me as he once again ejaculated. I couldn't move, I was so relaxed and warm. Peter leaned over me and stared at me as consciousness returned to my body. I licked my lips and stared into the eyes of a concerned man. His eyebrows angled down as he stared at me. I swallowed and tried to find my voice. I sighed. He was in so many ways the perfect man. My lips curled into a smile and then asked, "What's wrong?" "Belle." He pressed a short kiss on my lips, and I moaned. Then he petted my hair until I stared at him again. He didn't blink as he said, "You deserve better than me." I sat fast and covered my breasts. I shook my head and refused to look at him. Everyone always says that about me right before they leave. His hand went to my knee again, and he massaged it until I looked at him. My heart stopped its fast racing as I licked my lips. He then whispered, "I'm more afraid of losing you." A surge of something in my blood grew. I leaned into his muscular chest and stared at his big hands. "Really?" He kissed the top of my head. "Belle, I've never been with a woman who didn't want me for my money. The price tag meant that no one wanted me for me. I could keep my distance. With you, it's like I'm seeing the world differently." I sat and kissed him as my pulse quickened. "Peter, that's sweet." He winked at me. "Don't do that, sweetheart, or you'll get me excited again." A quiver erupted in me at the thought. I pressed my head on his shoulder. "I like you out of control." He massaged my shoulders. "Likewise." Neither of us spoke or moved for a while. We stared out at the ocean. No land was anywhere in sight. We were completely alone except for his staff. I covered my lips. I had never been so free with myself before. I began to laugh. He asked, "What's so funny?" I tried to contain my giggling, but it grew worse. My belly hurt from laughing so hard. Finally, I managed. "Everyone always says I'm so wound up with a million things to do that I never let myself go. Clearly, I was just waiting for you." He hugged me. "Belle, you're the best Christmas present." The telephone in the corner of the room rang. Peter petted my hair and seemed to ignore the phone. I sighed and sat. "Your phone is ringing." His hand returned to my knee. My heart was light as he said, "Let it." The world was shiny and bright right now, but I shrugged. "No, If someone called the ship, it must be super important, or else the captain wouldn't have let it through. He stiffened. I guess, but other than you, today has been a day I needed to avoid people. I rubbed his back as he answered. Hello? His face fell as he said, She's where? I hugged his shoulders as he continued. Have all the bills forwarded to me. Give her the best possible care. My heart hammered in my chest as he then said, I don't know when I will arrive. I felt how he stiffened under my touch and stood taller as he finished. Bye. He walked away from me, tugged on his boxers, and slumped on the couch. I followed and scooted next to him. Peter, what happened? He stared at the ocean like he could set it on fire from whatever had just happened. My heart ached for him, and I placed my hand on his stomach. He let out a deep breath and said, My mother is in the hospital. I swallowed. What? He didn't blink. His shoulders were tense. She was taken in with pneumonia, but no one is sure. John and Vicky are en route. I scooted closer to him and smoothed his hair. Who called you then? He turned to face me, and I could see how his entire face went dark. I hugged his shoulder as he said, My staff. There was an ache in my throat, but I stayed quiet. Peter, call the captain. We should go home at once. His jaw tightened like he was trying to hold himself together as he shook his head. I don't know. My eyes misted to cry for him, but I tried to give him an understanding nod. What don't you know? He jerked to his feet to isolate himself. If she lives through this, then she'll want to speak to me. I don't want to cause her more pain. I fumbled for my words as I stayed in my seat to let him pace. When he stopped, I stroked my own throat as I asked, Peter, what are you saying? His hands clenched as his body tightened. I don't know if I can forgive her. I didn't say anything for a few minutes. He paced, but then he sunk back onto the couch beside me with his shoulders pushed into the cushion. I curled my legs beside him, but didn't say anything. His hands eventually patted my leg. Do you think I'm horrible? I wished I could alleviate this for him. He was so used to total control, but had no idea how to open up to his family. I petted his leg. No, you're in pain. He sat and stared into my eyes like I was a mythical priestess with all the answers. How do I stop feeling like I let everyone down? I never had answers when it came to emotional stuff. I worried if I didn't help him, though, he'd be in an endless cycle of pain. He deserved better. I licked my lips as my heart led my words. Sometimes we all have to move on. He narrowed his gaze. What does that mean? I met his stare and realized I had to speak up. This was what I'd do. This was how I had accepted my stepmother into my life after years of being the only girl in the house. I tilted my head and said, She's in your life again. You don't have to be close. It might be easier for you if you go and say, Hello, how are you doing? Let her see that you're there and be polite. That was what worked for me. And eventually I liked my stepmother well enough. She makes my dad happy. His shoulders slumped and he averted his gaze. I don't know if I can do that. I handed him his shirt, which had still been on the floor with his pants. Then I straightened out his pants. Why not? You have everything you need. He took the pants from me and laid them beside him with his shirt. He then stared at the ocean again as he said, I was on the stairs as she stormed out of the house. Earlier, before the fight, she had laid Vicky down in the crib and kissed her forehead. I followed her that night. As she fought with Dad, I sat there waiting for her. She flew past me with her arms clenched at her sides and threw open the door. I spent years wishing she had taken me with her. With a heavy nod, my chest ached for him. I wasn't sure how I'd be any different if the roles were reversed. I sighed. You did? He shook his head and didn't look away from the waves the ship made in the water. Then I spent my entire adult life hating her. I had to phrase this right so I did not upset him, and hoped he'd see the situation in a better light. What about your father, Peter? I've heard unkind things from all of you, but I don't know what he did to you. His shoulders were still tight, but he turned to me. His face was etched in a heavy load he had borne all his life. I was to take the reins of Morgan Enterprises after he left and rule the House of Morgan as he saw fit. The House of Morgan seemed a horrible way to phrase family. I narrowed my gaze. What does that mean? He blinked and then stared at the floor and counted on his fingers. To quote a few things from my dad said, let's see. To not think with my heart about anything other than work. To ensure the success of Morgan Enterprises above even my own health. To not let family ever get in the way of what's best for myself. And you don't want to get me started on how I'm to view women. Mitch Morgan was a spoiled, bitter man who always got whatever he wanted. I held my breath. I now believed his mother. No father should talk like that to his own son. My hands clenched like I might fight his father too. So you believe he could have kidnapped your mother that night? For a long while, he didn't say anything. The ship continued to sail away from Miami. Then he slumped his shoulders. I absolutely believe that. As I said, I hated her for leaving me there. I licked my lips. It was time for him to go. I rubbed my arms and then stared at the phone. Peter, turn the ship around. The couch shifted beside me as he moved. He walked to the phone, but as he picked it up, he said, "Okay, but Belle, when I'm done at the hospital, can I come to your hotel room?" My heart swelled. I nodded my head and offered a weak smile. Absolutely. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Peter wrapped his arms around mine as I stepped out of the limo. The bright sun of Miami and the warm breezes tempered me. Or maybe it was the way he held me tightly. My lips sought his, and I was lost in a sea of happiness. His kiss captured me entirely. He stepped away. See you in a few hours, maybe less. The Marines had taught me I'd be fine in any situation. I reached up and hugged his neck. Take your time with your mom. I placed a kiss on his cheek and stepped away. He nodded at me and repeated himself. I'll be back for you. I'll be here then. I refused to budge until he stepped into his limo. My heart wished him well. He needed to make peace with his mother. I widened my stance on the sidewalk as I watched the limo drive down the palm tree-lined driveway and out of sight. I turned on my heels and carried my bathing suit bag into the elegant hotel with the amazing painted ceilings. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep the moment the limo dropped me off at my hotel. I picked up my phone and texted my best friend, M, anyhow. Where are you? At the shipyard, changing into my gear for the evening. How was your date with Peter? He'll get me later. His mom's in the hospital. That's too bad. Thanks for letting me know. Maybe I can leave early and we can do something. No, don't. Have fun. Peter is coming back. Talk later. Bye. I was alone and my body was jittery with too much adrenaline. Every cell in my body craved to do something, but I wasn't sure what. As I marched through the lobby where families gathered and someone took my photograph, I crossed my arms. Peter should take hours with his mother. I thought about reading, but right now, I couldn't get my mind to settle. I marched into the hotel and then saw the word spa on a brochure. A good massage might make me less anxious and more open to Peter when he came back. He'd probably be wound up tight, and I hoped to be a good listener. I went to my room and dropped off my bag. The spa idea played in my mind. I stared out my balcony as people danced in a courtyard and had drinks. The party never stopped there. Then I marched out of my room and through a different courtyard, which played light samba music, and into the sunshine. The people at the pool drank and others swam in the blue waters. Parrots squawked in the palm trees. At the cabana, more people congregated with drinks. Clearly, this was vacation heaven. I stepped into the salon and Miss Hair, makeup and clothes were all there. Miss Hair was behind the front desk as she worked on someone's hair. Miss Makeup was also with a client to her left as she sold some products. Miss Clothes was at the front desk and asked, "How may we serve you today, Miss Jordan?" I stared at the brochure with the menu of options. "I'd like a massage." Miss Clothes smiled. "Would you like that in your room or in our spa?" I hadn't thought to stay in my room. I didn't want to be alone right now anyhow. It was better to be lost in a crowd. Here is fine. Please have a seat, and I will get a masseuse for you now. My skin was alert and active. The sounds of harps and bells and the light spa music already relaxed me. Are you ready? I stood and nodded my head. The woman smiled and turned to lead me. Of course, this way. Miss Clothes walked with perfect poise. My hips did not swing like hers. I stampeded with a brisk military straight line, though I wore heels. Miss Clothes pointed to a dressing room and handed me a warm bathrobe. Your masseuse will be Katerina. Please change here and she will come and get you in a moment. The sounds of nature mixed with a flute played in my ear. This place was tranquil. I nodded and walked inside. Thank you. I was in one of the changing rooms, wrapping the robe around me when I heard footsteps. I assumed it was the masseuse and called out, "I'll be out in a moment." No one said anything, but someone was outside in the lounge. I could hear them. I folded my clothes and ensured the robe was tight around me as I stepped out. I rolled on my feet the moment I saw Jennifer. Part of me wanted to go into the changing room and stay. I didn't, though. I marched forward. Jennifer sipped a Bellini, the signature drink of the hotel, and stood the moment she saw me. Belle Jordan, is that you? Jennifer, Peter's ex? I proceeded to a locker and ensured Jennifer couldn't see the passcode. As I returned to the couch, Jennifer sipped her cocktail and smiled. Funny seeing you here. I was here to cause trouble. I crossed my arms. I'd not bait the woman who clearly wanted Peter. I am staying at the hotel. What are you doing here? Jennifer didn't flinch. She relaxed in her seat as her skin glowed with radiance. Spa living must be good at hiding the inside of a person. I sat and stared at the door, hoping the masseuse came. I live in Coral Gables, and this is my usual spa, at least until Calm Serenity opens officially. I can't wait to go there. I don't know what that is. I'm not from here. I find it strange you are at my hotel. This hotel is pretty historic. I lifted one of my eyebrows to give her my most quizzical, don't feed me nonsense face I had used on people under my supervision. So why you followed Peter and me shopping earlier too? Jennifer swallowed and then saluted with her glass. He told you? I pressed my lips together. This was the last person I'd choose to talk to, but any moment this little episode would end. I glanced at the door. Of course, we don't have secrets. Jennifer's smile was like a cat staring at its prey. An instant coldness raced down my spine as Jennifer said, "Interesting. Well, I didn't take you as a spa type. I thought I'd be safe enough from the lovebirds." This was taking too long. My heart began to race as I sat here. I didn't look at Jennifer. Perhaps it's better if we simply read until our appointments start. Jennifer placed her glass on the table. I heard the glass clink. My own skin tingled at the sound. Then Jennifer said, "You don't want to share Peter. I understand. I didn't either, but then he cheated on me." I tugged on my ear. I'd not turn and give this woman any time. Cheating was not a good characteristic, though, and I'd ask him for his story soon. Sorry about that, but so we understand each other, I am here to relax. Of course. I'd be the same if I were you. Jennifer's sigh filled the air and drowned out the nice piano music mingling with nature as she said, "I'm a little disappointed at this, though. If I were you, I'd want to know all about his little bet." I should have asked for details about the bet. Jennifer had mentioned it at the hospital, too. I refused to say anything to the woman that reminded me of girls in high school I'd avoid like the plague. Curiosity won, though. "Excuse me?" Jennifer leaned forward in her seat. "He made a bet that he could date you for a month. He gets 10% of John's stock in Morgan Enterprises if he keeps you on his arm." The stakes were high. Peter cared about Morgan Enterprises. I knew I fed Jennifer's ego with my question. My shoulders tightened as I stared at the door. "I don't believe you." Jennifer said, "Don't believe me, that's fine. You can ask him yourself about the bet. We both know that Peter doesn't lie when confronted. He will make a plan to ensure that his way ultimately wins." A month. Now that the question was out there, I'd ask. I had wondered why a man like Peter Morgan would ever talk to me at that party, or why he insisted we spend time together. I'd been in such a dark cloud and rude. Now he spent all his time with me. I swallowed and turned toward Jennifer, who stared at me like a cat that let its prey wander the cage. When did the bet supposedly start? Jennifer waited and let the sounds of harps fill the air. So you are curious. I swallowed and hugged my waist. Forget it. Jennifer sighed. At the rehearsal dinner, the moment you arrived. There was no time for that. This had to be a lie. My shoulders straightened for the moment. He came to speak to me within minutes of my arrival. Jennifer picked up her glass and played with the rim. True. Most of the bet was decided before they found the girl he had to date. When you walked in, you became the girl. I tried to warn you. Footsteps echoed in the hall. My heart beat fast. Then a masseuse dressed in white came in. I silently prayed she was Katerina. Then the woman nodded at Jennifer and then me. Ms. Jordan, it's time for your appointment. I bounced to my feet. It was time to go. This was too much. I didn't say goodbye, but then Jennifer called out, "Oh, have fun. Katerina is a miracle worker." In the hallway, away from the waiting room, I kept my voice low as I followed the masseuse. "Katerina, is there a way you can work out the kinks caused from talking to Jennifer?" The woman nodded her head. "Oh yes, absolutely, miss. I have experience. Don't let whatever she said get in your brain. Relax." Easier said than done. The bet sounded worse and worse. It explained his interest. I knew I should have asked for details, but his mother had returned from the dead. I rubbed my temples as I lay on the table. I tried to close my eyes. That's just it. Everything she just said, I think it might be true. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, I rushed through the hospital doors and went right to the business office. My mother would never worry about anything financial. I'd take care of this. No one in my family would ever be turned into a pauper or have to ask for anything from anyone. I signed all the business papers and then had no more excuse to avoid my mother's room. My sister and brother would likely be in the hospital somewhere or in the vicinity. My feet dragged as I made my way to the elevator. I pressed the button with all the enthusiasm I could muster as a little girl, then said, "Did your mom just go to heaven too?" I shook my head. My face must look terrible. I knelt down as I glanced around the empty hospital hall near the elevator. This little girl was all by herself. I swallowed and stared into her pretty brown eyes. "Is that what happened to yours?" Her eyes misted as she hugged a small, ripped teddy bear. "Yeah. She should have someone with her. The day my mother left was the worst day of my life." I glanced at the white walls and lack of security guards. Had the hospital let the girl wander alone without her mother? I stayed at her eye level. "Is someone coming here for you?" She waved to a closed office door without moving much. "My grandma and grandpa are with a priest inside there." This was just for a minute. At least someone was here for her. I let the elevator go as it beeped behind me. There would be another in a moment. "What's your name?" She hugged her bear again. "Caroline." "Caroline." She clearly loved her mother. If I had a child, I'd want him or her to have the best at everything. My money had paid for Harvard, and if I paid for this girl, it would be written off as a charity exception to my taxes. I took out my wallet and stared at the door. The grandparents must be upset. I wrote a personal note on the back of my card saying that I'd pay for college for their granddaughter. "Here is my business card. I want you to keep this and give it to your grandma and grandpa. Tell them when they are ready to call me about your college tuition for Harvard or anywhere else. It is what your mom would have wanted for you." She smiled at me while she studied the card. She bit her bottom lip for a moment and then nodded. "Okay. Thank you, Peter. Your name is Peter." A genuine smile of my own grew as I nodded. "She taught you to read." She rolled her eyes like she was a teenager. "Of course, I'm 5. My eyes widened. "You're 5? She giggled and wrapped her arms around me. "Yes." The door opened and her grandparents and a man in black all came out of the room. The grandmother was clearly crying. I stood and nodded at the girl. I might need to hire you to work for me one day. I like smart people in my office. Don't forget to give my card to your grandparents. Bye. She ran to her grandparents and handed them my card. The elevator doors opened and people walked out. I stepped inside without another word. I pressed the button and the doors closed. In the elevator, I pressed my head on the wall. At least the girl knew what happened to her mother. My own life spun out of lies. Belle's words haunted me to simply be polite as I stepped off the elevator. The moment the doors opened, my gaze locked on my brother down the hall. I straightened my shoulders and walked out. John saw me and waved. My face felt heated. I didn't know what to say or why I was here. I swallowed and joined my brother. John pressed his hand on my back. Glad you're here. We thought you weren't coming. I stared into the room, but there was a curtain pulled. I widened my stance and wished I had bought flowers to hold. Instead, I stood there and felt awkward. I was on my yacht. John's face lightened. With Belle? I placed my hands in my pockets and steadied my feet. Yes, with Belle. John turned his head and stared down the hall toward the elevator banks. Why is she not here? My family would like Belle. She was real. And the Morgans all seemed to gravitate toward people that had a clear direction. Until I had met Belle, I hadn't thought that important. My face felt hot now. I brought her to her hotel. Is Mom inside? Some Dr. Luke hasn't wanted to leave Mom's side, but he finally left. John waved his hands like he might stop me. Vicky is speaking to her privately. Give them a few minutes. My stance widened. John and I didn't look at each other. We both stared at the door. Your new girlfriend went to bat for you today. She was trying to protect me. I remembered how she confronted my family. No one had ever done that for me ever. My father had pretty much run my entire life until he died, and Mitch Morgan would have never chosen Belle. I swallowed and tugged on my collar. She's nice. John rolled back and forth on his feet without moving them. That's pretty rare for you. I turned to stare at my brother. If my family didn't approve, it was their own problem, not mine. You told me to date her. John nodded. We were only looking out for you. Not everyone only sees dollar signs, and Belle seemed real. So they did approve. I unclenched my hands that I didn't know I'd fisted. I stared at the door. You and Alice have good taste. John snapped his fingers. So things are going well then? I tensed. They were now too interested. I would bury myself with something to do, but I stayed absolutely still. I'd see my mother. Yeah. John turned to block the door and stare right at me. Look, I didn't mean to fight with you. You're my brother. I tried to relax my shoulders. John was only trying to do what he thought was best. I pressed my hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about it. John rolled on his feet again. Fair enough. I don't want to fight with either of my siblings. Vicky then pushed the curtain back as she wiped tears from her eyes. Then she stood and smiled as she hugged our mother's hand. Peter. Mom, Peter's here. This was surreal. The room was all white. As I stepped into the room, I stared at my mother. She had my dark hair once, though now she had more than a few grays. She had brown eyes that had haunted me all my life. In my memory, she was strong, but now I gazed at her wrinkles. She wasn't the same. I leaned on the tray table someone had left food on. Her gaze stayed on me. I swallowed and stepped closer. This was like one of my dreams where my mother had come home. I had forgotten that. I ignored everyone else but her as I sat on the bed. Her hands reached out to touch me. I choked on what I'd say and took her hand in mine. The monitors beeped from brushing against the instrument attached to her finger. I then heard my siblings, and I turned to them. Vicky, John, can I talk to her alone? Vicky tugged on our brother's arm. Of course. Take your time. I stared at my mother, who then reached out to touch my face. My heart ached that she had ended up here. The monitor on her nose clearly measured her breaths. I waited for the clack of footsteps leaving the room to end. Then I reached out and brushed her cheek. Her eyes watered as I said all the words I could muster. "Hey, Mom." She tried to sit, but I shook my head. She lay back down, but clutched my hand. "Peter, I wish I wasn't sick. The doctor said they'd just monitor me." I swallowed my own tears. I then petted her arm. I had pictured her dead so many times. I tried to smile. "It's okay. You look better than I imagined." She tried to sit, but the monitor blocked her. Her arms were wide open as she sobbed. "Peter." She couldn't say anything else. Her tears filled the room with sound. I wrapped my arms around her and ignored the monitors. "Don't cry. I'm here." She hugged me as the monitors beeped. "All these years, you were the one I saw in all my dreams and nightmares. You were so close. It was your eyes that followed me across the foyer, and that moment I remembered the most." "What?" "You were my boy, my helper. You always tried to protect me and your siblings. Your lips that curled into a frown when you realized you couldn't stop your father. You followed me everywhere until your father had me taken away. Now you've grown into a handsome man." For a long while, we didn't say anything. As a child, I remembered so many details about my mother. I could have followed her everywhere. I didn't remember. For now, I held her hand, and that was it. She stopped crying and settled into the bed. Silence clung in the air now. I remembered what I had said to Belle. "Mom, did you see me that day?" She choked on a tear and then coughed. The monitor on her nose made noises, but then she stopped and wiped her face. "On the stairs?" "Yes. You helped me put everyone to bed, and then didn't listen when I tucked you in. I argued with your father that I wanted a divorce, which he denied me. I walked out the front door to get air, nothing more. I would never have left you there. I wanted to follow you. At the dock, before I was loaded onto the ship, your father told me to consider you dead as you'd never be my boy ever again." Those words sounded like Mitch Morgan. I had heard things like that all my life. My stomach now burned. "Mom." I believed him when he said I'd never see you again. She squeezed my hand and I stared into her eyes. "Peter, I am sorry I didn't hold you as tight as I should have. This wasn't her fault." I shook my head and wished I had done more to defy my father than I had. I stroked her cheek. "Don't say that. I was being selfish and scared. When you walked in the door, I didn't know what to do. It was my boyhood dream. It was my dream too. I wanted all my children. I'm sorry, Mom. There is nothing to be sorry for. This was your father's fault. I'm happy you're not like him." If only that was true. She made that sound she used to make when I made her proud with the present I had made her. I covered my lips and sat there. My mother pressed the button on her bed and moved it to sit up. She straightened her pillows and then squeezed my hand again. "Peter, tell me about your girlfriend. Is she good to you?" Belle made me happy. She was sweet. I sat beside my mother and saw her as she was in my memory. "Mom, Belle and I are new with dating. I think she's too good for me." Her gaze narrowed, much like Vicky's did when she was deciding for herself. "Why?" This was it. I had to tell her the truth. "Because I can be a controlling jerk like Dad, and she shouldn't end up all alone like you." Her eyes misted as she petted my hand. "Your father is not the only person inside you. I see him when I look in the mirror. You're your own beautiful soul. And you're also my son, Peter. You even look like me, not him. He taught me to be just like him. But I can see in your eyes that you still have some of me in you too. You still have that protective spirit you had as a child." She was about to cry again. She started to cough. I jumped off the bed and then said, "Mom, take it easy. We want to take you home." She finished coughing and held her hand up for me to hold again. "Take your own advice. When I get out of here, I want to sit and have a nice dinner with this girl of yours. Your brother and sister picked out nice people to marry, and I want to see you have the same happiness." John knocked on the door. "Can we come back in?" I held my mother's hand as I called out, "Sure." Then I met my mother's brown eyes, and again I told her how I felt. "Mom, Dad locked you away for years and had you listed as merchandise in a ledger. You of all people shouldn't believe in love." Vicky and John went white as they stepped inside the room. Our mom held out her other hand as she answered me. "I want for you what I should have expected for myself. I fell for your dad's good looks and charm, but that doesn't mean you will. Trust your heart." Vicky took the offered hand. "Is everything okay in here?" I didn't let go. I stared into my mom's face. "Yeah, Mom wants all her children together." Our mom quickly added, "And happy?" John stood beside Vicky with his hand on our sister's waist. "We are, Mom." His mother nodded. "I intend to get out of here for Peter's New Year's party. There is a family matter that needs to be done in person and not at a hospital." "We'll all be there," Vicky added. "It's going to be fun to ring in the new year together. Or we can schedule something the day you get out." "Both will be good." Our mother nodded. I stared at my family. With Belle at the party, my life would be complete. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, I paced in my room. Had Peter ended the bet, and why hadn't I asked him for details? I should have. The more Jennifer's words swirled in my mind, the more my shoulders tensed. As the sun set outside my balcony, a knock reverberated in the air. I inhaled and threw open the door. Peter wrapped his arms around me and kissed me. My hands didn't curl around him, though my lips tingled from his taste. My fingers ached to run through his hair, but I balled my hands together to stay at my sides. He let me go and stared at me. "What's wrong?" I used both of my hands and pushed him out of arm's reach. Peter walked inside my room and closed the door. I stormed into the living room on the first floor. He followed, and then I turned and crossed my arms. "Peter, that's the last kiss we should have." He rubbed his chin as he widened his stance. His stare sent heat through me, and it mixed with the molten hot lava of betrayal. I clenched my jaw as he asked, "Why?" My entire body stiffened as I widened my legs, much like he had. Then I lifted my chin to stare at him. "I need you to tell me about the bet that you'd date me." His lips parted and his eyes grew larger. "What happened that you brought it up now?" "Details. I should be able to ask for them." My eyes were going to water, but I refused to cry in front of him. This wasn't worth being the first time I let myself go. I cleared my throat and then stared at him like he was my enemy at war. "Is what Jennifer said about the bet true?" "Jennifer." He stepped closer, but I blocked and stood behind the sofa. He nodded his head. "At the party, before you walked in, Colt and John both bet me that I couldn't date any woman I set my mind to. I told you I believed everyone has their price. No, a bet should not change my life." I stormed past him and headed to the door. As I crossed the living room, Peter brushed against my arm. I froze and then pointed to the door. "Get out now." His face was contorted and he didn't move a muscle. "Just wait, 1 minute. I thought you knew?" "At the hospital, Jennifer mentioned it. We had so much else going on that I left it on the back burner. I always wanted to know." If he wasn't going to leave, then I'd have to show him out. My heart hammered in my chest as I yelled, "I hope you speak to your mom and grow close to your family, Peter. I want the best for you. But right now, I'm upset, and I want you to leave." He came closer. I was close to tears, and no, I'd not let him touch me. I stepped away so that the chair on the other side of the living room forced us to have space. Peter didn't move, like he didn't want to scare an animal, as he said, "Wait, Belle. I called off the bet long before either of those conversations." I rolled my eyes. Here came the explanation. My jaw hurt from clenching it, but it didn't matter right now. He had to leave. I crossed my hands and tapped my foot. When? When did you call it off? Before we slept together?" He nodded with those big, sexy eyes of his. Yes, actually it was. Another truth or another excuse? My ears steamed. I covered them and refused to look at him. I don't want to hear anymore. He walked around the chair but kept the distance between us. He was closer to the door. I'd rather talk about this. Belle, I need you. My eyes misted. I'd not cry. I never cried in front of an audience. I kept my body tight and I swallowed my unshed sobs. My skin was electrified and I clenched my hands. No, you'd rather convince me that I can overlook this. I was right the first time I met you and I said you should leave me alone. He took a step toward the door. I called it off, Belle, at my sister's wedding. It's what we talked about with the brother-sister dance. His entire family knew. Colt was probably in on this. Everyone loved to ensure my life was miserable. I pointed to the door. Lovely. Peter, one day I want to fall in love and be with a guy who finds me attractive and has a heart that's available to me. That's not you. You still think everyone has a price. His hands fell to his side as his voice cracked. Belle. I flew past him and opened the door. Goodbye. I refused to look at him as he went out the door. As our arms brushed against each other, the sting of sadness hit me hard. I held together and slammed the door shut the moment he walked outside. Everything hit me at once. I stared into the room and no longer fought to stop the waterworks. Tears rushed down my cheeks and I sunk to the floor and hugged my knees. One question swirled in my mind. Was it so hard for a guy to ever truly love me? Night grew darker in the sky and I could barely stand. I used the door to help me, and my limbs shivered from the cold marble floor. My tears had dried, but I was so numb. My phone beeped that I had a message. My heart hoped it was Peter as I stumbled across the room to the coffee table. I wiped my face and picked up the phone. I saw it was my friend, and my stomach fell. I sniffled and asked, "Are you back at the hotel?" "Yeah, but aren't you on a hot and heavy date with Mr. Monopoly?" "No, he's gone forever." "Forever? I'm coming up." I threw cold water on my face in the bathroom. A minute later, a light knock on the door reverberated in the air. I fixed my dress, and with every step to open it, I wished for Peter, though I didn't know what I'd say now. I flung open the door, and my best friend must have seen me wash away the tears. "This is bad. You didn't even cry over Colt." Em hugged me and said, "Tell me what happened." I stepped away from the door to let her in. I closed the door behind her and waited for the lock. Then I felt the flood of tears that threatened to reemerge. I rocked on my feet as I stepped closer. "Em, today has been the worst day ever." My friend's open eyes just made me look away as Em asked, "Why? What happened?" I folded my hands and slumped into the couch. This was too much. I kept seeing Peter's wide eyes as he stood in the living room with me and said he called it off. I sniffled and shook my head. Peter used me to win a stupid bet. Em's voice was loud and it pierced through me. "He what?" I couldn't say he called it off while being publicly videotaped for posterity. Every time Colt and Vicky watched their wedding video, the entire Morgan family would remember how Peter had made a bet to date me. Once again, another guy wasn't interested in me, and I had to forget him. I hugged my stomach and avoided Em's stares. He used me. Em sat beside me with one leg on the couch next to me. "Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. You deserved better than that." I sniffled. Perhaps I was overreacting and should forgive Peter. Right now, my entire body felt wretched and numb. My eyes opened and I peeked at my friend. The thing is, though, he said he called it off. Em shrugged her shoulders. So? The casual shrug was not what I had hoped for. Em should have said, "Forgive him because I would." My shoulders quaked as I said, "So it means he's still in my heart and part of me wants to forgive him so I can see this through. Can you do something for me tonight?" Em's gaze narrowed and she stood up. "What do you need? Alcohol? We can hit the bar and drink away your tears." A bar might numb my mind tonight. I purposely took out my phone and charged it in the corner of the room. I'd not be tempted to drunk call Peter if I didn't have my phone. My throat was sore from crying. I lifted my head. "Yeah, that sounds good. You know me well." Em headed to the door fast and smiled as she flung it open. Let's stop in my room first. I want to change into a nice pair of jeans in case there is a hot guy for me. You're clearly off the market tonight. This was a dress I had worn to be with Peter. Perhaps my friend was right that I should put on a pair of jeans and my t-shirt. I rushed upstairs and stared at my mother's picture on my bedside. I'll meet you there then in 5 minutes. We have a plan. Em walked to the door and let herself out. The music blared as I made my way through throngs of people who sat around and drank. The dance floor under the moon played heavy samba music, and a few of the couples seemed deep into each other. I imagined how Peter might hold me as we made our way across the floor in this dance where hands and bodies moved in fluid motion. I swallowed and turned away. I saw Em sitting at one of the tables to the side where there were fewer people. I nodded, wiped my hands on my jeans, and maneuvered through the crowd. As I neared the table, someone spilled red wine on my white t-shirt. I wouldn't stay out now. The man apologized, and I walked away. I stood and showed Em the shirt. Em pointed to sit anyhow. I sank into the metal seat so I'd not ruin any white cushions. Em pushed a drink toward me. I stared at it. I should go change. You're not looking for a man, Em said. I say beep it and you drink your drink while you blast off all the reasons you hate Peter. And yet you want to go back to him. I didn't touch the drink and licked my lips. I do want to talk about Peter. Em again reached across the table and pushed the wine glass into my hand. So ignore the world and tell me. I won't judge, though I did find myself actually approving of Mr. Monopoly for that microsecond we met. Don't call him that, though I shouldn't be defending him. If Peter were here, I'd be tempted to tell him to forget everything I had said. But part of me still felt as if a knife was slicing into my heart, and the pain was intense. I gulped my drink and then winced. I don't know what I want to do. Em clinked her glass with mine and then sipped hers. You know exactly what you want, but the problem is you don't want to admit it to yourself yet. Right now, I didn't have to do anything but hope this wound inside me healed. I sipped and finished my glass. Is it wrong of me to want a guy who is interested in me? No. Em refilled the bottle without waiting for the staff. How did this whole bet thing start? How did you find out? I held the glass in my hand, but then saw how everyone on the dance floor moved in every direction as the music blared in my eardrums. Jennifer told me. The ex-girlfriend? The same. Em scooted closer and sipped hers. And you believe her? I shook my head no. I'd never forget Peter Morgan. I clutched the drink and said, I shouldn't, but I asked Peter and he admitted that he made a bet to date me before I even walked in the door of the party. He admitted it? Actually, I knew before Jennifer told me and didn't ask him about it the first time. It wasn't until Jennifer told me to my face and it felt like derision that I got this upset. Em clinked her glass again, and I tried to block my thoughts of Peter as Em said, So you are giving Mr. Monopoly to his ex-girlfriend practically wrapped with a bow on his forehead and a tag that reads, He's yours, without asking yourself if you can let this all go? I can't let him go. I gulped my wine. But Peter has so much on his plate already. Em sat in her chair. She sipped her drink. His mother returned. You stood at his side and you both seemed happy earlier. I massaged my temples. Everything started to slow down. I was, but I don't like being used. Once I give in, then it's a lifetime of giving in and being ignored. Em placed her hand on my back. Why in the world would that happen? It's how my stepmother and father's entire relationship works these days. First, they are your parents, so they are old-fashioned. And second, forgiveness is not about giving in. It's about accepting we're humans who make mistakes. She was probably right. I should go find Peter. I stood. I should have asked for details sooner. I was throwing away my chance, and I refused to continue on this path. Hopefully, Peter would forgive me. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, I unlocked the door to my home. Caro, my maid, ran away like she was frightened, despite the fact she'd been here in the house since she was a baby. Silence greeted my ears, but I smelled Chanel perfume. Now I understand. I narrow my eyes as I go toward my bar to fix myself a cocktail. Belle's words haunt me. Then I hear a high heel click on the floor. My skin has no reaction, and the air is filled with Jennifer's perfume. I hold my breath and call out, "Jennifer?" My eyes widen as she steps out from the next room in black lingerie that shows off her curves. I hold the empty glass firmly in my hand as I ask, "What are you doing here?" "I missed you." She sachets over to me, and the flowery perfume overwhelms my memories. I don't budge or soften any of my muscles. She comes over and wraps her arms around me. Her soft body pushes against my chest as she hugs me. I made a huge mistake when we broke up. I put the cup down and step out of her arms. Then I wipe my shirt like she might have put her makeup all over me. Once clear of her, I say, "Jennifer, I'm not stupid." She flinches, but then opens her eyes like she sees through me. Even her makeup is expertly done for this moment. My body tenses as she says, "I never thought you were." Once again, Jennifer has gone too far, but this time it isn't other people's lives. It's mine. I'd try to be everything for her, but it was never enough. Now it was time to move on, so I step away from her. Belle deserves better than the old recording of Jennifer and myself. Did you honestly think I didn't know about your vindictive streak and how you set out to stop Belle and me? Her lips part as she bats her eyes. Jennifer is like a teenage girl who has never grown up, and she has no idea. Life isn't like one of her telenovelas. She steps forward and brushes herself against my arm. I tug my hand away as she says, "Is it so wrong I'm not over you? I have told you before, even in high school, you had my heart and soul. We're good together." Nothing she does is okay. Before my father died, all I'd wanted was her love. But it was long ago now. She needed to understand. And she said she wanted to be a movie star, and I wanted that for her. But there will be no more her coming over here or interfering with my life. Security will alert me from now on, but I'll tell her. I swallow. Months ago, you were hostile to Alice for simply coming to my father's funeral. Alice and I are friends now. She covers her lips and shakes her head as if her denial matters. Peter? Her words don't matter. I interrupt. Then with Colt, you were stuck up and derided my sister's choice. She rubs her throat and then puts her hands on her hips like she has anything to argue with me about. Your sister had just come back into our lives. She was my best friend, and she wanted to move to Homestead, Florida. You understood. I understand. I let her break up with me so she'd go away without this conversation. Clearly, she hasn't moved on. I glare at her as I say in a low voice, "Jennifer, we don't suit each other." Again, she pushes her body into mine as if sex would solve all problems. She pushes me toward the bar. I place my hands on her hips and spin her around to free myself. She wraps her arms around my waist. Peter, you and I always understood each other. My history with her has now hurt Belle. Somehow she matters to me more than I have thought. I stay close to Jennifer and coldness inches up my spine as I hold her. No, I dated you because we needed each other, but you never wanted to truly stay. We hurt each other more than helped, as you said. And I believe you now. I am sorry if that hurts you. Never apologize to me. My fingers are like ice, but she doesn't budge out of my arms. You're upset right now. That's it. My muscles are sore, but I hold slow, steady breaths so she'd understand everything. Do you know why my father liked you, Jennifer? Her eyes widen as I step out of her arms and pour myself a drink. I keep the one glass and refuse to make her one. She is not staying. She places her fingers on my hand. Mitch was a horrible human being, but he had good taste. Good taste is her belief? My eyes must have grown bigger. I control my tone as I angle my body away from her. You have no idea. Dad approved of dating you because you were pretty on the arm and easily cut off if you ever got in the way. She throws her hands in the air as if she is hurt by what I have said. I don't understand. You never cared what your father said about anyone. My muscles twitch and I tense. This is it. I sip my drink and remember my dad's blue eyes. My dad has always said to get people to back into a corner with the truth of what they have done. True, but his voice never leaves my head. I will always hear his opinions. Did you go and hunt down Belle to tell her about the bet in hopes that she'd leave me? Her face goes white. It's hard to see through her makeup, but I have spent too much time with her. Peter, I inch closer like my presence might get her to tell the truth as I glare into her brown eyes. Did you sabotage the one good thing I had going in my life? You once said I was the best thing in your life. She takes a deep breath. And I didn't think you truly cared about her. You were wrong. I sip my drink as life lessons from how my father destroyed people fly through my mind. Then I should listen to my father's advice for once. She licks her glossy lips. What was that? Mitch Morgan would have ensured she ended up penniless and desperate, and that she knew who had destroyed her. I channel my father and want to take everything she values from her. Then I swallow. I'm not my father. Go. Part of me wanted to ensure you always knew I gave you everything, but we're over, Jennifer. We've been over for a long time. I need you to accept that and move on. Rafe's a nice guy. I stop. I'll not be my father. He's a cop. Jennifer takes my pause to mean something else. She grabs my arms and holds them to her breasts. Peter, you're overreacting. We can move forward. I'll not be heartless to Jennifer's mother, who has been kind to me with her never-ending pastelitos and Cuban coffee. She doesn't have much, but she is kind. I recall this, so I have a nicer picture in my head. Jennifer, you are better off with Rafe. We both know it. Go home. She throws herself into my arms as if she is desperate. Peter, Belle didn't love you. Love is a hard word for me to even think about. The Chanel perfume clogs my brain, and I miss apples. I keep my voice low as I say, that doesn't matter. She was someone I discovered actually does have a heart that's open. She was more real to me than any other woman I have ever met. Now I understand what my brother and sister both told me about picking someone who makes your heart stir. You deserve that too. I walk out of her arms and finish my drink. Then I try to walk out of the room. Jennifer grabs my arm and tugs me to come to her. Peter, wait. I shake my arm to get her off as I turn around. This conversation is over. Jennifer needs to accept that. My staff will bring your clothes and anything you left in my house to the car or your home. I have to go. Tears pool in her eyes. Peter, I love you. I'd do anything for you. Once those were words that would have stopped me in my tracks. My legs are planted wide apart. We tolerated each other, but it wasn't love. Let's not mix up the past and what we want in the future. Sobs emerge from her as she cries. Peter, what happened to you? Without another thought, I snap. I found someone I do love. I'll have Caro show you out. Her eyes stop with the tears and she wipes her cheeks. Don't bother. We both know once Belle disappears, you'll be back. We always find our way to each other. I love Belle. I should have known that. I hadn't even thought it until now. Any chance with her starts with severing Jennifer from our lives. Footsteps from around the corner echo in my ears. I lower my gaze to Jennifer as I hear the light footsteps of my staff in the background. Caro, please gather Ms. Gonzalez's personal items and show her to the door. Absolutely, Mr. Morgan. Caro steps out of the shadows and nods her head. She goes toward the living room to collect Jennifer's things. Jennifer's hands clutch in prayers as she says, Peter, despite everything you said, I'd take you back if you asked. She throws herself on the ground and tugs at my legs. I step out of her grasp. This is too much. Have some dignity. We are not living in one of your telenovelas. I hear the door close and Caro yells something in Spanish that makes my ears blush. I choose to ignore the comment and walk outside to stare at the ocean in my yacht. The only place I've been happy in a long time is with Belle on the yacht. Nothing stirs except a party boat in the ocean that takes pictures. I love Belle. I have to find a way to tell her and beg her for another chance. I change my shirt to ensure no smell of perfume remains anywhere on me. I take a fast shower and change. The water wipes away how clammy my skin is from being near Jennifer. I love Belle, and will never leave her, if she forgives me. Tonight, I'll sleep in the hotel hallway until Belle comes out. I'll have to apologize to her and beg her for another chance. My heart thunders that she'll leave if I don't find a way to tell her that she believes. Finished, I stroll through my empty mansion with enough grounds to host 20 middle-class families that might never see each other. The walls have art, but nothing is warm here. No matter what I do to the place, Mitch Morgan and the lessons of the House of Morgan live in every corner. I vow I'll find a way to make this place a home and not a mausoleum. I check my tie and continue to the entryway. Caro stops me near the door. Your staff decided to chip in and buy you a Christmas present, sir. Caro's light red Christmas uniform is the standard house uniform almost everyone wears to blend into the background. I narrow my gaze. Did everyone receive the bonuses I left? She curtsies and lowers her gaze. Then she holds open a small box. Of course, this is for you, sir. I pay my staff well as long as they keep the house spotless and don't interfere with my life. The house works like a well-oiled machine, and the fewer people who leave, the easier my life is. I swallow, and don't want to anger my maid. Then I gaze at the box and open it. I hold out a ribbon that is personalized with the year and a portrait of the 3 Morgan siblings from my childhood. Caro smiles. It's a Christmas ornament. You were always the artist, Caro. Thank you. She wouldn't have known us when we were that young. Caro is 2 years younger than Victoria, and though she went to school with my sister, she is still the daughter of the maid. She then says, "We're hoping next year you get a tree and have a family to celebrate the holidays with." I place the present in her hands. Thank you. Let's hope Belle forgives me. Please put this in my room. I have to go now. We're all cheering for you. She nods her head. The captain has said nothing but glowing things about your Belle, sir. We're all happy you love her. You heard everything? My face heats. It seems my fate that I can keep no secrets when it comes to Belle. My expectations are up. She doesn't know that, so wish me luck. I tug my ear and try to figure out how I'll apologize. I think about stopping for flowers. I walk toward my limo and don't wait for the driver. I let myself in the door. Take me to the Biltmore. I gaze out the window and we begin to roll past my palm trees. Belle might like flowers, but I need a better plan of attack. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. I woke up to banging. My head throbbed from too many drinks at the bar. The door rattled downstairs. I closed my eyes and tried to shut out the sound, but I wondered if Peter was at the door. I tugged up my covers over my head. We were from 2 different worlds, and mine didn't include him. Then I sighed, unknotted the sheets, and stood. If Peter was here, I had to see him. I grabbed a robe and hoped my hair wasn't standing on their roots as I trudged to the door. Then I swung it open and gazed at the perfectly clean, muscular Peter who smiled at me. His lips could cause a girl to fall into a frenzy, but I crossed my arms. Then he brushed his hand against my cheek. I had to see you, Belle. His gentleness brought tears swelling in my ducts. I sniffled and refused to cry. I swallowed and lifted my chin. Nothing hurts me. You didn't have to come. He whispered so only I could hear him. Belle, I am sorry. Embarrassment didn't matter. I stepped away from him and shook my head. For what? For betting that I'd be your girlfriend? You should be at your mother's side and with your family. I should be right here with you. He massaged his chin and ignored the silence that surrounded us. Can I come in? I took a deep breath, inhaling his woodsy scent. I pressed my lips together. I'd not be swayed to go back to him. I turned away from him. We need to talk. Jennifer was at my place, and she helped me realize something important. What did she have to say now? I had never had a chance with Colt, and wouldn't with Peter either. Jennifer had been in his life for too long. She clearly wanted you. Jennifer is not important to me now. He reached out to brush his hands on mine, but I pulled away as he said, I didn't know anyone like you. Belle, you stole my breath away. I stiffened. If I relaxed, he could steal my heart and make me forget. It was time to end this one-on-one. I refused to stare into his sexy brown eyes because I knew I'd lose my nerve. Well, you had your chance to explain everything, but you chose silence. And thank you. He stepped closer. For what? I glanced up into his eyes and my arms itched to wrap myself around him. My lips tingled to kiss him, but I couldn't. I backed away, forgetting me to believe that I could date and be happy, even if it's with someone else. Let me finish? No. He inched closer and adrenaline rushed through me. I wanted to give myself to him and forget everything else. I picked up an empty glass from the side table near the couch and brought it to the kitchen to get away from him. He followed me and asked, "Can we just sit and talk? I won't take long. Hold me and never let me go." I'd never say that. I couldn't. My life was never going to be here with him. I'd get back to work and tell my heart to stop aching. Love wasn't part of my life. It was better for both of us. He deserved a full life too, and that couldn't be me. Fine, but then I should ask you to leave. I need to pack. We returned near the couch. Then he ran his hand down my arm. Every morsel of my skin that he touched grew goosebumps. Belle, there is something I want to say. The fluttering in my stomach had to be ignored. I clenched my jaw and tilted my body away from him. Peter, if it's about us, then it's better we don't say anything else. There is no us. He didn't move. He didn't even blink. He swallowed, though, and then he said, "Belle, I can't do that. The thing is that I love you." My knees felt weak. It had to be the exhaustion. I shook my head no. That wasn't possible. This is what you discovered with Jennifer? It wasn't that you wanted her in your life. Absolutely not. He stood taller, but otherwise didn't move. Belle, I love you more than I love anyone else in the world. No. The rest of the world seemed to fade away as I stared at him. I held my body in place despite how I ached to hold him. Then I stepped into the entryway. Then you'll want me to be free and happy, so you'll go now. He placed his hands in his pockets and nodded his head. If that's what you want. For now. I opened the door to the hallway. It is. He placed his hands on mine as I held the door. I couldn't handle this, so I said, "Goodbye. I won't shake your hand." He leaned in as he passed me and gave my cheek a light kiss. My lips begged for his kiss on my lips, but I couldn't let myself. Tears threatened to fall again. He then said, "There," as he kissed my cheek. No words came out of my mouth. He stepped into the hallway, but as I was closing it, he placed his hand on the door. "If you change your mind, I'll be waiting for you." There was no way he'd wait for me. That was silly. I shook my head. It can't work. Then I closed the door in his face. We were done. I'd be miserable now, but it was the right thing to do. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Snowflakes brushed against my nose as I walked to my office on my first day back to work. My apartment was now clean as a whistle, as sleeping wasn't possible for me. Now it was time to go, but everything about my life felt empty. In Miami, the sunshine had been warm and inviting. I closed my eyes and imagined Peter again. Someone threw snow at my feet, and I opened my eyes to see the city cleaners hard at work trying to keep the roads clear. I hugged myself. This was hard. I threw the door to work open, and no one greeted me. I proceeded to the elevator and hit the button to my office floor. The secretary at the front desk nodded, but she spoke to someone on the phone. I went to my office and saw the huge bouquet of flowers. I grabbed the card and read Peter's note. "Thinking of you. Always yours. Peter Morgan." I picked up my phone to call him, but then froze. I stared at the clock. It was New Year's Eve. He was at his party. The flutters inside me grew, outweighing the emptiness as I thought I'd tell him I loved him too. I had a chance with him. This job offered a big office with no one in my life. This wasn't the best choice. I turned on my heels, flung open my door, and almost ran into the senior partner. He said, "We're so happy to have you back." Peter loved me. Leaving him for this cold place was the stupidest thing I had ever done. I needed to throw my arms around him and be willing to change. "I'm not staying. I have a plane to catch." My boss nodded, but then asked, "Why? Are you needed for a deposition or something?" I'd not lose out on love a second time because I had to work. My shoulders felt surprisingly light as I said, "No. Consider this my verbal 2 weeks' notice. I quit." I had clearly surprised him. My boss's voice had a higher pitch as he said, "You quit? Why? We can offer you a substantial pay increase." I threw my arms around him and hugged him. This was the last time I'd walk in this office. "Thank you, but I can't accept. I have to take a chance on love and see where this leads." I flung open the door. My boss's voice behind me said, "I don't understand." I grabbed my pocketbook and raised one of my shoulders. "Goodbye. Take care of yourself." I flew out the door and raced home to get the picture of my mother and then to the airport. If Peter loved me, then it had to be enough. I'd move. I'd change. There was no other option. The taxi had to call the house for permission to drive past the street. As I rounded the corner, my heart hammered. I had to see his face the moment I arrived. If he loved me, I wanted to see it for myself. I shook my head no. "Let me out." The driver waited for me to pay him and then took off. I straightened my knee-length dress. The evening sky in Miami was warm. I wore my white and red work dress as I hadn't wanted to stop to buy a gown. As I stepped onto the lawn, I squirmed in my shoes. Elegantly dressed people in ball gowns lingered on the lawn. My slightly scuffed work shoes weren't up to snuff. I kept my head level and marched to the front door. There was no time for fear. Not now. I'd tell him that I loved him. I had to. This was it. I went to knock on the door, but the maid threw it open and said, "Ms. Jordan, you're here." "Caro, right?" "Yes, ma'am. Mr. Morgan has been miserable without you." This was a better welcome than I'd expected. I hadn't really spoken to his staff. I went inside the front door and asked, "Where is Peter?" The maid swung her hips as she walked. "With his mother near the bay. Come with me. I'll bring you to him." I saw how my work dress made me seem like the hired help as I followed the maid. No one stopped me until we crossed the threshold to the outside, and Jennifer left Rafe's arm. The maid tapped her foot as Jennifer brushed against my arm. Then Jennifer said, "I wanted to say I am sorry." With a nod, I checked out of the conversation for a moment. I tried to find Peter in the throngs of people. I pressed my lips together and then glanced at Jennifer. "For what?" Jennifer looked at Rafe and nodded her head. "For trying to sabotage you. I've promised I'll try to be nicer to people from now on." I pulled my arm out of reach and took a step toward the bay. "Good luck with that." The maid continued to lead me closer to the yacht. "For the record, I like you better. Thanks." My heart beat in my chest fast and goosebumps grew on my arm. Peter was closer. I licked my lips and searched the crowd for him. Then my gaze saw Peter, and euphoria was the best word to describe how I felt. The moment he turned and saw me, he left who he was with and met me halfway. The maid excused herself as Peter leaned forward. My lips tingled for that kiss again, but I placed my hands on his shoulders and said, "I love you. I quit my job because I want to see where we stand." He wrapped his arms around my waist. I was home as he said, "Then you'll marry me and stay by my side always. I love you and need you in my life." My lips parted. The world seemed to snap into place as I asked, "What? You want to marry me?" He nodded his head like he would agree with anything. "Yes, if you'll have me." I was hyper-aware only of our hearts and how I felt with him. This was it. I gave him my heart. "Of course I will. I love you." Chapter 27. Chapter 27. My mother tapped me on the shoulder. I reluctantly let go of Belle's waist and then turned to my mother, who said, "Peter, sorry to interrupt." My heart was light. She had said yes. I then nodded and said, "Mom, I'd like for you to meet Belle Jordan. We're getting married." "Nice to see you again, and we're all happy you came back." She immediately hugged both of us. I couldn't let Belle go yet. "I'm so happy for you." Belle patted my mother's back and then added, "Thank you. I can't wait to tell my dad when he gets back in town." My mother pulled away, and her face was solemn and serious as she said, "Peter, I need to tell you something." If she didn't want me to marry Belle, then I had no idea what to say. My shoulders tensed. "What, Mom?" She glanced around the party and stared at some blue-eyed, very pregnant woman I didn't know, but reminded me of my sister, Victoria. I widened my stance as she said, "We have to get your brother and sister and go somewhere. This is something I should have said right away." Belle took my hand and squeezed it as she picked up her phone and stared at the screen. I nodded and said, "Of course." Belle took her phone out of her pocketbook and glanced at me. I texted John and Colt. "They are getting their wives and will meet us in your study, Peter." I offered my mother my other arm to guide them through the party as I said, "My future wife is efficient. This way, Mom." She rocked on her feet. I held her to steady as she asked, "You use your father's study?" I didn't want my mother to worry. I nodded my head. "It's mine now. I had it redecorated, and I'm hoping Belle will help me make it more personable." Belle shrugged her shoulders. "Okay." My mother passed the young mother-to-be and squeezed her hand as we passed. Once we were away from the woman, I asked, "Who was that?" My mother turned white. "Who was who, dear?" I pointed with my head as I had both women on each arm. "The woman in the hall. You just squeezed her hand." She lowered her head and didn't look at me. This is part of what I need to explain. My mother didn't say anything. Once we entered the study, Belle took a seat and waited with my mother. I stood as my brother, his wife Alice, and Victoria, and her new husband Colt all came into the room. The two couples both found seats. The same seats they once chose as teenagers. Only this time, my siblings all had spouses. I sat with Belle and then leaned closer to my mother. "Mom, we're all here. What's so important?" She flicked her gray hair behind her head and stared at the ceiling. "I was pregnant when your father kidnapped me." The young woman must be my sister. "What?" "It was one of the reasons I wanted a divorce." "So that woman in the hall?" My gaze flew to the floor. Vicky sat closer at the edge of her seat and asked, "What else did our father do?" My mom then looked into my eyes like she was afraid of my reaction, as she said, "I was grieving for the loss of my children, but then I had 3 more, all at once. I don't think your father knew how to explain everything away." I raised my eyebrow and stared at my mother. Clearly, the woman outside was one of 3. "What?" "Just say everything and let us sort out the details." Her face squished together as if I had physically touched her. My skin crawled as if I had hurt my mom as she said, "Your father and I had the triplets. I raised them until they were 6, and then your father sent them away too." Belle squeezed my hand. "What? There are more Morgans?" I shook my head. Dad's lawyer said various people would receive inheritances. I thought he meant illegitimate, though the numbers add up to be perhaps the triplets and a few more. Vicky then wiped her face. "Peter, this isn't about the money. This isn't about that, sis." I sat through enough sales pitches to know there was something else. I leaned closer in my seat to not scare her again. "I am trying to calculate how many siblings we might have out in the world." She closed her eyes as if she didn't want to see me. My heart ached like it was a rejection, though I held Belle's warm hand as my mother said, "Out of the triplets, Luke is the oldest. He's a doctor. He took care of me in the hospital but couldn't come tonight. With luck, he'll get a job in Miami and I'll see him more. Then there is Elizabeth and Matthew." "The woman outside the door?" "Yes, that's Elizabeth. She's having a hard time adjusting to being a Morgan." "She doesn't have to adjust to anything. She and her brothers thought I was sick, and that's why they were sent away. But they don't want anything from any of you." I wanted to let you know that you have more family. Victoria massaged our mother's back. Elizabeth looks like John and me. She opened her eyes and pools of tears threatened to emerge. I didn't have the heart to hurt her ever again. My other half deserved better, as she said, "Elizabeth?" John then asked, "And Matthew? Who is he and what does he do?" She turned to stare at John. I saw how my brother's face was white as our mom said, "Matthew hasn't opened up to my return yet. From what I understand, he performs as Matt Kilroy." "The singer is my brother." Vicky scooted closer to Colt. "Is that why you had to tell us now? You didn't want to start the new year with two families?" "He doesn't want his stage name to be revealed as a Morgan." Our mom shook her head and wiped her face. At least tears hadn't emerged, so I could breathe as my mother said, "We're all one family. All 6 of you are my children with your father, and for better or worse, you all need each other too." I then stood and stormed to the door. The room went absolutely silent. I summoned my maid. "Caro, bring Elizabeth Morgan to the study. She was the pregnant lady with my mother earlier." No one said anything as I retook my seat. The room remained silent. I placed my hand on Belle's shoulder and asked, "What?" My sister smiled and asked, "Is that all? Are you okay with this?" "Belle's going to marry me. I'm happy for Mom that she has all of us and a home she returned to." My mother then teared up. My heart stilled. I hadn't wanted to hurt her. I held my breath as Belle squeezed my hand. A moment later, Caro knocked on the door and then opened it. My mother stood and opened her arms to hug the young woman with blonde hair. The woman hugged her and didn't stare at any of us. The rest of us stood. When our mom was done, she turned around and fluffed the woman's hair. "Peter, John, Victoria, this is your sister, Elizabeth Morgan." I hugged Belle. I had my family. Mom had hers. I kissed Belle's cheek and then said, "Elizabeth, you're invited to our wedding." "Okay." The woman's eyes were wide as she held our mom. "Thank you." I twirled in my Vera Wang silhouette silk bridal gown and checked my veil. This was perfect. The violin solo played as all the guests were seated. My father beamed in the mirror behind me until I turned around. I stared at my father's blue eyes and tried not to cry as he said, "Belle, you look beautiful." Truly, I had never thought I'd get married. I wrapped my arms around him as the music cued. Peter's sisters walked down the aisle, but I hardly looked. I swayed on my feet. "Thank you, Dad. This whirlwind romance of yours is surprising. I can't believe you want to plan 2 weddings. This is just for family. The bigger one next Christmas is for Peter and his business." He patted my arm as I tried to steady myself. I don't want to lose my little girl. I turned to stare at him. Any moment now, I would marry Peter, the man of my dreams. My heart raced. "Don't think of it that way. Think about how you're getting a son." My father whispered, "Your husband-to-be commands the entire room just by standing, sweetheart. I'll be fine as long as you're happy." My bridesmaid, now stood at the altar. Any moment, it would be my turn. No one was here to steal my day from me, and my shoulders weren't so tense. I nodded my head. "I am. Does Sophie have Mom's picture?" My father squeezed my hand as "Here Comes the Bride" began to play. I took a step forward as my father said, "Yes, they are both happy for you." He hadn't moved. I tugged his arm. "That's our cue, Dad." The ushers threw open the door as my father said, "Are you sure? Now's the last chance." My gaze landed on Peter's eyes immediately. Nothing would stop me now. I took a giant step and tugged my father. "Walk me down the aisle." He stayed in step, but whispered, "Happy Valentine's, sweetheart." Peter seemed to want major events on holidays. A light bubble was inside my stomach, and butterflies emerged as I drew closer to him. As his hands shook my father's, and he placed them on my back, goosebumps grew everywhere. This was all that mattered. With him, I had my chance to live happily ever after. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. I twirled in my Vera Wang silhouette silk bridal gown and checked my veil. This was perfect. The violin solo played as all the guests were seated. My father beamed in the mirror behind me until I turned around. I stared at my father's blue eyes and tried not to cry as he said, "Belle, you look beautiful." Truly, I had never thought I'd get married. I wrapped my arms around him as the music cued. Peter's sisters walked down the aisle, but I hardly looked. I swayed on my feet. "Thank you, Dad. This whirlwind romance of yours is surprising. I can't believe you want to plan 2 weddings. This is just for family. The bigger one next Christmas is for Peter and his business." He patted my arm as I tried to steady myself. I don't want to lose my little girl. I turned to stare at him. Any moment now, I would marry Peter, the man of my dreams. My heart raced. Don't think of it that way. Think about how you are getting a son. My father whispered, "Your husband-to-be commands the entire room just by standing, sweetheart. I'll be fine as long as you are happy." Em, my bridesmaid, now stood at the altar. Any moment it would be my turn. No one was here to steal my day from me, and my shoulders weren't so tense. I nodded my head. "I am. Does Sophie have Mom's picture?" My father squeezed my hand as "Here Comes the Bride" began to play. I took a step forward as my father said, "Yes, they are both happy for you." He hadn't moved. I tugged his arm. "That's our cue, Dad." The ushers threw open the door as my father said, "Are you sure? Now's the last chance." My gaze landed on Peter's eyes immediately. Nothing would stop me now. I took a giant step and tugged my father. "Walk me down the aisle." He stayed in step but whispered, "Happy Valentine's, sweetheart." Peter seemed to want major events on holidays. A light bubble was inside my stomach and butterflies emerged as I drew closer to him. As his hands shook my father's and he placed them on my back, goosebumps grew everywhere. This was all that mattered. With him, I had my chance to live happily ever after. Thank you for reading. I hope you enjoyed Belle and Peter's story like I did. The next book in the series, Secret Wish, is where Caro Solis, Peter's maid, finds out college best friends is now